सर्वेभ्यो नमः। एतावत्पर्यन्तं स्वरमाधुर्येण अस्मान् तोषितवन्तः श्रीमन्तः श्री मोहन चिप्लूणकर महाभागाः वयोलिन् मध्ये एवञ्च तबला मध्ये श्री गिरीश मराठे एभ्यः अस्मत् महाविद्यालयस्य परतः हार्दान् धन्यवादान् समर्प्य डॉक्टर GN भट् महाभागः एतेषां सभाजनं कुर्वन्तु। प्रसादरूपेण भगवत्याः शेषवस्त्रं तथा च पुष्पप्रदानेन तोषयन्तु इति प्रार्थये। सर श्री कृष्ण भट्ट महाभागः आगच्छन्तु। कार्यक्रमस्य निर्वहणं करोति इति प्रार्थये।
प्रणाम। अथ चतुर्थ सत्रस्य प्रारंभं प्रार्थना पूर्वकं प्रारम्भते। ಕುಮಾರಿ ದೀಕ್ಷಾ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಸಾರಿ ಕ್ಷಮ್ಯ ಹಾಂ ಶ್ರೀ ಜಗದೀಶ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿಗಾರ್ ಬನ್ನಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಜಿ ವಿ ಜೋಶಿ ಮಹಾಭಾಗ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುರೇಶ್ ರಾವ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ ಜಮ್ಮಲಮಡಕ ದಿನೇಶ್ ಭಟ್ आता प्रार्थनाम् आरभ्यते
महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दितमहागणपतिम् महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं मारकोटि प्रकाशं शान्तं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदकप्रियं महागणपतिं महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिम्
ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಕುಮಾರಿ. ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಸಾಹಿತ್ये नीतिशास्त्रं तस्य सामयिकप्रस्तुता इति विषयम् अधिकृत्य प्रचाल्यमानायाः अस्याः राष्ट्रीयसङ्गोष्ठ्याः चतुर्थसत्रे वयं स्मः. अस्य सत्रस्य अध्यक्षः श्री जगदीशशेट्टिगार् महोदय गौरव उपस्थिति रूपेण अत्र भवन्ति श्री मोहन् भट् दिनेश भट् मंगळूरु तथा जी वी जोशी महाभागः विशेष उपन्यासं कुर्वन्ति. प्रबन्धमण्डनं श्रीमती प्रभा महाभाग कुर्वन्ति. अत्र डॉक्टर श्री सुरेश राव संजीवनी दुर्गा संजीवनी चैरिटेबल ट्रस्ट मुंबई अत्र उपस्थिते अस्ति. सर्वाणां वेदिकायाम् उपस्थिता महाभागां श्री जी एन भट् महोदय स्वागतं कुर्वन्ति.
सर्वमंगलमांगल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यंबके गौरी नारायणि नमोस्तुते. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, I will just introduce two guests on the dais and other two will be introduced by the specific two youngsters are also here. As per our invitation, Dr. Jagadish Shettigar has come over here as chairperson Actually, this session would have been chaired by Professor, our own friend, M.K. Shridhar, but he requested him to chair the next session. Just to day before yesterday, Dr. Vijaya, principal of this college, will give Shesha Prasada of Durga Devi to Dr. Jagadish Shettigar. I will also introduce Dr. Jagadish Shettigar. Dr. Jagadish Shettigar belongs to this Ulpi district, Attradi. And he started his career as a lecturer in economics in Canara College, Mangalore. He was my ex-colleague. Not only ex-colleague, for more than 2 years we were roommates. 45 years back, in 77 to 79 or 80. And he resigned the post and went to Bombay. In some institute he has served as professor, and he went to Delhi. In Delhi IIT, he did his PhD there. Afterwards, he settled in Delhi itself. Very calm, quiet, reserved speech. He never talks with anybody. If he starts talking, then you might have seen in various national channels some 10 years back, before 10 years. Whatever may be, India Today, Times of India, or this Republic, Arnab was in Times, of course, so many times, hours together, is what discussion. Since 20 years, he was the national executive member of Bharatiya Janata Party. Except because of his reservation and principles, he could not get Rajya Sabha seat also. But he was very much powerful. When Dr. Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee was the Prime Minister of India, he was the economic advisor of the government of India to the Prime Minister. And whatever he says, it was the official decision of the government. Sometimes he was declaring in the TV, next it will come as a party spokesperson, then government of India will give notification. These also I have observed, because I was following all these TV channels. Wherever I see Dr. Shettigar's face, I was continuing completely in any TV channel also. And in Birla Institute, long form I don't know actually, I have forgotten, he has told, for more than 15 years he was the professor, taught economics for this IIT, IBM, so many professional courses are there now. Still now also online, he is advisor and consultant. He switched over his residence to Mangalore since some 10 years back. When I left Mangalore, he came and resided in Mangalore. When I came here, since 8 to 10 years it seems, we had no even telephonic conversation also. But that close friendship was there. And one of our colleagues, who is 84-year-old, he told, well, Shettigar is here now. He is here. No number is there, and we contacted. Just 2 days back, both together, we met, and I told these things are there, you have to come. Immediately he accepted, and he is there with dhoti, vesti, which he never used in Delhi. See, Delhi's tradition system is quite different, but he is up to this land ground also. And personally also, and on behalf of this our college, Durgaparameshwari Temple, PG, Sanskrit Studies, and Sanskrit Shodha Samsthana, I wholeheartedly welcome him. And I also welcome, his introduction will be done by the other way, Professor G.V. Joshi, Gopalakrishna Venkatramana Joshi. He is a retired professor and head of the Department of Economics in Mangalore University, and lot of research. Still, though he is retired some 15 years back, He is not tired. His students, PhD students, successfully done. I will request Dr. Vijay, principal of this college, to welcome and give Neethishastram. And I don't want to disturb the introducer. I don't want to continue much more. Personally, if I have to welcome him, he is my brother-in-law Bhava, my wife's elder brother. And on our invitation, Dr. Srinivasa Jammalamadaka from Hyderabad has come, our traditional scholar, and he has done very much. I heard about him, I didn't see. First time I am just seeing him. On behalf of these 3 institutions, including Akhila Karnataka Sanskrit Parishat, we Vidwan Mahodayah, Swagatam, Abhinandanani cha, Durgaparameshwari, Devalaya, Prasad Rupena, Evam Sheshavastram, Sira. And with wholehearted pleasure, I introduce and welcome Dr. Suresh. As you know, yesterday so many people have told, I request Dr. Vijay, principal, to welcome with flower and Sheshavastra Dr. Suresh, and also Dr. Dinesh, yet to be doctor declared. He is doing PhD, retired Corporation Bank officer, Shri Dinesh Bhat. I also welcome him. Very distinguished, really scholar, Vaidika. Yesterday I saw his temple also, good old temple with more than 180 shaligramas, daily with Cheru traditional. He performs pujas also. 1 or 2 sentences regarding Dr. Suresh. When I came here as principal 5 years, Dr. Suresh was introduced by Asarana and his father, Dr. Sanjeev Rao. Still I remember. No, unfortunately, when my quarter was here, after I left 5 years, Dr. Suresh purchased that one, and he is residing. His mother is also there, and of course his residence is Bombay, and spending more than 12 lakhs for this Durga Research Institute, he donated to the temple for Sanskrit purpose building. And whatever we do, workshops, seminars, so many other things we had conducted there nearby the temple. Whatever we asked, he was giving donations also. And Dr. Sanjeev Rao, he was just a tailor, but he saved money. When I just asked him, see, Sanskrit MA was here started, etc., I thought that these young boys and girls should be sponsored with gold coin. See, today's gold coin and 35 years back, you can compare. Even then, he readily agreed. And from that day, 1994 or 95, one gold medal was as an endowment donated by his father. And for all camps, he was also personally donating and offering, and such devotion and love is there for research and Sanskrit activities also. So personally, on behalf of these 3 institutions, I welcome personally the dignitaries. Already we are late by 15 to 20 minutes. It seems 30 minutes and 30 minutes will be given to the learned speakers for presentation, their thought and observation will be done by Dr. Shridhar. And I am told that, I don't know, Dr. Suresh is very busy, whether you please 1 or 2 words you speak and then they will take it over.
Good morning, everybody. I have come with some special as a special invitee or a guest to this conference, because I have nothing much to say in Sanskrit, though I love this subject, because of which we have started this Sanskrit college in Kateel almost now, which year? 1994? 92, yeah. 92, now almost nearly 35 years old. And the problem what we have faced here is to get the students interested in learning Sanskrit. So initially, of course, the teachers are also a problem in 92. And Sir G.N. Bhatru, he has made a lot of effort along with his subsequently, I think, Narayan Bhat, then Nagaraj and Padmanabh Marathe. And they have carried this Sanskrit college, Sanskrit teaching, postgraduate classes, MA, PhD, and diploma courses affiliated to Mangalore University. I think we have got total 8 seats, right? 8 alva. 8 out of the 14 seats in Mangalore University we have in Kateel, and quite a few diploma classes are going on. We are happy that all of these people, Nagaraj, Marathe, they all have done their PhD in this institute. And I think because it is a minority language in though Sanskrit is an Indian language, it has not got so much of prominence what is required. So it is still in the primitive stage, but I appreciate people like G.N. Bhat, Marathe, Nagaraj, Narayan Bhat, all these people have pursued it and continued it, and I only pray that in the future it takes up the speed and goes, and hopefully it will become one of the national languages which will be utilized properly and gets enough priority for us to say. I understand the Sanskrit is more prominent in the European countries than in India. Hopefully we try to retain this, and it takes its speed and goes up to a much greater height. Any logistic help that is required for this, the growth of Sanskrit in Kateel, we are always there. We have been promoting Vasanta Veda Pathashala every summer between 22nd of April to around 15th of April. Padmanabh will be able to give you more information about that. I know that this year also it is going to happen, and we will do our best to promote Sanskrit in Kateel. Whatever logistics is there, we will take it, we will take care of it, and please pursue it to take it a much greater height. And this conference or symposium will give it more much needed strength to take it forward. And I wish all the best for this 2-day seminar, and hopefully all of you keep coming to Kateel. And if anyone is interested in that CD which we have prepared, okay, I given about 50 copies at Haryana's office today. So even if you want to give it to any interested people here, please give it to them. It will be a great help to distribute to their local people. It is CD which can be downloaded and in the YouTube, and it can be utilized also. So please go ahead with your symposium, and I pray Kateel will have a much more prosperous and strong Sanskrit college in the days to come. Thank you very much.
Dhanyavada Suresh Rao Mahabhaga. We are delightful to have Sri Suresh Rao among us for this national seminar. I thank you very much, dear sir, on all our behalf, our Shodha Samsthana and Mangalore Sanskrit Academy and our college, Shree Durgaparameshwari Temple Trust. Thank you, sir. अथ सर्वान् परिचयं करोति कुमारी विशाखा. Please.
Respected dignitaries, faculty members, participants and students, a warm and pleasant morning to one and all. It gives me an immense pleasure to extend a warm and cordial welcome to everyone present here for the fourth session of the National Seminar on Neethishastram in Sanskrit Literature and its Presence Relevance, jointly organized by Shree Durgaparameshwari Temple, First Grade College, Kateel, Sanskrita Shodha, Samsthana, Sirsi and Akhila, Karnataka, Sanskrit, Parishat, Mangalore. We are deeply honored to have with us eminent personalities who have made a remarkable contribution in their respective field. First and foremost, I would like to extend a cordial welcome to Sri Jagadish Shettigar, whose gracious presence add value to this session. Welcome you, sir. I also extend a warm welcome to Shri Dinesh Bhat. Shri Dinesh Bhat is a retired chief manager from Corporation Bank with rich experience in the banking sector. Even after his retirement, he continues his academic journey and is currently pursuing his PhD at Mangalore University. It is a matter of pride that he is also a senior student of our MA Sanskrit program. His commitment in his lifelong learning and interest in Sanskrit studies is truly inspiring, who is gracing this session with his valuable words. Your association with this seminar adds great value and inspiration to all of us. We welcome you, sir. It's my privilege to introduce our distinguished speaker, Dr. G.V. Joshi. Dr. G.V. Joshi is a distinguished economist and academical who has made a significant contribution to the field of higher education and research. He served as a professor and chairman of a postgraduate department of economics at Mangalore University, where he played a vital role in strengthening academic excellence and research culture. He completed his MPhil from the prestigious Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics, Pune, and earned his PhD from the Institute of Social and Economic Change, Mangalore. With decades of teaching experience, he has guided many PhD and MPhil scholars and has been actively involved in various research projects, particularly in the area of rural development and agriculture economics. Dr. Joshi has also contributed immensely through his publication, including books, research, articles, and numerous writings in newspaper, reflecting his deep concerns for socio-economic issues. Even after retirement, he continues to inspire students and scholars through his lecturer, writing, and active participation in the academic discussion. His lifelong dedication to knowledge, research, and societal development makes him a highly respected figure in the academic community. We are truly fortunate to have such a distinguished scholar among us today. We welcome you, sir. I also extend a warm welcome to our esteemed speaker, Dr. Srinivasa Jammalamadaka. He is a distinguished scholar in Nyaya Shastra. He has undergone traditional Gurukula education, mastering Nyaya or Tarka Shastra, Advaita Vedanta and Vyakarana under eminent gurus. He has successfully completed Tenali examination in Tarka Shastra and has pursued advanced studies including MPhil and PhD in Nyaya Shastra. He has served as an assistant professor and director at the School of Shastric Learning, Kavikula Guru, Kalidasa Sanskrit University, Ramtek. He is also a co-founder of Shree Kameshwari Foundation and currently serves as a director of IKS Research at Bharat Cultural Creatives. His deep knowledge and dedication to Indian knowledge system are truly inspiring. Welcome you, sir. I warmly welcome Mrs. Prabha S.N., research scholar from Mangalore University College, who holds as MA in Sanskrit and B.Ed and is currently serving as a Sanskrit lecturer at GFGC Tirthahalli. We are glad to have here as a paper presenter. Today's session promises to be intellectually enriching as we listen to their insightful thought on ethical principles rooted in Artha Shastra and Neethishastram and their relevance in the modern world. Once again, I extend my heartfelt welcome to the dignitaries, speakers and participants. Let us actively engage and make this session meaningful and memorable. Thank you.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಕುಮಾರಿ ರಕ್ಷಾ. ಅದ್ಯ ವಿಶೇಷ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮೆ ದ್ವಯಂ उपन्यासः अस्ति. इदानीं विशेष उपन्यासं डॉक्टर जी.वी. जोशी महाभागः.
Respected Chairman of this session, Dr. Shridhar, learned resource persons who are with me, and very learned participants in this session. The girl who introduced me has forgotten to mention one important qualification of G.V. Joshi. I don't need a mic. That is the qualification. Therefore, please switch off the mic. Yeah. Otherwise, no? Okay, no, fine. I have chosen to speak on moral significance of Artha Shastra in modern times. Before slides are presented, I think it is worthwhile to spend a little time to introduce the subject without taking much of your time. Moral significance of Artha Shastra in modern times. All of us are acquainted with the fact that justice and morality are relative terms. They keep on assuming different dimensions under different historical circumstances. Therefore, when I speak about moral significance of Kautilya's Artha Shastra, you have to admit the reality that moral significance cannot be taken for granted. It should be understood in the light of the circumstances which demand our attention. I will be making an effort in my presentation how Kautilya showed his unique capacity to present to the readers of Artha Shastra the great principles which should govern a very big empire. I have brought a book, of course I am not presenting it. There is a map showing the amazing vastness of empire of Ashoka. Kautilya was an advisor, a guru to Chandragupta. He was a guru to Bindusara. And Ashoka also learnt much under his guidance. Today, there is flow of literature there is flood of literature on Kautilya's Artha Shastra. The reason is simple. If you take a river for the purpose of analysis, there is one side of the river which is constituted by welfare economics. The other bank or side of the river is very much constituted by decentralization of powers. Between the two sides in Kautilya's Artha Shastra flows the river of inclusive growth. My learned participants, you would admit that we speak today too much about welfare of the society. We keep no stone unturned while speaking about decentralization of powers. We have been listening to both political leaders and economists to know the dimensions of the concept of inclusive growth. All these are beautifully linked to each other in Kautilya's Artha Shastra. Not that I am praising him for the sake of showering compliments on the head of a person who is not physically with us. On the other hand, today there is flood of literature on Kautilya's Artha Shastra. Much has been written on Kautilya's Artha Shastra. Two economists from Bengal took pains to write a book titled Economics in Artha Shastra. They have identified, they have shown with their efforts that Artha Shastra carries the sound principles of economics. Therefore, an attempt is made by me in this lecture to show the moral significance of Artha Shastra in modern times, because these are all modern writers. The topic is chosen for some other reason also. The reason is that we have misunderstood certain significant concepts. Therefore, this nation is struggling hard. Take, for example, the concept of inclusive growth. It has been misinterpreted. No less a leader than Sonia Gandhi in 2009 took pains to prove before her partymen that inclusive growth is Sarvodaya. We have to assume that she knows the significance of the concept of Sarvodaya. Then there are very learned ministers, union ministers. Nirmala Sitharaman was a brilliant student of economics in JNU. To suit the political purposes, she has given certain explanations for inclusive growth. And I will be quoting those explanations because my topic is moral significance of Artha Shastra in modern times, and obviously Nirmala Sitharaman is very much with us today to explain various dimensions of the union budget. Well, throughout an effort will be made by me to discover, to bring to your attention, and also to prove that Kautilya knew inclusive growth in the real sense. It is not the growth of all sections of the society at all. Sonia Gandhi was wrong. It is not growth of all segments of the Indian society at all. Nirmala Sitharaman, in spite of her knowledge of economics, is wrong because she is a politician by profession right now. It should be understood as an effort, a planned effort to ameliorate the conditions of the weaker section of the society. Successfully, Kautilya did it. To improve the lot of the sections of the society which have been deprived of the benefits of growth is what inclusive growth should mean. It is not growth of all sections of the society at all. Any interpretation in a country like this, where there are many problems even now, to say that inclusive growth is the growth of all sections of the society would only mislead us. I am going to present before you, your views are most welcome. And finally, at the end, we will have an occasion to know how at all Kautilya, in his own way, tried to acquire relevance even in modern times. Relevance is something which is proved by circumstances and the current lines of thinking. Amartya Sen finds in Kautilya's Artha Shastra an engineering approach. Neethi and Nyaya, I am coming to the main theme of this seminar. Neethi and Nyaya are so systematically and in a very eloquent way proved by Amartya Sen that Neethi and Nyaya are found in almost all adhyayas of Artha Shastra. Therefore, the topic is chosen, moral significance of Artha Shastra in modern times. Let me also touch upon the fact that the Indian Constitution has been amended. 73rd and 74th amendments were very much effected when Narasimha Rao was the Prime Minister. Today there is a demand that it is necessary to review the impact of these amendments. Let us not take anything for granted. If you want to review these important amendments carrying the seeds of the thought of decentralization, Kautilya comes to our rescue. He comes to our help. With this introduction, I think I can follow, I can begin my job now, because after all, this is what we require. Yes, we shall go now. Yes, please, next. Please follow the slide. I don't want to explain every slide because it is such a good hall, compact hall, that all of you can see. Neethi and Nyaya. Next slide. Rangarajan finding very important theories of economics in Kautilya's Artha Shastra. Welfare state and wealth being linked to each other by Kautilya in his magnum opus. Finally, let us not miss it, the need for promoting the welfare of people for achieving inclusive growth. Wealth, welfare and inclusive growth are the chief ingredients of Artha Shastra, which are relevant even in modern times. We are proceeding now. The second one is very significant, my dear participants. Raja and Rajya. Not Rajya and Raja. See the qualifications he has mentioned for the king. The king should follow those qualifications which are required to promote the welfare of the whole state or society. Raja and Rajya. That is not the way of putting things. Rajya and Raja is the right way of putting things, because Rajya is more important than Raja. We are proceeding now. Let us have some caution. To say that the whole of Artha Shastra is relevant now doesn't take us far. See, by exaggerating facts, we are only misleading. If we keep on praising a writer without having the knowledge of the realities of life, we will be doing injustice to that writer. Therefore, see what are the limitations there. The modern state is different from the Kautilyan state. The state today should ensure good governance. The last one, very important, a state with depleted resources, even if acquired, becomes only a liability. King becomes important because Rajya is there with prosperity. if you take the last slide, the last point there, a state with depleted resources, even if acquired, becomes only a liability. I think many of our modern vice chancellors of general higher education may repent by seeing depleted resources, no money. Therefore, the last slide is important in the case of the vice chancellors whom we are finding in the universities providing general higher education, because resources are depleted. We are proceeding now. Well, I am giving a quick review of literature there. Governance is different from administration. Governance means decision making and execution of decisions for growth and development. Therefore, we are proceeding. This is a very important statement. This is a sound warning to the government of India also. This is a healthy suggestion for those who believe that they are in the land of Artha Shastra of Kautilya. See the person there, he is here, Ranganathan. Qualifications are very much there. The world is rewriting supply chains. India must rewrite its governance. There is the concept of governance in Artha Shastra. Therefore, he is relevant in modern times. Building a welfare state should be the supreme concern of the state for ensuring inclusive governance. Governance is far more important than routine administration. We have failed to appreciate the significance of governance. Therefore, Kautilya's Artha Shastra becomes relevant now. Next. Quick view of various officials. One wonders why at all they are required. Learned persons, please know, he is very careful there. Kautilya is very careful. He doesn't want concentration of powers in the hands of a few. Decentralization of powers is ensured when you have an army of officials. In fact, I have chosen only a few. There are many who are found in my book. See the next one, last one. Priority lies in concrete action and not in mere words. Very shrewd and very excellent writer as he is. He says, let us not carry away, let us not allow ourselves to be carried away by words. We should believe in action. Next. Again I am giving you a quick view. Sutraadhyaksha, Suvarnadhyaksha, they are all different officials with definite authorities. Mr. A cannot interfere with the functioning of Mr. B. Mr. B cannot interfere with the functioning of Mr. C. Well, lines of power, lines of responsibilities are well defined in Artha Shastra. Today, if India fails, it is because in the very land of Artha Shastra, we don't have real decentralization of powers. When there was Coastal Development Authority in Mangalore, many of the ministers, MLAs, didn't want that authority to continue. The reason, they didn't want to sacrifice their powers. There was no decentralization powers in coastal Karnataka. Coastal Development Authority just faded away like a student who fails in every examination. The promotion of public welfare through decentralization of powers. Artha Shastra, advocacy. We are proceeding now. These two statements are found in different contexts. They are placed in different contexts by significant writers on Kautilya's Artha Shastra. And when you place these two statements in different contexts, you have different implications, which shows that there was a Pandit, a learned person to write Artha Shastra and to show to the world that there can be only real governance only when there is decentralization. These two statements, you can quickly read, I don't have to read. Happiness of the subject is more important than the happiness of the king. This is welfare state. Material should be carefully utilized. Prosperity and future growth are in danger of destruction if there is no fruitful economic activity. These two verses are more than enough to show that Kautilya's Arthashastra is having significance. It is having significance in modern times also. Next. Sonia Gandhi, I am quoting her. See the fate of our great leaders. The moment Sonia Gandhi said that inclusive growth is greatest good of the, Sarvodaya, or the welfare of all, she said this. Immediately, a great scholar in economics, Manmohan Singh, quoted her. Chidambaram, who is dangerous because he is intelligent, quoted her. Pranav Mukherjee, who was Snehita Vairi of Chidambaram, quoted her. Montesing Aluwalia, the deputy chairman of the planning commission, 11th five plan is with us. The document is with us. Nowhere in the 11th five-year plan document prepared under the chairmanship of Manmohan Singh says that inclusive growth is Sarvodaya. No. Unfortunately, Sonia Gandhi was followed by all other great leaders. That was the danger of the concept of decentralization of powers. Next. We are proceeding. Yes. See, a very learned lady, very capable lady, lady with principles, lady with some moral standards, lady with some knowledge of economics, giving a different interpretation of the concept of inclusive growth. Why should we bring in caste there? OBC, scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. Sonia Gandhi committed a mistake because she didn't know the concept of inclusive growth. Nirmala Sitharaman has committed a mistake in spite of having the knowledge of the concept of inclusive growth. Next. Because modern times, therefore I am quoting them. Again, interim budget came. We have that. Nirmala Sitharaman saying, inclusivity, geographical inclusivity and social inclusivity. It was different from the perception of the contemporary economic survey which stressed employment aspect. See, the danger of the concept of inclusive growth in India, economic survey of the Ministry of Finance of the Union Government of India gives a correct perspective of inclusive growth. But the very minister who presents that survey gives a different interpretation in the budget speech. Therefore, inclusive growth is not becoming a reality. Next. I am giving a standard view of inclusive growth. Please read it. We have scholars. It appeared in Asian Development Review. This is the concept of inclusive growth. This is the concept found in Kautilya's Arthashastra. 2007. They said this. Inclusive growth is defined as growth that not only creates new economic opportunities, but also one that ensures equal access to the opportunities created for all segments of society, particularly the poor, to the maximum possible extent. The last part is very important. That is found in Kautilya's Arthashastra. We are proceeding now. Weaker section is found there. See the quotation. This is where Kautilya becomes great. Kautilya guides us. Kautilya can guide even our political leaders. Even a weak king weak in power, shall endeavor to promote the welfare of his people, for power comes from countryside, village side, which is the source of all activities. This is Kautilya's Artha Shastra. This is what the nation needs. Next. Who are the weak persons in the society? Brahmins. We are weak. In legislative assembly once, S.M. Yaya was the minister. He openly declared, some members of the opposition party criticized the Brahmins. Then Yaya stood up and said, this is a fact, please don't take it in any other sense. This is the reality I am presenting with an academic purpose there and the matter. Well, Yaya said, why are you unnecessarily blaming Brahmins? They have no resources at all now. They can't exploit others. They can't harass others. Yaya telling this in the legislative assembly when opposition party raised the issue of Brahmins exploiting others. Who are the members of the weaker section? Brahmins, ascetics, the minor, the aged, the sick, the handicapped, helpless people, and a particular section of women. I think this we have to accept even now. Even now we have to accept Kautilya. They are constituting the weaker section. And inclusive growth means growth of this section of the society. This is modern concept of Arthashasthra. This is relevant even in modern times. We are proceeding now. Welfare. Please be quick, my dear friends. No time left for me. Protection of the weaker section is a big step towards inclusive growth. We are proceeding. This is important. This is division of labor. Saptanga theory of the state. Swami or the king. Amartya, consisting of councillors, ministers and high officials. Janapada, implying both the territorial population. Durga or fortified towns and cities. Fifth, the Kosha or a territory. Next. Danda or army. Mitra or allies. These are the 7 pillars ensuring decentralization of power. These are the 7 pillars giving a message even in modern times that without decentralization of power, inclusive growth doesn't become a reality. We are proceeding now. I am quoting some of them. Please make a quick reading. Well, you can know very well that a state can grow only when Raja is able to protect his interests. Raja is far more important than Raja. We are proceeding now. Market was made. Market was made. Market is not more important than the state. Kautilya says the state is more important than the market. I have brought a book which shows that there is a very excellent interpretation of the powers of the state and the market. Even modern economists may not succeed. He gives such a clear interpretation of the functions of the state and the market. And state is far more significant than market in Kautilya's Artha Shastra because the state had powers. The state had not become corrupt. The state had enough resources. The state believed in decentralization of power. State believed in the concept of inclusive growth. Pro-poor growth was advocated by him. You can make a quick reading. There is a combination of private and public sectors. It is found even in modern India. Inclusive growth is being understood in this setting. This has significance in modern times. Economic survey saying that 73rd and 74th amendment should be reviewed now. See, we don't know what has happened to that. Today Gram Panchayat is getting so much money. I have retired as a professor in university. It is better to become a member of the Gram Panchayat than to become a professor in the university. Because Gram Panchayats are cradles of money. Therefore, the 73rd and the 74th amendments should be reviewed now to see what Gram Panchayats are actually doing for the rural sector of the economy. Next. This is required. This is what Kautilya wanted. Central list, state list and concurrent list. In Kannada we are saying Kendra Yadi, Rajya Yadi, Mutta Samavarti Yadi. I tell you, this was done in 1950-51. Even today, we have not changed. There are certain items which should be shifted from central list to the state list. There are certain items which should be shifted from the concurrent list to other lists. If Kautilya were to be here, he would have guided us. He is not with us. Therefore, in a seminar like this, we are remembering. State-dominated market, right? Inclusive growth is an ethical concept in Artha Shastra. It is not simply economic concept, it is an ethical concept. Therefore, it commands the significance. I tell you, the last slide is very important. It is very important because I will be thanking you. Last slide. Thanks to all of you for giving a patient hearing to me. I have brought a book. I have not presented because I know the constraint of time. Well, that book shows how significant is Kautilya's Arthashasthra even in modern times. Thank you.
धन्यवाद श्री जीवी जोशी महाभाग इदानीं विशेष उपन्यासं डॉक्टर श्रीनिवास जम्मलमडक हैदराबाद आई
गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णुर् गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुः साक्षात् परं ब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः नमः सभायै साध्यक्षायै. So I first of all thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present my views on the significance of Anvikshaki in the Neethishastram traditions. So as being the student of Tarka Shastra or Nyaya Shastra, so I would like to just present a few views based on the commentaries on Arthashastra written by Mahamaupadhyaya Pandita Rajeshwari Shastri Dravid and a few commentaries from the Neethi literature also. So, whenever we talk about Neethishastram, so Arthashastra is one of the prominent and popular works of Neethishastram. So they all identify themselves to be as Neethishastram. And where does Tarka Shastra actually fit into this whole schema of things or concepts related to Arthashastra. So there is this very famous verse from Arthashastra which talks about the 4 vidyas which are essential for everyone to actually be well versed, whoever is a student of Arthashastra. Anvikshaki trayi varta danda neetischa vidyaha. So this is what the Arthashastra says. So here the word Anvikshaki represents even Tarkashastra also. Before going to that, I would like to just explore the idea of Neethi. What actually Neethi is defined. So because we talk about Neethi a lot, so it is derived from the root verb called ni prapane, which leads. But if we go through the commentary called Upadhyaya Nirapeksha of the Kamandaka's Neethisara, he gives a very elaborated and very crystal clear definition of what Neethi is in a very Shastric manner. Pratyaksha Paroksha Anumana Lakshana Pramanatraya Nirnitayam Phalasiddhau Desha Kala Anukulye Sati Yathasadhyam Upaya Sadhana Viniyoga Lakshana Kriya. So this is the definition of what Neethi is. So Neethi refers to an act of taking a few decisions or implementing a few measures aimed at achieving particular outcome. As Joshi ji said, it is the welfare of the society as an outcome, which is to be established by the threefold pramanas, that is Pratyaksha, Paroksha and Anumana. So here Paroksha means Shabda Pramana. So what is the whole difference between the Western thought of governance or politics and the Bharatiya thought would be that our thought is very much anchored on the wisdom of the Trayi, that is the Vedic wisdom, or we can call it as allied wisdom. So therefore, 3 pramanas have to be employed to take any decision. So that is Pratyaksha, Paroksha and Anumana. So Pratyaksha, direct perception. So Paroksha is the Vedic or the Shastric knowledge, and Anumana is obviously inference. So taking the guidance from the Shastric wisdom, considering the current situation, that is, again it says Desha Kala Anukulye Sati. So it is not that hard and fast that whatever is prescribed by the Vedic wisdom or the Shastric wisdom has to be implemented without considering the present scenario. But the present scenario has to be understood, and the viabilities have to be measured. That is why we need Pratyaksha and Anumana as pramanas to be employed to take any decision. But the guiding principle would definitely be the Shastric wisdom. How does this actually affect in today's time? What is the Shastric wisdom that are fundamental? Or if we have to even talk about the difference between the civilizations, or what Bharatiya civilization, how do we actually define it to be different and unique compared to the modern civilization that has now developed, would be some of the core fundamental facts such as Papa, Punya, Punarjanma, Purushartha Chatushtaya, Dharmartha Kama Moksha and etc. So how does this actually affect policy? So if we see the emerging technologies, the ideas, any technology is actually founded in a particular idea. If we have to ask why Elon Musk has actually established SpaceX, in his opening, in the inaugural session, or when he inaugurated and revealed SpaceX, he was telling that one earth is not enough for us. So therefore we have to now transcend to an interstellar civilization, to a state where we are interstellar. That is, one planet is not enough for us. We have to have multiple planets where humans actually should colonize other planets, because the resources that are available on Earth are not enough for us to consume. So therefore we should at one time may have to abandon Earth. So therefore we need technologies that can actually help us colonize other planets and exploit the resources that are there and get living. So the idea of this technology, the idea comes from one life metaphysics. That is, there is only one life, you only live once, which is called as the YOLO. In the Gen Z terms, it is called as YOLO. So you only live once, so therefore you have to maximize your consumption, you have to maximize your pleasure and etc. So therefore we cannot actually talk about sustainable consumption of the resources that are available on Earth. And that is what even the movies like Interstellar and also actually reflect. So therefore ideas are very important. So the worldview is very important, and their worldview, though they are very much good with the Pratyaksha and Anumana Pramanas, they lack the guidance of the Shruti Pramana. For us, it is that basis that makes us inherently sustainable, that makes us our consumption to be inherently limiting. We do not talk about limitless consumption. We somewhere say that we have to stop using something, right? Even the Shastras also. And in the way which we see the rituals and all our festivals are also designed, they are all towards sustainable growth of us and human being, one of the part of the nature. For them, it is nature that is for humans. So therefore, nature is there to exploit. It is there. The existence of nature is nothing but for the consumption of the human. So these ideas actually make they are very much significant in the way that actually the technologies or the thought process are actually evolved. So therefore, if we see what Neethi is, so Neethi is actually that particular act which is anchored in the Vedic wisdom, anchored in the Shastric wisdom, and also considering the current scenarios and using Pratyaksha and Anumana as robust pramanas, and then utilizing or taking any decision which is viable and which is aimed at the welfare of everyone, even including the if I have to say ecology also, not only the subjects of a society but even at large as an ecology. So this is what is Neethi defined as. So now if I have to talk about Artha Shastra, I mean the significance of Tarka Shastra in the Neethishastras or Artha Shastra literature, it is very much important to know why the four Vidyas are actually in the same order as they are stated by Chanakya. That is Anvikshaki, Trayi, Varta and Dandaniti. Why Anvikshaki first and then Trayi and then Varta and then Dandaniti? So Rajeshwar Shastri ji very beautifully he gives two explanations. One, explaining what is the relevance between the order in which the Vidyas are placed, and also he proposes an alternative order in which the significance of Vidyas can be envisioned. So first he employs a Nyaya which is very much famous in the Vyakarana Shastra, Abhyarhitam Purvam. So what is Abhyarhitam? Abhyarhitam here means whatever is essential. So that will be stated first. So in that way Anvikshaki is stated first because it is essential. Where it is essential? It is essential in the following Vidya. So therefore the order is in such a way that the prior the Vidya will be more essential to actually understand the later Vidya. So Anvikshaki is important because it helps to understand what Trayi is. because Trayi is nothing but the reflection of the knowledge that has been experienced by the rishis. It is complex, it is a complex knowledge source. So it is not that whatever any word or any person who is very versed in Sanskritam can actually understand Vedas or derive meanings out of Vedic verses. So there is a whole Shastra tradition that has been developed around interpreting the Veda Vakyas, which is Mimamsa, Purva Mimamsa, and the foundation again starts from the Nyaya Shastra. So therefore, to understand the essence of the Vedic wisdom, one has to have a grounding in Anvikshaki. So therefore, Anvikshaki is stated first. And then to understand Trayi. What is the need of Trayi? It is because, as I said before, the wisdom of Trayi, which is the guiding principle for the economic prosperity and the governance of the society. So therefore, Varta, if I have to employ the wisdom of, where should one utilize the wisdom of Trayi is in Varta. So therefore, then only a holistic prosperity can be achieved, and that Varta has to be protected and administered by Danda Niti. So therefore, this is the order in which it has to be perceived. Says it is one of the commentaries. I mean, one way to understand, interpret the order of the four Vidyas. The alternative hierarchy that Rajeshwar Shastri ji proposes is, which is based on, which he calls it as Akanksha Kramaha. So that is based on the need, the order is actually defined. Need of what? Need of the society. So any society, in order to function, what is the main fuel that it would need would be wealth. So therefore, Varta becomes the grounding, foundational Vidya for the society, for the well-being of the society, because the outcome of Varta is prosperity, which is the fuel for the functioning of the society. Once prosperity is achieved, there will be pollution in the minds of the people, because that is the nature of prosperity. So therefore, it has to be protected and also utilized in a way which will lead to sustainable prosperity of the society. So therefore, the second Vidya would be Danda Niti. As the prosperity is subservient to the person handling Danda Niti, so therefore the combination of prosperity and power is more dangerous than the prosperity itself. So it is more dangerous that a person wields power and also has prosperity under his control. So therefore, there is a greater power that will be upon a person who is wielding Danda Niti, and that would be Trayi. That is the Vedic wisdom. And this is what even the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad we find, where after the creation of Brahmana, Vaishya, Kshatriya, and everyone, the last creation was of the Kshatriya, and even then the Brahma, he could not scaffold the creation, so therefore he created Dharma, and says that Tasmat Dharmat Nakinchit Paramasti. So he says that even the king or the Kshatriya has to be subservient to Dharma, and that is why even in the ritual of coronation, there will be a ritual where the Rajaguru actually, the king says Adandyosmi 3 times, and the Dharmaguru, he says that Dharma Dandyosi 3 times, to remind that you are not the ultimate power, but there is a greater power that will be upon you, which is Dharma. So therefore, to regulate the most powerful person wielding Danda Niti, it has to be guided by the principles of Trayi. So therefore, then Trayi comes. And as I said previously, in order to understand or derive the intended meaning or interpretation of Trayi, you need Anvikshaki. So therefore, Anvikshaki plays a very vital role in deriving or understanding the right essence of the Neethishastra. So then comes the question of what actually Anvikshaki is. So Anvikshaki, the derivating would be Anu Ikshati iti Anvikshaki. Ikshanam is darshanam, that is, we can call it as perception. Anu is followed by. A perception or a knowledge which is followed by. So what does that actually mean is a perception which is followed by a preliminary perception. So that means you have a preliminary perception and then that is being validated, or based on that preliminary perception another perception is derived, so that is called as Anvikshaki. So to put it in a very common terms, we can call it as one of the meanings would be inference. So if you have to infer something, that would need a prior knowledge of something else. If you have to infer that there is fire somewhere which you are not able to see through your eyes, you need to know that there is smoke. So the perception or the knowledge of smoke will lead to the understanding of fire. So therefore Anvikshaki, so anything, the vidya which is actually related to this Anumana can be called as Anvikshaki, is one of the derivative meanings that we can arrive at. But Kautilya gives that Sankham Yogo Lokayateschet Anvikshaki. So he says Sankhya, Yoga and Lokayata to be as Anvikshaki. Again here, Sankhya doesn't confine to only Sankhya Darshana but to Yoga Darshana also. And Yoga is not only Yoga. So Sankhya is Vaiseshika and Sankhya. Yoga would mean Nyaya and Yoga. And Lokayata is Charvaka Darshana. So a compendium of these 5 darshanas, 4 Astika darshanas and one Nastika darshana, together are called as Anvikshaki. Because each and every darshana has something to contribute to understand the wisdom of Trayi and also to enable the person, enable the student of Artha Shastra. Like Yoga, Sankhya or Nyaya and Vaiseshika, it helps the student of Arthashastra to equip himself or herself with many aspects. As yoga, obviously we all know, it helps us to understand more about the metacognitive elements. Nyaya and Vaiseshika, they help us in understanding the materialistic world and also the metaphysical world. And Lokayata as a Purva Paksha. So to say that one life is not enough, it's not that there is only one life, because if we see the other verses, it talks about Swargaya Anantyaya. So whoever actually enables, the king who enables his subjects to perform their Swadharma, that is Varna Dharma and Ashrama Dharma, the subjects will also achieve Swarga and Anantya. Also the king, the whole point of the phala, outcome of actually administering or governing based on the principles of the Artha Shastra would be Swarga and Anantya. This itself states that our idea of governance, our idea of politics is not based on you only live once, but our idea of politics or governance is based on multi-life, that is multiple life metaphysics. So therefore, and furthermore, we find the what is the prayojana of Anvikshaki? So it says that Vyasane Abhyudaye che avasthapayati, swam avasthapayati. That means either success or failure, they both have side effects. The side effects of failure we all know, because they are very much like depression and etc. There is a problem with even success also. You may get overwhelmed, you think that you are indispensable, you may think that you have achieved so there is a problem of superiority complex that you may develop. So Anvikshaki helps, the study of Anvikshaki helps to deal with these both. Because this is very much common in the Bharatiya civilization, that the moment you experience failure, the first word that the elders would say, probably it's not in your prarabdha, so leave it. So this is a very logical answer to come with, because the existence of papa and punya are not established only based on the Shruti Pramana, but they are based on pure logic. So the logic is akasmat nakinchit bhavati. So nothing, no outcome does arrive, or there is no outcome without proper reason. Akasmat. Kasmat would be cause or reason. Akasmat, that is, without any reason, no outcome shall actually exist. So this is the fundamental logic that actually establishes or actually helps the other Shrutivakya such as Punyo vai Punyena Karmana Bhavati, Papa of Pape Neethi, and etc., which actually establish the existence of Papa and Punya. So therefore you experience an outcome where you are not able to trace the cause, then you say that this cause, there cannot, as I am experiencing the outcome, I cannot say that there is no outcome. So therefore an outcome cannot exist without a cause, and therefore as I am not able to perceive or narrow down the cause, so therefore that cause is called as adrishta, as I am not able to perceive it. And that adrishta is nothing but papa and punya. So the outcome of papa would be dukkha and the outcome of punya would be sukha, and all our lives are evolved around these two emotions of sukha and dukkha. So therefore if we are not able to trace that, so that becomes papa or punya. So this is nothing but Shrutyanumata Tarka, which we may call it as. So logic which is based on the wisdom of the Trayi. So this is how Anvikshaki plays a vital role in understanding the essence or the multiple layers of Arthashastra. There is a very another purpose of Anvikshaki is stated as Prajna Vakya Kriya Vaishardyancha Karoti. So this is very much important in modern times. We actually built a few modules on leadership only based on this thing. So it talks about Prajna Vaisharadyam, Vakya Vaisharadyam, and Kriya Vaisharadyam. So Prajna is of two types: Akhandopadhika Prajna and Sakhandopadhika Prajna. So Akhandopadhika Prajna means experiential knowledge, and Sakhandopadhika Prajna means expressible knowledge which you can express. So if I have to ask a common person who is not trained in Nyaya Shastra to define what is Sukha, you know, but you are not able to define. You experience Sukha, we think that we know because we are experiencing, but we cannot express it. Expressing in the right language, in the right manner is not something that is naturally, that happens to us. We may express a few things, but there will be many things which we will be experiencing but not able to express it. So therefore there is a difference in the prajna. So this is what is called as Akhandopadhika Prajna and Sakhandopadhika Prajna. So everyone will actually be born with certain amount of Akhandopadhika Prajna and certain account of Akhandopadhika Prajna. What does Anvikshaki do is it equips the learner with Sakhandopadhika Prajna. So it helps you to express your understanding in a more structured manner. So that is what actually Anvikshaki does. Some amount of Anvikshaki, that is Nyaya and Vaiseshika, does, and Yoga and Sankhya help you to develop the Akhandopadhika Prajna quotient. And according to Shastra, there are three classifications of people as Adhama, Madhyama and Uttama based on the levels of Akhandopadhika Prajna and Sakhandopadhika Prajna. A person who is having greater expressible knowledge and lesser experiential knowledge is considered to be as Adhama. So bookish knowledge. So you have lot of bookish knowledge. You have teachers who teach ethics but not practice ethics. So they are greater orators in teaching ethics, but they do not practice the same ethics in their lives. So these people can be called as greater people with Sakhandopadhika Prajna and lesser with Akhandopadhika Prajna. So these are considered to be Lakshanagnya. Lakshanagnya to be, he is considered to be, or he or she is considered to be as Adhama. And Madhyama would be those people who inherit larger amount of Akhandopadhika Prajna and a lesser amount of Sakhandopadhika Prajna. Where you have people like who are yogis, who may not have studied Yoga Shastra to know what actually Samadhi is, but stumble upon the experience of Samadhi. So these people, they do experience Samadhi, but they cannot actually express what Samadhi that they are experiencing because they are not trained in the Shastra. So those people are considered to be Madhyama, greater, Akhandopadhika Prajna and lesser amounts of Sakhandopadhika Prajna. And the Uttama Purusha, the Uttama Adhikari would be a person who has equal amounts of Sakhandopadhika Prajna and Akhandopadhika Prajna. So when Kautilya talks about Prajna Vaisharadyam, Anvikshaki Prajna Vaisharadyam Karoti, when he says this, what does he mean is, Anvikshaki helps to achieve Akhandopadhika Prajna and Sakhandopadhika Prajna through Yoga, Nyaya, Vaiseshika and Sankhya, and also to know the Purvapaksha through the Lokayata, and help enable the learner to, from the journey from the Adhamadhikari to Uttamadhikari. Why is this needed to a king? Because Arthashasthra is essentially for the leaders. It is very much needed because he has to take decisions, and decisions where every day there will be a complex situation that he would be arriving at, and he has to come out with solutions where he cannot take decisions only based on, say, Anumana or Pratyaksha, because they may be deceiving. So therefore there is another element that he would need, which is nothing but the Adrishta, which we call it as Pratibha or Spurti. The word Spurti, I suppose all can understand. So that spark of a solution that emerges, that comes to him when he actually stumbles upon any problem, that cannot be achieved only through rigorous study of logic or other the Bhautika Shastras that are there. So therefore he needs a greater perception, like the sadhana through the yoga or the anusthana, Guru Seva and etc. So therefore only then he can actually have the Akhandopadhika Prajna also. So therefore that clarity is very much needed. So therefore Prajna Vaisharadyam. And where will this actually result in? How does Prajna Vaisharadyam help? It will emerge as Vakya Vaisharadyam, because Artham Buddhva Shabda Rachana. A leader has to communicate in many ways. He cannot only communicate every time through his speeches. He may have to communicate through non-verbal communications also. So there will be policies that he may have to draft and etc. So Vakya Vaisharadyam, the art of expression through language, that can only happen if you have a clarity at the thought level. Because we have three, if you have to say, content, structure and language. So if it has to emerge at the language level, you need to have first the content, you need to know what you want to actually express, you need to structure your content in such a way that it is robust, it doesn't have any fallacies in it, and only then you can actually express. So there is a dependency of knowledge in order to express something through language. So therefore Prajna Vaisharadyam will actually emerge or help in achieving Vakya Vaisharadyam. And Vakya Vaisharadyam is important for a leader because he is not the only person who is working. He is leading a gambit of people. There is a whole very large amount of people who will be following him, because he has to communicate to them. So therefore Vakya Vaisharadyam is needed, and only then it will emerge in Kriya Vaisharadyam, because at the end Neethi is nothing but action, the decisions that you take which will actually be seen on the ground level. So therefore if we have to achieve a robust Neethi, then the person who is actually leading should have Prajna Vaisharadyam and should be able to communicate it in such a way that it becomes very much effective, which will result in some or the other action, which will at the end enable the welfare of the society, well-being of the society. So therefore Anvikshiki, in this way, I've just gone through a few aspects, so in my limited knowledge and my time. So therefore I would rest saying that Anvikshiki plays or Nyaya Shastra in that sense, plays a very vital role in understanding Neethishastra. And I would thank the authorities of the college and Dinakar Maratheji and Padmanabh Maratheji for giving me this opportunity, and also sharing the stage with senior professors. And Yadatra Saushthavam Kinchit Tad Guroreva Menahi Yadatra Saushthavam Kinchit Tan Mamayeva Name Guroho. If there is any good in my presentation, that belongs to my gurus, and if there is any shortcomings, that belong to myself and not my gurus. Swasti. Namaste.
इदानीं प्रश्नोत्तर अवकाशः ಯಾರಿಗಾದರೂ ಸಂಶಯಗಳು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳು ಇದ್ದರೆ ಈಗ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಕೇಳಿ.
ಎರಡು ನೀವೇ ಮಾಡಿ.
The state controlled marketing that you spoke of, the state controlled market in the interest of the society at large, to safeguard the interest of the society, state controlled market. As per our constitution, it is there. Kautilya speaks about it with vehemence. Where did we go wrong practically today? We don't have it today right now. Why? Where did we go wrong?
Everything has not happened in this country according to the doctrines identified in the Indian Constitution. I have told you already, we have central list, we have state list, we have what is called Samarthya, the concurrent list. The market, according to Kautilya, is a social institution. It should be a social institution. He doesn't take it to the extreme. State must be able to control market in the interest of the people at large. Welfare of the people is more important than the market. Welfare of the people is more important than Rajya. The crux of the matter is this: if today we are in a jeopardy, it is because we have failed there. You agree that every time when the state government here is providing so many guarantees, it is interfering with the market. It is. After all, the market oriented system we have, we are everywhere. See, wherever possible, interference of the state, which is not justified. Market doesn't function on its own. There should be an atmosphere where market should be able to function. There is a dictum, there is a statement that market is always cruel state can be sympathetic. If the state wants, it can be sympathetic to the weak and the poor. Market, by definition, can be cruel. Simple definition will do. Thank you for raising that question. I didn't point out in my lecture, now I have an occasion. Take for example the simple definition of demand. Very simple concept of demand. Demand is the desire backed by ability to pay and willingness to pay. And demand is important in the market. There are many even now who don't have the ability to pay. Market is cruel to them. They are sidetracked. They are outside the jurisdiction of market. They are silent observers of the market. Therefore, state, if it decides, it can be sympathetic to the poor. It can be sympathetic to the weak. It can be definitely helpful to that section of the society which deserves some additional support. Kautilya's Arthashasthra is significant here because he posits, he shows the specific circumstances, setting the institutional circumstances where state can help the people. It can. It was helping. I have told you already, Chandragupta Maurya followed his advice. Bindusara followed his advice. Even when he was very young, Ashoka followed his advice. The reason is simple. The state was having that kind of approach which is necessary for inclusive growth. Today, market doesn't help us. Therefore, of late, I think you have seen now, our great political leaders have stopped speaking about the market. They don't speak so much about market now.
May I interfere? 1 minute. You have referred to the guarantee scheme of the Karnataka government. It is declared that the guarantee scheme of Karnataka government is to facilitate the society.
It doesn't reach out. It doesn't reach out.
I complete.
See,
To facilitate the society against the market which is exploiting the society.
see, very goods which are given by the government are being sold in the market.
So the justification of the Karnataka government guarantee scheme is only to safeguard the society against the market pressures.
Absolutely. Market doesn't function that way. Market is interfered there. Right? So my point is this, market on its own is cruel. State can be sympathetic to the poor. Well, Kautilya emphasized the significance of state for the sake of inclusive growth.
Okay. Any questions regarding Amnichiki? You have spoken about Amnichiki. Amnichiki is directly connected to actually Veda. So, Vaidika Sahitya and etc. But not Kautilya. In that way, give more details for that because nowhere ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿವಸಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ अस्मिन् समये कथं वयं तस्य परिवर्तनं क्रियमाणाः स्मः कृताः सन्ति तदा आन्वीक्षत्याः परिकल्पना कान्सेप्ट् आफ् आन्वीक्षति किन्तु वैदिकमार्गं यदस्ति तस्मिन् मार्गे एतत् सर्वाणि दर्शनानि आगतानि खलु अस्य परिवर्तनं कथं शक्यते इति नाम परिवर्तनविषये भवन्तः उक्तवन्तः परन्तु तत् तादृश इण्टर्प्रिटेशन् किमपि तत्र रेफरेन्स् वर्तते वा अथवा भवतामेव चिन्तनं वा इति तत्र इदं सर्वं यथा उक्तं आदेश्वरशास्त्रद्राविडाः इति गणेश्वरशास्त्रद्राविडाः इति भाष्यामः तेषां तत्र गुरुजनानां मातामहः द्राविडाः मातामहः तर्हि विस्तृतव्याख्यानानि रचितानि आन्वीक्ष्यत्याः व्याख्याने अर्थशास्त्रस्य व्याख्याद्वयं तैः तदुत्तरमेव समग्रग्रन्थाः तस्य विषयवर्तने विशेषतः न्यायशास्त्रं तदेव यः तु मीमांसाशास्त्रविषये विशेष उपन्यासः एवम् अन्विष्यते अत्र न्यायशास्त्रम् इदानीम् अस्माभिः महाराष्ट्र नेशनल् लॉ शास्त्रम् इत्येतैः यतः न्यायशास्त्रस्य कुत्र उपयोगः इत्युक्तौ जूरिस्प्रुडेन्स् मध्ये बहुधा उपयोगः अस्ति
इदानीं श्री नागेशभट्टमहोदय शुभासनं करोति इति प्रार्थना.
केन्द्र महाविद्यालये मम प्राचार्य GN भट्ट महोदय, पद्मनाभ मराठे महोदय, तथा वेदिकायाम् उपस्थित सर्वे पंडिताः विद्वांसाः सन्ति. एतत् कारणम् अहम् इंग्लिश् और कन्नड भाषायां beloved friends, actually I worked in corporation bank and later it was converted into Union Bank where I worked as branch manager, but what has helped me is not the banking knowledge but the shlokas and Neethishastram told to me in Canara College by Dr. GN Bhatt sir has helped me to a large extent. And also now after retirement I did my MA in the Durgaparameshwari College where some of the shlokas from Ramayana, Mahabharata and Neethishastram were taught to us. The main drawback of our education system is these shlokas should have been told to us at a very younger age in the school curriculum where if had it been told to us in our younger age, it would have given a good effect because we have come across, there are two important slokas in Ramayana. One is Swarnamayi Lanka me na rochate Janani Janmabhumischa Swargadapi Gariyasi. When Rama was requested to change his capital from Ayodhya to Lanka, he abruptly rejects it because the Janani and Janmabhumi, they are greater to me than the glittering gold at Lanka. Now our youngsters are going abroad. We don't say that they should not go, but their commitment to the country and their village is also important. When they come back, they have to do here the development. I have worked in Gujarat where most of the people are in England. They come and do service to their villages by doing electricity or water facility. Similar development is done because had these slokas have been told to these youngsters at their very young age, that would have made a drastic change in their attitude. That I want to inform. The second one is Sundarakanda. We have come across in Sundarakanda, the external beauty is not important, only the internal beauty is important. Because nowadays our youngsters are going behind film stars. Suppose a lecture is taking place in Kateel or any college, the students coming or anybody coming is very less. So, and if a film star or any film personality comes, lakhs, thousands of people come. So had these Sundarakanda sloka been taught to the students at their very young age, that would have made some change in their attitude. That I want to tell. And in Mahabharata, we say tax system was explained in Mahabharata. Tax should be charged only 1/6 of their income, and if a person is really not having much income, that his tax should be waived. But that is not followed. More than 30% is charged sometimes. And regarding the guarantee scheme, there is also a mention in Mahabharata when Duryodhana's popularity was drifting. He removed money from the exchequer and distributed it to the people to increase his popularity. Now the government is implementing guarantee schemes. I think that it is a replica of what Duryodhana did. But once it was started by one government, the second government say we are not giving to 2,000, we are giving for 5,000. Then where it will go? The exchequer may become empty some days. So people have to work hard and earn their income. But if you give to the really economically poor people, that is okay. With these words, I want to conclude.
धन्यवादः नागेश भट्ट महोदयः. इदानीम् अध्यक्षी भणति श्री पद्मनाभ शेट्टिगार. जगदीश क्षम्यतां श्री जगदीश शेट्टिगार महोदय.
Dr. Joshi, Dr. Shridhar, and the scholars present here. We heard a scholarly discourse on Chanakya's Artha Shastra and Dr. Shridhar on Neethishastram. I would like to pass my comments a couple of issues, because as far as Kautilya's suggestion on the statecraft, whether it is relating to the economic development, that is what he termed as Artha Shastra, or linking that with a judicial system through his Neethi Samhita, we should take these suggestions or the principles as a guidelines directing us how to achieve the basic objective. Like Kautilya, there are other thinkers also, be it Gandhiji, who prescribed the Swadeshi model for the economic development, or Deen Dayal Upadhyaya, who prescribed or whose objective was integral humanism, that is targeting the last man, that is what it termed as Antyodaya. But when it comes to nuts and bolts, that is how to implement these suggestions or the principles, there is no point in blindly implementing those principles, whether it is Kautilya's Artha Shastra or Gandhiji's Swadeshi or Deen Dayal Upadhyaya's integral humanism. The target was right, Antyodaya, welfare of the last man. And Swadeshi, interest of the country, that is fine. And similarly, the welfare state which Kautilya wanted to achieve, that is a fine. But when it comes to nuts and bolts or a strategy to achieve these objectives, we have to modify these principles or the suggestions, keeping in view the prevailing socio-economic situation. For instance, he suggested welfare state through accumulation of the wealth, which obviously means state collecting the revenue from the people through taxation. Till 1991, the objective of the government is to how to collect the maximum from the people, because the state believed in the practice that only government is capable of ensuring the welfare. Principle wise, I have no objection against that. It looks fine if the state controls everything, if state controls the entire economic activities, if state runs all the enterprises through what we call the public state enterprises. After all, the profit goes to the exchequer, which government can use it for the welfare of the people. There is nothing wrong in the concept. But problem comes in the implementation part because of the practical problems. Because the business cannot be run by the government, because a businessman has to take a risk while taking a decision. He may be right, the decision may go wrong. But what is important is a timely decision for a businessman. A time is a money. He cannot afford to lose the time, which is not possible in the case of state-run enterprises. It is not that the government enterprises lack talents, and the government enterprises are run by the brilliant minds of coming from IITs or the IIMs. They are also nationally committed people. I can only, tell you that about 20-25 years back, if you recollect it, the highest pay the government cabinet secretary used to draw was 30,000 per month. At that time, the private sector used to pay in lakhs. The chairperson and the MD of the public enterprises, whether it is the SPI or MTNL or any enterprises, they used to get hardly 30,000 per month. I knew the fact that many got offer from a big enterprises offering a salary of more than 15 lakhs per month. Still, they refused to resign from the government because they are committed to the national cause. But where goes the wrong? Because whatever the decision they take, they are accountable because they have to report to the parliamentary committees, like Parliamentary Committee on Undertakings and the concerned ministry. And these undertakings consist of elected members from the different parties on proportionate basis. And they are not educated or enlightened people. So, person who has become CMD of MTNL or SBI, whose background is IIT or the IIM, doesn't want to get insulted when these people take uncomfortable questions, and that is why he avoids taking a decision which a business is required. So, my point is that unless he give the functional autonomy to those who are heading the PSUs, they cannot run in the same way as the private enterprises. But you cannot give the complete autonomy because the government has to act on behalf of the taxpayers. So that is why accountability is crucial. They have to question those who take the decision through the PSUs. And slowly the mindset changed, and we introduced economic reforms in the 1991, and slowly we have started privatizing. And as a result, I will not go into the details, but you just introspect the state of the economy prior to the 1991. In whatever the criterion, whether it is the quality of the cars you had, there are only two models of the car, Ambassador and Fiat, running on the roads. And look at the quality of the buildings around, look at the quality of the roads, and look at the quality of the products you can access through your malls or the shops prior to the 91. Why? It is because we started believing in the enterprising capacity of the private sector only after 1991 and started giving the autonomy to them. And that is how the entire thing got transformed. And not only that, it provided opportunity to many new generation entrepreneurs, whether it is a Narayana Murthy from middle class family, or Ritesh Agarwal, who is running a hotel chain throughout the world, who has come from the ordinary family. or Nitin Kamath of Karnataka. So there are many new generation entrepreneurs could come up mainly because of autonomy given with the economic reforms in 1990. Now whether it is in terms of the quality of the job profile or the salary you can get every month or even employment level, because often we see the criticism that the unemployment is growing. Just yesterday I saw the data that unemployment has come down to 3.5%, which used to be more than 8 or the 9% prior to the 10 years back. Forget about the data. Can you get any what you call the electrician or when you work related to the house, carpenter or any other work for your household? It is not only the problem in Mangalore, it is a problem throughout the country. If you look at the data on the placement in the different institutes, there is a continuous improvement. There may be some fluctuation depending on the industrial growth in that particular year. And even as per the data from the World Bank, the poverty during the last 10 years, more than 25 crores got lifted from the poverty line. So, from every point of view, the economy started improving mainly because of the decentralization of the economy, which coincidentally was also mentioned by Kautilya. But earlier, mindset was, let me do everything, I am the controlling power. But today the concept is, government has no business to be in the business. Government can only facilitate the economic development. When Dr. Joshi mentioned about the governance, that is a limitation of the state to provide the governance, I think it requires, to be qualified. All the governance is still required, or still the governance is there, a control is there, but only the quality of the governance has changed. Because now those who are sitting in the government know the fact that they have to allow the private people, entrepreneurs, to run the affairs of the people. Except as per the policy, except in the defense, nuclear and the environment, you can do any business, put up your unit anywhere, and you can use any technology. Earlier the state used to decide what technology is to be used, how much you can produce, who is to be produced, everything used to be decided by the government. Now see the difference. Earlier it used to be what we call 3 to 4% growth rate in the GDP. Today we talk about plus 6%, and we could achieve even the 8% or the 9%, and we are targeting double-digit growth. That would transform only because of the decentralization of the power, that is believing in the decision-making power of the consumer. Today the consumer is the king in the market. Earlier it was the seller used to decide. That is what it used to be, the seller's market. Today it is a buyer's market. A buyer decides what should be the quality, what should be the price of the product. And that is how things started improving. And that is how today India, which used to be neglected by all the countries, nobody was prepared to talk to our Prime Minister, and nobody used to care when our Prime Minister used to visit, let alone the advanced countries like US or other developed countries, even in the other countries also. Today the head of the state comes to resume, or Prime Minister. I don't say that Narendra Modi is the most powerful person in the state. His power is derived because of buying power of the market consisting of 145 people. Today we are a developed nations and we can buy. That is why countries are eager to sell in Indian market, because they know that Indian people have not only that strong in the strength in terms of the population, but also in terms of the purchasing power. That is why when they come here, they try to sell not only aircraft or the defense products or other products because of the growing power of the Indian market, and that is because of the population that is 140 crore people. So, decentralization is a crucial for the economic development, and you can imagine your own condition, individual condition, how there is an improvement in your standard of living compared to, say, prior to 1991, whatever the criterion you apply. So then, regarding the taxation, when you said the state used to believe that they are the one who should control everything, probably you may not believe if I give the concrete data that there was a time when your income crossed 2 lakh in 70s, you are required to pay income tax at the maximum marginal rate of taxation at that time was 97.25%. That is, out of every 100 rupees you used to earn, you are required to contribute 97.25 rupees to the exchequer. And this was as per the budget proposal presented by then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi in 1973. Slowly we started cutting down, and today the maximum rate of income tax is 30%. But tax collection is growing. State collection revenue collection is going up. That is, earlier people are trying to hide the income, generating the black money. Today, because of the reduction in the tax rate, you feel like contributing to the exchequer, because what is the advertisement by the taxation department? They don't say that file the tax. They say that facilitate the development of the economy. Be a partner in the economic development. They don't say that contribute the tax. What I am trying to say that as you trust the people, because state cannot be the effective spender. It is only when the money is left in the hands of the individuals, they know how to spend effectively. And what they do when you get the money, either you use it for consumption, but there is a limit. How much you use as a consumption expenditure? Depending on your taste, you may spend on the food items. You may feel like more number of the dress or some gadget, but there is a limit beyond which you will not spend. You will save. And when you save, and that will be available to the benefit of the people, what you save gets translated into investment by the private people, because the banks lend whatever you save in the bank. So when the money is left in the hands of the people, that will be utilized properly, whether in the form of the expenditure or in the form of the investment, unlike when the money is left in the hands of the government or the contribute to the government. I don't say that at that time the rulers were totally wrong, because circumstance might have compelled them. One, the entire ecosystem, except couple of countries like US or the European countries, world by and large was believed in the concept of state control or the socialism. And apart from that, our businessmen hardly had any capacity to undertaking big projects like whether it is infrastructure projects like power projects or the road infrastructures or the airports, because they did not have adequate capacity, resource power. And today, even Mangalore airport is run by Adani. He is also taking care of Mumbai airport and the Navi Mumbai airport. And GMR took care of Bangalore and the Hyderabad airports. They run so many power projects and they invest in the road projects also, most of the highways and all. Don't think that it's the government is spending or from the exchequer, because today the strategy has changed. They started with what they call the PPP model, that is joining hands with the private people. Now again they went one step forward. There is what we call the BOT problem, that is build, operate and transfer after 30 or 15 years depending on the contract. So state hardly spends. All that requires is a strategy, how to use the entrepreneurial skill of the private people, because I just have to what you call the clarify a couple of concepts. One, of course, Dr. Joshi has pointed about gap between the economic survey and the budget. If you look at every budget, there is a gap between the budget and the economic survey, because economic survey is an assessment of the economy by the experts depending on the available information, data and prevailing the socio-economic condition. There is no question of manipulation of the economic assessment. Of course, the RBI is still in a better position. So they assess the economy as per the norms of the economics. But when it comes to the budget, finance ministers or the governments have got their own limitations. One, in terms of the availability of the resources at their disposal, and more importantly, how to communicate the decision to the public. Resource and more than ability to communicate to the people, that is more crucial. Probably you will understand if I give the example, one concrete example. This government implemented economic agricultural reforms, and ultimately within 2 years it had to take back the reforms policy. Does it mean that there is something wrong in the reforms? In the present situation, agriculture reform is crucial in the interest of the farmers. I am sure that you will agree with me when I say that, like any other businessman or the producer, farmer should also have the right to decide the price for his produce. But practically it is not possible. Farmer doesn't have the right to decide the price of his product. He has to sell whatever the price he gets in the market at that point of time, not even that season. That is because he cannot preserve his product because of the lack of scientific storage facilities, which require a huge investment, which government doesn't have that much of money to generate investment capacity. Storage capacity is hardly 20 million tons, that is 15 million tons for running your ration shops, 5 million tons as a buffer stock to meet the emergency demand. Hardly 20 million tons is the storage capacity. But do you know how much procurement taking place? More than 100 million tons every year. Just to please the farmers. And what the government does? Government is compelled to dump these food grains, more than 20 million tons, in the open grounds that get destroyed in the process because of the lack of storage capacity. Fortunately, the present government has come out with an innovative idea. You may be aware that 80 crore people get 5 kgs of food grains free every month. Instead of allowing this beyond 20 million tons, which otherwise would have got destroyed, this government started distributing to the poor people, and up to 80 crores every year. Because procurement means the government is incurring expenditure, that is, using the tax. And who are the beneficiaries? Hardly 5% of the farmers, that too limited to Punjab, Haryana and the western part of UP. 95% of the people or the farmers are poor, or what we call the marginal poor. So in their interest, it is crucial to implement the economic reforms. Unfortunately, there was a miscommunication. As Prime Minister himself admitted, we have failed to communicate to a small section of the farmers. That is why right now I am withdrawing the reform policy to the agriculture. That is what. So let me there are many issues for there. All that I would like to say that whether it is Kautilya's Artha Shastra or Swadeshi of Gandhiji or integral humanism of Deen Dayal Upadhyaya. So every principle or every suggestion is a good and the guiding principles, but when you have to implement, we have to take into consideration prevailing socio-economic conditions. What was good 20 years back may not be good right now. We have to change, like we have changed many social practices. It is also required that even the economic principles or the statecraft on running the economy also has to change. Now, not only the prevailing social and economic conditions within the country, we have to take into consideration the prevailing situation outside the country, that is a global business environment. So we have to, because that also limits our the decision taking capacity. So these are the couple of issues which I thought that I'll cover up. Thank you very much.
अध्यक्ष महोदय धन्यवादः उपस्थितेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः एकेन वाक्येन धन्यवादान् समर्प्य विरमयामि। अतः पंचम्यां सत्र प्रारंभ. The next session will start very shortly. Please be.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯೆ ನೀತಿಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಂ ತಸ್ಯ ಸಾಮಯಿಕ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಯ ಇತಿ ವಿಷಯಂ ಅಧಿಕೃತ್ಯ प्रचाल्यमानः अस्याः सङ्गोष्ठ्याः पञ्चमसत्रे वयं स्मः. I sincerely request Dr. M.K. Shridhar from Bangalore to be the president. Thank you very much. And now I request the honorary presence of Dr. Srimati Nandaji Pai to come on to the dais. And another speaker, the special lecture by Dr. Srinivasa Kumar Acharya of Department of Philosophy, Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal, onto the dais. I also request other people, Dr. Shrutakirti of Shiomoga and Dr. Prabha, Dr. Ishwar Prasad and Dr. Suresh. Suresh or Matthew? Okay, okay. Okay. Yeah. Dr. Prabha or Inni yaru sir? Ishwar Prasad or Bandrala. Okay, okay. So I request Kumari I request Dr. Padmanabh Marathi to welcome them with a flower. Yura. Okay, okay. I request Kumari Harshita of Final BCom to welcome and introduce the guest.
Respected dignitaries, faculty members, participants and students, a very good afternoon to one and all. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the 5th session of the National Seminar on Neethishastram in Sanskrit Literature and its Present Relevance, jointly organized by Shree Durgaparameshwari Temple, First Grade College, Kateel, Sanskrit Shodha Samsthana, Sirsi and Akhila Karnataka Sanskrit Parishat, Mangalore. At the outset, I extend my respectful welcome to our esteemed Chairperson, Professor M.K. Shridhar, our distinguished scholar in the field of Sanskrit Indology and Indian philosophy. I welcome you, sir. I also warmly welcome Dr. Nanda Jepai from Karkala. She is an Ayurvedic practitioner in Karkala. We are honored to have her as she is a senior student of our Sanskrit MA section. She is associated with all our activities in our college. For gracing this occasion, welcome you, ma'am. We are privileged to have with us the esteemed speaker, Dr. Srinivasa Kumar Acharya. He is an associate professor and head of philosophy in Misha, Mahe and also heads Manipal University Press. His research spans ethics, metaphysics and linguistics. He had received at the prestigious Eru Erasmus and teaching fellowship and has delivered lecture at several European universities. I welcome you, sir. I warmly welcome Dr. Ishwar Prasad, who completed his PhD in Sanskrit under the guidance of Dr. H.P. Devaki, and he is the senior student of our Sanskrit MA section. He completed MSc in Sasya Shastra, B.Ed Yoga, PG Diploma. He is currently working in Hasana, SDM Ayurveda Mahavidyanilaya as a Sanskrit lecturer. We are glad to have you as a paper presenter in this session. We welcome you, sir. I also welcome Dr. Suresh R. He studied. I also welcome Professor M.A. Shruti Kirti, Chairperson of PG Department of Sanskrit from Kuvempu University, Shivamogga. She has 30 years of teaching experience. She is qualified in both NEET and KSET examination. She made 75 plus paper presentation and more than 50 articles are published. She participated in more than 10 states, national and international conference organized. She is PhD gold medalist in Sanskrit. We are glad to have you as a paper presenter in this session. Welcome you, ma'am. I also welcome Mrs. Prabha Yasin, research scholar from University College, Mangalore, who holds MA in Sanskrit and B.Ed and is currently working as a Sanskrit lecturer in GFGC Tirthahalli. We are happy to have you as a paper presenter in this session. Welcome you, ma'am. Once again, I wholeheartedly welcome each and everyone present here. Thank you.
Yeah. I request Dr. Srinivasa Kumar Acharya to come and present.
ओष्टापिदानकुलीदन्ते परिवृतापभिः सर्वस्यैवाचैषणा चारुमामिह वादयेत् लक्ष्मीनारायणौ वन्दे ब्रह्मवायु तथैव च गायत्रीं भारतीं वन्दे वैष्णवान् तत्त्ववादिनः जगदिदैवं जगन्मातरं जगद्गुरुं तथैव अस्मद्गुरुवरं पेजावरादोक्षरपीठाधिष्ठितं विश्वेशतीर्थश्रीमच्चरणञ्च समभिवन्द्य दुर्गापरमेश्वरी सन्निधावत्र वाग्भिः अर्था नदी अग्नि यक्षे. In this national seminar on Neethishastram in Sanskrit literature and relevance, its relevance, I have been invited to talk on professing personal ethos, morality in Sanskrit classics. So I have been given 20 minutes, so it's 12:10, I'll finish in 20 minutes. So when we say Sanskrit classics, the source of the entire Indian knowledge systems is Vedas. Vedas are considered to be the repertoire of scientific, philosophical and literary wisdom. It is the entire classical Indian civilizational connect that spans from Central Asia, parts of Central Asia to Southeast Asia at once, and even today rely heavily on these IKS sources such as Vedas. But however, its language, structure and content are very abstract in nature, terse, very difficult to comprehend. Therefore, a new genre, a fifth Veda, it's considered as fifth Veda, new genre of Sanskrit classical sources were composed that is considered to be Sanskrit epics or Itihasa Purana genre, that complements and supplements the Vedic wisdom. These classics narrativizes the Vedic contents. The philosophical contents that are present in Vedas, they are narrativized. So they address three fundamental philosophical questions. Who am I? What should I do? How do I know what should I do? Or who am I? So they define self, ourselves, agency, our role, and wisdom, whatever we obtain over a period of time. Through the moral discourses of Gita, Itihasa Purana, Kalpa and Smriti texts. Now, there is another approach, that the Western approach. I'm not here to critique Western approach, but just to show the concerns that are there in other alternate approaches. The same who am I, what should I do, and how do I know what should I do was also the question that was pondered by the Greek philosophers at a certain point of time. But what happened in the entire civilizational trajectory is that it resulted in flexing the muscle powers of resources. The instances are world wars, proxy wars and current geopolitical crisis. So what is the problem here? Whether in these approaches, what is the problem? There is a question of sovereignty accountability of actions and outcomes, reciprocal respect, and hypocrisy and hegemony. Now, whereas these are addressed in the Ramayana and Mahabharata approach, we will see how that is done. Now, Ramayana and Mahabharata presents a framework called Purushartha model. So, Purushartha, Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha, or in other words is Dharma ethics, Artha economics, Kama psychology, and Moksha soteriology or spiritualism or religion. Now, these are central to humans' existence and agency. These are central to every economic and political behavior that is Neethi, imbued with philosophical practices, that is Anvikshiki. See, if we look at Ramayana, the Dharma framework is a bit different from Mahabharata framework. It appears to be linear and stringent in Ramayana, whereas in Mahabharata, it appears to be circular and flexible. Why? Because Rama centers, the entire narrative is centered around the agency of oneself, the Rama, the protagonist. Whereas in Mahabharata, it is not centered around the main character Krishna, rather it is centered around Pandavas and Draupadi. That is why there is a difference in the approach of the dharmic framework. See, Rama, he merely accepts father's obligation and facilitates non-self-centered, non-narcissistic systemic governance that is even ruled by Bharata or others. Whereas Krishna, he again does not intervene in fulfilling the obligation, that is the Pandavas' 13 years of exile, but he facilitates the fight on just grounds. Now, what is just war about Mahabharata battle? Dharma, the word dharma has three verbal roots in Sanskrit. Dharma dring dharana, dharma dring avabandhana vidvamsana, dharma dring avasthana. In manin pratyaya, dharma is the rupa. So, it means actually, etymologically speaking, dharma is to uphold values. If we fail to uphold values, it leads to fall and destruction. And the necessity of upholding values is basically to ensure stability. That is what we fail to see in the current geopolitical crisis. Now, Dharana Dharma, you know this Mahabharata Karna Parva's phrase, Dharana Dharma Mityahur Dharmo Dharayate Prajaha, Yasyat Dharana Samyuktam Sadharma iti Nischyaha is what I just explained. Now, it should be not merely one-sided. It should be reciprocal in nature. The dharmic framework should be reciprocal in nature. I have 3 more minutes, I'll just take 4 more minutes. Reciprocal in nature, what should I do? Now, the response to this, what should I do, is actually karma theory. Bhuta bhavodbhavakaraha visarga karma sangitaha, Bhagavad Gita says. Whatever you engage in, if it results into some sort of more activity, that is what is called as karma. Now, the entire Mahabharata has to be read through the 3 bhashas that the Ananda Tirtha or Acharya Madhva has elaborated in Mahabharata Tatparya Nirnaya. I will not explain all the 3 bhashas, but I will just, in just historical aspect, psychological aspect, and spiritual aspect. So, Madhvacharya says, Dharmo bhaktyadi dashakaha, shrutadi shila vinayo, sabrahmakastu ite yatra manvadim tam vidur buddhaha. Manvadi kechit bruvate. What manvadi means, he says that. So, virtues of an individual. What is an individual ethics? What an individual stands for? He or she, they stand for dharma, ethos, bhakti, love, jnana, awareness, vairagya, dispassion, prajna, wisdom, meda, retention, dhriti, courage, sthiti, steadfastness, yoga, balancing, prana, energy, bala, strength, shravana, attentiveness, manana, criticality, nididhyasana, contemplation, shila, vinaya, character and humility, infused with or complemented with vidya, education. Now, this should be the growth of every individual across civilizations. Now, what happens if this is not the case is Mahabharata's story. Now Duryodhana stands for ignorance and its fruits. Dushasana stands for misapprehension. Mistrust is the character of Shakuni, the psychological. So Mahabharata is about an internal psychological warfare, that how do we fight our own battles inside. Now a very interesting character in Mahabharata is Karna, who represents two important human traits. One is friendship, another one is charity, what Karna is very well known for. But what happens when if it is infused with ego, and instead of making friendship with the earlier characters that I told, all the ones that is Dharma, Dharmayadi Dasha, Bhaktyadi Dashaka, Bhaktir Jnanam Savairagyam Pragyameda Dhriti Sthiti Yogo Pranavaha Balam Chaiva. So with all this, if it does not make a friendship with, instant it makes friendship with ignorance and its fruits, misapprehension and mistrust, as Karna makes friendship with Duryodhana, Dushasana and Shakuni. The nature you could see the Karna's character in 3 to 4 instances: lying to teacher Parashurama, hurting a cow, which is a symbolic of economic and spiritual significance, so assaulting someone's livelihood, assaulting Abhimanyu, helpless and unarmed in an unjust warfare, and most of all, as a crown of his all achievements, is humiliating Draupadi. When Draupadi was assaulted and attempt to be disrobed in the Mahabharata, in the Rajasuya Prasanga, he was the first one to clap, and also he says that this is not something unethical what is happening here. So he gives his own example in Mahabharata why it is not unethical. Now this is what is about an individual's ethos. The Purushartha model rather speaks about how an individual should behave. One, we should not behave as if we are the only one who exists. There is no one else. We are one among the million. That is the dharmic individual. An individual who exists with, as Ishavasya Upanishad and others clearly indicates, that whatever we enjoying the resources of this, Magrada Kasya Siddhanam, it's not someone's wealth. No one has autonomy over this. So what should be the framework of one's ethos? With this I conclude. Shruyatam dharma sarvasvam shrutva chaiva avadharyatam atmana pratikulani paresham nasamacharet. Whatever we do, we should do to ourselves what is not unfavorable, and also we should not do the same to the others. So the way we behave in front of a mirror, how we want to ornament ourselves, we should ornate the society, because the society, no one holds monopoly over this, is the behavioral advice, Neethi advice, that what we could get from the Mahabharata. I took exactly 11 minutes. I thank everyone, particularly the chairperson, the speakers who spoke before and after, and the organizers, and Dr. Padmanabha Marathe and Dr. Dinakar Marathe, and the students who lent their support, and particularly to all the listeners who patiently listened throughout all the discourses. Thank you. Mat prerakena harina ya puja swasya karita vagyagna rupa lakshmi shaha taya prinatu keshavaha.
Now I request Dr. Shrutakiti Madam to make a presentation. Yeah. Okay.
ಶ್ರೀ ಗುರುಭ್ಯೋ ನಮಃ. ನಮಃ ಸಭಾಯೈ ಸಭಾಪತಿಭ್ಯಶ್ಚ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ನೀತಿಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತತೆ, ಈ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀತಿಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತತೆ ಎನ್ನುವ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ಆಯ್ದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಪೀಠಿಕೆಯನ್ನೇನು ಹೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ರಾಚೀನ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಕಥಾ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯದ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ಕೃತಿಯಾದ ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರ ಇದರ ರಚನಕಾರನಾಗಿ ವಿಷ್ಣು ಶರ್ಮಾ ಅವರನ್ನು ಪರಿಗಣಿಸಲಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ರಾಜಕುಮಾರರಿಗೆ ರಾಜತಂತ್ರ, ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ಜೀವನ ಪಾಠಗಳನ್ನು ಕಲಿಸುವಂತಹ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ರಚಿತವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಇದು ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಸಮರ್ಥವಾಗಿ ಅನ್ವಯವಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನೀತಿಶಾಸ್ತ್ರೀಯ ತತ್ವಗಳು ಯಾವ್ಯಾವುದು ಅಂದರೆ, ಒಂದು ವಿವೇಕ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆ. ಇದು ಶಕ್ತಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬುದ್ಧಿ ತುಂಬ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ತುಂಬ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಬಹುತೇಕ ಕಥೆಗಳು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತವೆ. ಇದು ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ತುಂಬ ಅನ್ವಯಿಸತ್ತೆ. ಚಾತುರ್ಯ ದೌರ್ಜನ್ಯವನ್ನು ಜಯಿಸತ್ತೆ, ಶಕ್ತಿಗಿಂತ ಯುಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಸಾಧಿಸುವುದು ತುಂಬ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇದರ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರತಿಪಾದನೆ. ಸ್ನೇಹ ಮತ್ತು ನಂಬಿಕೆ. ನಿಜವಾದ ಸ್ನೇಹ ಜೀವನಕ್ಕೆ ಆಧಾರ, ತಪ್ಪು ಸ್ನೇಹ ಅನರ್ಥಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣವಾಗಬಹುದು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕೂಡ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಸುಮಾರಷ್ಟು ಕಥೆಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ವಾಯಸ ದಂಪತಿ ಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುವಂತಹ ಶೃಗಾಲ ಹೇಳಿದಂತಹ ಬಕಕುಲೀರಕದ ಕಥೆಯಿಂದ, ನ ಹ್ಯವಿಜ್ಞಾತಶೀಲಸ್ಯ ಪ್ರದಾತವ್ಯ ಪ್ರತಿಶ್ರಯ ಮತ್ಕುಣಸ್ಯ ಚ ದೋಷೇಣ ಹತಾಮಂದ ವಿಸರ್ಪಿಣಿ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಒಂದು ಶ್ಲೋಕ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಮಂದ ವಿಸರ್ಪಿಣಿ ಕಥೆಯಿಂದನೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಅಂಶ ತುಂಬ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂತಹದ್ದು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಮತ್ತು ನಾಯಕತ್ವ ಹಾಗೂ ಅದರ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ. ಮೂಲ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ರಾಜಕುಮಾರರಿಗೆ ರಾಜತಂತ್ರ ಮತ್ತು ಆಡಳಿತ ಪಾಠವನ್ನು ಕಲಿಸೋದಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಕೂಡ ಈ ಒಂದು ಅಂಶಗಳು ತುಂಬ ಅನ್ವಯವಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದನೇದಾಗಿ ತಂಡ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ. ಮಿತ್ರಲಾಭ ಅನ್ನುವ ತಂತ್ರ ಸಹಕಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಪರಸ್ಪರ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸದ ಮಹತ್ವವನ್ನು ಎತ್ತಿ ತೋರಿಸತ್ತೆ. ಮಿತ್ರವಾನ್ ಸಾಧಯತ್ಯರ್ಥಾನ್ ದುಸ್ಸಾಧ್ಯಾನಪಿ ವೈಯತಃ ತಸ್ಮಾನ್ ಮಿತ್ರಾಣಿ ಕುರ್ವೀತ ಸಮಾನಾನ್ಯೇವ ಚಾತ್ಮನಃ. ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಟ್ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ತಂಡದ ಸದಸ್ಯರ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ನಂಬಿಕೆ, ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟ ಸಂವಹನ ಮತ್ತು ಪಾತ್ರಗಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟತೆ ಯಶಸ್ಸಿನ ಆಧಾರವಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ತಂತ್ರವು ಸಹಕಾರದ ತತ್ವವನ್ನು ಬಲಪಡಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಆಧುನಿಕ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ರಾಸ್ ಫಂಕ್ಷನಲ್ ತಂಡಗಳು, ಸಂಯೋಜಿತ ಯೋಜನೆ, ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ, ಸಹಭಾಗಿತ್ವ ಆಧಾರದ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಇವುಗಳ ಯಶಸ್ಸು ಪರಸ್ಪರ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟ ಸಂವಹನದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವಲಂಬಿತವಾಗಿದೆ. ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ನೇಹವು ಕೇವಲ ಭಾವನಾತ್ಮಕ ಸಂಬಂಧವಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಪರಸ್ಪರ ಲಾಭದ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿರ್ಮಿತವಾದಂತಹ ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತ ಸಂಬಂಧವಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಹೊಂದಿಕೆಯಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಲ್ ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಹತ್ತಿರವಾಗಿದೆ. ಯಹ ಸಮ್ಮಾನಂ ಸದಾಧತ್ತೆ ಭೃತ್ಯಾನಾಂ ಕ್ಷಿತಿಪೋಧಿಕಂ ವಿತ್ತಾಭಾವೇಪಿ ತಂ ದೃಷ್ಟಾತೆ ತ್ಯಜಂತಿನ ಕರ್ಹಿಚಿತ್. ಈ ಶ್ಲೋಕದಿಂದ ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನು ಗಮನಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಹಾಗೆ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಪರಿಹಾರ, ಹೇಗೆ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಒಳಗುಟ್ಟಿನ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಸಂಘರ್ಷವನ್ನು ಉಂಟು ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಈ ತಂತ್ರ ತಿಳಿಸತ್ತೆ. ಇಂದಿನ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಗಾಸಿಪ್, ಈರ್ಷ್ಯೆ, ತಪ್ಪು ಸಂವಹನ ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ತಂಡವನ್ನು ದುರ್ಬಲಗೊಳಿಸಬಹುದು ಮತ್ತು ಉತ್ಪಾದಕತೆಯನ್ನು ತುಂಬ ಕುಗ್ಗಿಸತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾಯಕ ತಟಸ್ಥನಾಗಿ ವಿಚಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಸೂಕ್ತ ನಿರ್ಧಾರವನ್ನು ಕೈಗೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರದಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಬಹುದು. ನಾಯಕ ನಿರ್ಣಯವನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುವ ಮೊದಲು ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಪರಿಶೀಲಿಸಬೇಕು ಎನ್ನುವ ಸಂದೇಶ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ದೊರೆಯುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಇಂದಿನ ಎವಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ತತ್ವದೊಂದಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಹೊಂದಿಕೆಯಾಗತ್ತೆ. ದೇಶದ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಒಂದು ತಟಸ್ಥ ಹಾಗೂ ಚತುರ ವಿದೇಶಾಂಗ ನೀತಿಯನ್ನು ಗಮನಿಸಿದಾಗ ಭಾರತವನ್ನೇ ವಿಶ್ವಗುರುವನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ ಹೊರಟಿರುವಂತಹ ಮಹಾಮಹಿಮರಿಗೆ ಇಂತಹ ಕೃತಿಗಳೇ ತುಂಬ ಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿದಾಯಕವಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದು ತುಂಬ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಮಿತ್ರರ ನಡುವೆ ದ್ವೇಷವನ್ನು ಉಂಟು ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದವರೇ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಜಾಗೃತರಾಗಿರಬೇಕು ಎನ್ನುವ ನೀತಿ ಮದೋತ್ಕಟ ಸಿಂಹ ಕಥೆಯಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ತಿಳಿದು ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ತಂತ್ರಾತ್ಮಕ ಚಿಂತನೆಯನ್ನು ಕಾಕೋಲುಕೀಯಂ ತಂತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸಬಹುದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ವ್ಯವಹಾರ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧಾತ್ಮಕ ಬುದ್ಧಿಮತ್ತೆ, ಈ ಸ್ವಾಟ್ ಅನಾಲಿಸಿಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ವಾಟ್ ವಿಶ್ಲೇಷಣೆ, ಮಾರುಕಟ್ಟೆ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ, ದೀರ್ಘಕಾಲೀನ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಇದೇ ತತ್ವ ಅನ್ವಯಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ತಾತ್ವಿಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಟಜಿಕ್ ರ್ಯಾಷನಲಿಸಮನ್ನು ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ನಾಯಕನಿಗೆ ದೂರದೃಷ್ಟಿ, ಸಹನೆ, ಸಮಾಲೋಚನೆ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಈ ಕಥೆಗಳಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ತಿಳಿದು ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಯಹ ಪೃಷ್ಟ್ವಾ ಕುರುತೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಂ ಪೃಷ್ಟವಾನ್ ಸ್ವಹಿತಾನ್ ಗುರೂನ್ ನ ತಸ್ಯ ಜಾಯತೆ ವಿಘ್ನಃ ಕಸ್ಮಿಂಶ್ಚಿದಪಿ ಕರ್ಮಣಿ ಅನ್ನುವ ಶ್ಲೋಕದಿಂದ ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ನೈತಿಕ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರದಿಂದ ನಾವು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಬಹುದು. ಸಂಕಷ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಸರಿಯಾದ ನಿರ್ಧಾರವನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತಹ ಜ್ಞಾನ. ವ್ಯಸನೇಶ್ವೇವ ಸರ್ವೇಷು ಯಸ್ಯ ಬುದ್ಧಿರ್ನ ಹೀಯತೆ ಸ ತೇಷಾಂ ಪಾರಮಭ್ಯೇತಿ ತತ್ ಪ್ರಭಾವಾದ ಅಸಂಶಯಂ. ಪ್ರಾಯೋಗಿಕ ನೀತಿಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಅಂದರೆ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಎಥಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು, ಇದು ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತಾತ್ಮಕವಾದಂತಹ ನೀತಿಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅನುಭವಾಧಾರಿತವಾಗಿದೆ. ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಎದುರಾಗುವ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ನಿವಾರಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವ ಅಂಶ ಕಥೆಗಳಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಏನು ಸರಿ ಅನ್ನುವುದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಏನು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ಷಮ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಈ ತಂತ್ರಗಳು ಸೂಚಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರ ಮೊದಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ತಂತ್ರ, ಆಡಳಿತ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳೋದಲ್ವಾ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇಂತಹ ತಂತ್ರಾತ್ಮಕ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಆಡಳಿತ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಅನ್ವಯಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಮೇಘವರ್ಣಾರಿ ಮರ್ದನ ವೃತ್ತಾಂತದಿಂದ ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸಬಹುದು. ಯ ಉಪೇಕ್ಷೇತ ಶತ್ರುಂ ಸ್ವಂ ಪ್ರಸರಂತಂ ಯದೃಚ್ಛಯ ರೋಗಂ ಚಾಲಸ್ಯ ಸಂಯುಕ್ತ ಸ ಶನೈಸ್ತೇನ ಹನ್ಯತೆ. ಇದು ಕಾಕೋಲುಕೀಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಶ್ಲೋಕ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಯುಗ ಅಥವಾ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಯುಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಇದು ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ತಂತ್ರವು ಯೋಚನೆ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯದ ಅನಿಷ್ಟ ಫಲಿತಾಂಶಗಳನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತೋರಿಸತ್ತೆ. ಅಪರೀಕ್ಷ್ಯನ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯಂ ಸುಪರೀಕ್ಷಿತಂ ಪಶ್ಚಾತ್ ಭವತಿ ಸಂತಾಪೋ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣ್ಯ ನಕುಲಂ ಯಥಾ. ತ್ವರಿತ ನಿರ್ಧಾರಗಳ ಅಪಾಯ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಹಂಚುವ ಅಥವಾ ತಪ್ಪು ಸುದ್ದಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಕಾರಣವಾಗುವಂತಹದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರ ತುಂಬ ನೇರವಾದಂತಹ ಉತ್ತರವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಮೊದಲು ಯೋಚಿಸಿ ಆನಂತರ ನೀನು ಕ್ರಮಿಸು ಅನ್ನುವ ಉದಾಹರಣೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ. ಕುದೃಷ್ಟಂ ಕುಪರಿಜ್ಞಾತಂ ಕುಶ್ರುತಂ ಕುಪರೀಕ್ಷಿತಂ ತನ್ನರೇಣ ನ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯಂ ನಾಪಿತೆ ನಾತ್ರ ಯತ್ಕೃತಂ ಅನ್ನುವ ಶ್ಲೋಕ. ಅಸೂಯೆ, ಕೋಪ, ಅಹಂಕಾರ ಇತ್ಯಾದಿ ಮಾನವ ಗುಣಗಳು ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ವರ್ತನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತವೆ. ಈ ಕಥೆಗಳು ಸ್ವನಿಯಂತ್ರಣ ಮತ್ತು ವಿವೇಕವನ್ನು ಉತ್ತೇಜಿಸುತ್ತವೆ. ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯ ವರ್ತನೆ ಮತ್ತು ನೈತಿಕ ಮಟ್ಟವನ್ನು ಇದು ಪ್ರತಿಬಿಂಬಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಮಾತಿನ ಶಕ್ತಿ, ಸುಳ್ಳಿನ ಪರಿಣಾಮ, ವಿಶ್ವಾಸಘಾತದ ಅಪಾಯ ಇವುಗಳನ್ನು ಇದು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟಪಡಿಸೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಇಂದಿನ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಸಿಟಿಸನ್ಶಿಪ್ ತತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ಆಧಾರವಾಗಬಹುದು. ಕೇವಲ ಮನರಂಜನಾ ಕಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಸಾಧನವಾಗಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ವ್ಯವಹಾರ ಜ್ಞಾನಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನದಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವುದನ್ನು ಈ ಕಥೆಗಳು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟಪಡಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಒಂದು ಮೆಕಾಲೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಪದ್ಧತಿಯಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ನಮಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ದನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ. ಏನು ಇದೆಯೋ ರೆಡಿ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೆದುಳಿಗೆ ತುರುಕುವಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅಂತಹದ್ದು ಆಗಬಾರದು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಇದು ನೇರವಾಗಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಎಸ್, ಆಯ್ತು, ಕನ್ಕ್ಲೂಷನ್ಗೆ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ. ಇದು ಜೀವನದ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶಕ ಗ್ರಂಥವಾಗಿದ್ದು ಕಾಲಾತೀತವಾಗಿದೆ. ಪ್ರಾಚೀನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗತ, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಮತ್ತು ವೃತ್ತಿಪರ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮತೋಲನ ಸಾಧಿಸಲು ಇದರ ಸಂದೇಶಗಳು ಇಂದಿಗೂ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತವಾಗಿವೆ. ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳ, ಗುಂಪುಗಳ, ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳ, ದೇಶಗಳ ನಡುವೆಯೂ ನಡೆಯಬಹುದು. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಯುಗದಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರವು ತುಂಬ ಪ್ರಾಮುಖ್ಯತೆಯನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿದೆ. ನಾಯಕತ್ವದಿಂದ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ನೈತಿಕತೆಯವರೆಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಇದರ ಸಂದೇಶ ತುಂಬ ಮಹತ್ವಪೂರ್ಣ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದು ಸಮಗ್ರ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಗ್ರಂಥ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಮೌಲ್ಯಾಧಾರಿತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ, ನಾಯಕತ್ವ ತರಬೇತಿಗೆ, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಸಮತೋಲನಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ತುಂಬ ಅಗತ್ಯವಾಗಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಾಚೀನ ಕೃತಿಯಾದರೂ ಇದರ ಚಿಂತನೆಗಳು ಆಧುನಿಕ ಸಮಾಜದ ತತ್ವಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೊಂದಿಕೆಯಾಗುತ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಈ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಿಯನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅವಕಾಶಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಸರ್ವರಿಗೂ ವಂದನೆಗಳು.
ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ರುತಕೇತಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈಗ ಪ್ರಭಾ ಅವರನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಪೇಪರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನಿಗೆ.
ಸರ್ವೇಭ್ಯಃ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರः. ಪ್ರಬಂಧ ಮಂಡನೆಯ ವಿಷಯ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ ನಾಯಕತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಚಾಣಕ್ಯ ನೀತಿಯ ಅಗತ್ಯತೆ. ಅಖಂಡ ಭಾರತವನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿದಂತಹ ಚಾಣಕ್ಯರು ನೀಡಿದ ಚಾಣಕ್ಯ ನೀತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅರ್ಥಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಗ್ರಂಥಗಳು ಇಂದಿಗೂ ಆಡಳಿತದ ಒಂದು ಜೀವಾಳವಾಗಿದೆ. ಇಂದಿನ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧಾತ್ಮಕ ಜಗತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ನಾಯಕ ಅಥವಾ ಆಡಳಿತಗಾರ ಹೇಗಿರಬೇಕು ಎಂಬುದಕ್ಕೆ ಚಾಣಕ್ಯರು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಕಟು ಹಾಗೂ ಸತ್ಯವಾದ ಮಾರ್ಗಸೂಚಿಗಳನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾಯಕತ್ವ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ಕೇವಲ ನಿರ್ದೇಶನ ನೀಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ದಾರಿ ತೋರಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಸಾವಿರಾರು ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆಯೇ ಚಾಣಕ್ಯ ಚಂದ್ರಗುಪ್ತ ಮೌರ್ಯನಂತಹ ಒಬ್ಬ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಹುಡುಗನನ್ನು ಅಪ್ರತಿಮ ಚಕ್ರವರ್ತಿಯನ್ನಾಗಿ ರೂಪಿಸಿದ್ದರ ಹಿಂದೆ ಈ ಅಚಲವಾದಂತಹ ನೀತಿ ಇದೆ. ಇಂದಿನ ಜಾಗತೀಕರಣದ ಯುಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಬದಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಮಾರುಕಟ್ಟೆ ಮತ್ತು ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳ ನಡುವೆ ದಾರಿ ತಪ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹ ನಾಯಕರಿಗೆ ಚಾಣಕ್ಯನ ಮಾತುಗಳು ಒಂದು ದಿಕ್ಸೂಚಿಯಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಹಾಗೆ ನಾಯಕತ್ವ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಕೇವಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಚಲಾಯಿಸುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸಾಧನವಾಗಿ ಮಾರ್ಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇಂದಿನ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ವಲಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬಹುದು. ಆದರೆ ಆಚಾರ್ಯ ಚಾಣಕ್ಯರ ಒಂದು ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಯಕತ್ವ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದು ತಪಸ್ಸು. ಹಾಗೆ ಸಮಯ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲಗಳ ಸದ್ಬಳಕೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ನೈತಿಕ ನಾಯಕತ್ವದ ಕುರಿತಾದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಚಾಣಕ್ಯನ ಶ್ಲೋಕಗಳನ್ನು ಆಧುನಿಕ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಮತ್ತು ಆಡಳಿತದ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತಗಳೊಂದಿಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮೀಕರಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಇನ್ನು ಶಿಸ್ತು ಮತ್ತು ಇಂದ್ರಿಯ ನಿಗ್ರಹ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಚಾಣಕ್ಯರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಮೊದಲು ನಾಯಕನಿಗೆ ಇರಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಹೊರಗಿನ ಜಗತ್ತನ್ನು ಆಳುವ ಮೊದಲು ತನ್ನನ್ನು ತಾನು ಆಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು, ಅಂದರೆ ಜಿತೇಂದ್ರಿಯಂ ನೃಪಂ ಕುರ್ಯಾತ್ ಪ್ರಥಮಂ ವಿನಯಾನ್ವಿತಂ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು, ಅಂದರೆ ಮೊದಲು ರಾಜ ತನ್ನ ಇಂದ್ರಿಯಗಳನ್ನು ಗೆದ್ದು ಜಿತೇಂದ್ರಿಯನಾಗಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ವಿನಯಶೀಲನಾಗಿರಬೇಕು. ಅಂತಹ ಶಿಸ್ತುಬದ್ಧ ನಾಯಕ ಮಾತ್ರ ಪ್ರಜೆಗಳ ಒಂದು ಹಿತವನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಅಂತ. ಅಂದರೆ ಇಂದಿನ ನಾಯಕರು ಅಹಂಕಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಆತುರದ ನಿರ್ಧಾರಗಳಿಂದ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅಪಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ತಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಚಾಣಕ್ಯನ ಒಂದು ವಿನಯ ಮತ್ತು ಆತ್ಮ ಸಂಯಮದ ಒಂದು ಅಗತ್ಯತೆ ಎದ್ದು ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಸಮಯ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕಾರ್ಯತತ್ಪರತೆ. ಇಂದಿನ ವೇಗವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಯುಗದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿರ್ಧಾರಗಳನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತಹಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಳಂಬ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಒಂದು ನಾಶಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣವಾಗಬಹುದು. ಚಾಣಕ್ಯನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳು ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಗ ಅದನ್ನು ತಕ್ಷಣ ಬಳಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವವನೇ ಒಬ್ಬ ಸಮರ್ಥ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠವಾದಂತಹ ನಾಯಕ ಆಗ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂತ. ಹಾಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲವಿತ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಹೇತುಜ್ಞಃ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞಾವಾನ್ ಪ್ರತಿಭಾನ್ವಿತಃ ಅಂತ, ಅಂದರೆ ಯಾರು ಸಮಯದ ಅರಿವನ್ನು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೊಂದಿದಾರೋ ಅಥವಾ ಕೆಲಸದ ಉದ್ದೇಶಗಳನ್ನು ಯಾರು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ತಿಳಿದಿದ್ದಾರೋ ಅಂತಹ ಒಬ್ಬ ಪ್ರತಿಭಾವಂತರು ಅಂತಹ ನಾಯಕ ದೀರ್ಘಕಾಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಪತ್ತನ್ನು ಅನ್ವಯಿಸ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂತ. ಹಾಗೆ ಕಹ ಕಾಲಃ ಕಾನಿ ಮಿತ್ರಾಣಿ ಕೋ ದೇಶಃ ಕೌ ವ್ಯಯಾಗಮೌ ಕಶ್ಚಾಹಂ ಕಾಚ ಮೇ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಅಂತ. ಈ 6 ಅಂಶಗಳನ್ನು ಯಾವ ನಾಯಕ ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ಮುಹುರ್ಮುಹು ಚಿಂತ್ಯಂ, ಅಂದರೆ ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ಯಾರು ಚಿಂತಿಸ್ತಾನೋ ಅಂತಹ ನಾಯಕ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ಆಗ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂತ. ಅಂದರೆ ಇಂದಿನ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಕಾರ್ಯತಂತ್ರದ ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತಿಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಹಾಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾರುಕಟ್ಟೆಯ ಏರಿಳಿತಗಳನ್ನು ಗಮನಿಸಿ, ಹಾಗೆ ತನ್ನ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಮತ್ತು ದೌರ್ಬಲ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಅರಿತು ನಿರ್ಧಾರವನ್ನು ಯಾರು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಾನೋ ಅವನೇ ಇಂದಿನ ಒಂದು ನಾಯಕ. ಅಂದರೆ ಅಂತಹ ನಾಯಕನ ಅಗತ್ಯತೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಇದೆ ಈಗ. ಹಾಗೆ ನೈತಿಕತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಪಾರದರ್ಶಕತೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಚಾಣಕ್ಯ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಅಪರಾಧಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕಟುವಾದ ನಿಲುವಿತ್ತು ಚಾಣಕ್ಯನಿಗೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ನಾಯಕ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟನಾದರೆ ಇಡೀ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಕುಸಿದು ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಅವನ ಒಂದು ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೀನಿನ ತತ್ವವನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಯಥಾಹಿ ಅಪ್ರತ್ಯಕ್ಷಂ ಮತ್ಸ್ಯಾನಾಂ ಉದಕೆ ಚರತಾಂ ಗತಿಹಿ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ಮೀನು ಸದಾ ನೀರಿನಲ್ಲೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಮೀನು ನೀರಿನಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಂತಹ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಯಾವಾಗ ಕುಡಿಯುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನು ಕಂಡುಹಿಡಿಯುವಂಥದ್ದು ತುಂಬಾ ಕಷ್ಟ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಅಧಿಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂತಹವರು ಯಾವಾಗ ಹಣವನ್ನು ದುರುಪಯೋಗ ಪಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಕಂಡುಹಿಡಿಯೋದು ಸಹ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕಷ್ಟ. ಈ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಒಂದು ವಂಚನೆಗಳನ್ನು ತಡೆಯಲು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಿರ್ದೇಶಿಸುವಂತಹ, ನಿಯಂತ್ರಿಸುವಂತಹ ಮತ್ತು ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸುವಂತಹ ನಿಯಮಗಳು ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು, ಅಂದರೆ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಟ್ ಗವರ್ನೆನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಪರಿಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಇದೆ. ಇದು ಷೇರುದಾರರು, ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರ ಮಂಡಳಿ ಮತ್ತು ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆಯ ಒಂದು ಅಧಿಕಾರದ ಸಮತೋಲನವನ್ನು ಖಚಿತಪಡಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಇದರ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಪಾರದರ್ಶಕತೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಹೊಣೆಗಾರಿಕೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಹಾಗೆ ನೈತಿಕ ನಡವಳಿಕೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ದೀರ್ಘಾವಧಿಯ ಒಂದು ಮೌಲ್ಯವನ್ನು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸುವಂತಹದ್ದು, ಹಾಗೆ ಹೂಡಿಕೆದಾರರ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸವನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸುವಂತಹದ್ದು. ಇದನ್ನೇ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಚಾಣಕ್ಯ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ಹೇಳಿರುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಏನಂತ, ಕಣ್ಗಾವಲು ಮತ್ತು ಪಾರದರ್ಶಕತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಹಾಗೆ ಇನ್ನು ಸಂವಹನ ಕಲೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಿಯವಾಕ್ಯ ಪ್ರಧಾನೇನ ಸರ್ವೇ ತುಷ್ಯಂತಿ ಜಂತವಃ ತಸ್ಮಾತ್ ತದೇವ ವಕ್ತವ್ಯಂ ವಚನೇಕ ದರಿದ್ರತ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಮಾತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಡತನ ಏಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು, ಅಂದರೆ ಪ್ರಿಯವಾಗಿ ಮಧುರವಾಗಿ ಮಾತಿನಿಂದ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಜೀವಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸಂತೋಷ ಪಡಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಒಂದು ಮಾತಿದೆ, ಅಧರಂ ಮಧುರಂ ವದನಂ ಮಧುರಂ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು, ಅಂದರೆ ಸದಾ ಪ್ರಸನ್ನ ಚಿತ್ತನಾಗಿದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲರೊಡನೆ ಸ್ನೇಹದಿಂದ, ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ, ಆತ್ಮೀಯತೆಯಿಂದ ವ್ಯವಹರಿಸೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅಂತಹ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ಸರ್ವರಿಗೂ ಪ್ರಿಯನಾಗ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಅಂದರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರೂ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರೊಡನೆ ಸೌಜನ್ಯದಿಂದ ನಾವಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ತನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನಾವಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ತಮವಾದಂತಹ ತಂಡವನ್ನು ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ, ಆ ತಂಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂಥವರ ಒಂದು ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಗೆಲ್ಲೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ನಾಯಕ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥವನು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಕೋಪಃ ಕಟುಕಾಚ ವಾಣಿ ದರಿದ್ರತಾಚ ಸ್ವಜನೈಹಿ ವಿರೋಧ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ಅತಿಯಾದಂತಹ ಕೋಪ ಮತ್ತು ಕಟುಕ ಮಾತು, ಕಟುವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಮಾತುಗಳು ನಾಯಕನನ್ನು ಅವನತಿಯತ್ತ ಕೊಂಡೊಯ್ಯುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ತನ್ನ ಸಹೋದ್ಯೋಗಿಗಳ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಪ್ರಜೆಗಳೊಂದಿಗೆ ಸೌಮ್ಯವಾಗಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ದೃಢವಾಗಿ ವ್ಯವಹರಿಸುವಂತಹದ್ದು ನಾಯಕನ ಗುಣವಾಗಬೇಕು. ಇಂದಿನ ಕಾಲದ ಒಂದು ಸಂವಹನ ಕೌಶಲಗಳು ಎಂಬುದು ಕೇವಲ ಭಾಷೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಇತರರ ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನು ನೋಯಿಸದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಸಾಧಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಕಲೆ ಮತ್ತು ಚಾಣಕ್ಯನ ಅಭಿಮತ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಹಾಗೆ ಕನಕ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ, ಅರ್ಹರ ಆಯ್ಕೆ, ಒಬ್ಬ ನಾಯಕ ತನ್ನ ತಂಡದ ಸದಸ್ಯರನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಯಾರನ್ನು ನಂಬಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಅದರ ಕುರಿತು ಚಾಣಕ್ಯ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಪ್ರಾಯೋಗಿಕವಾಗಿ ಈ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ. ಯಥಾ ಚತುರ್ಭಿಹಿ ಕನಕಂ ಪರೀಕ್ಷತೆ ನಿರ್ಘರ್ಷಣ ಛೇದನ ತಾಪತಾಡನೈಹಿ ತಥಾ ಚತುರ್ಭಿಹಿ ಪುರುಷಃ ಪರೀಕ್ಷತೆ ತ್ಯಾಗೇನ ಶೀಲೇನ ಗುಣೇನ ಕರ್ಮಣ. ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ನಿಜವಾದ ಚಿನ್ನ ಹೌದೋ ಅಲ್ವೋ ಅಂತ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಉಜ್ಜುತ್ತೀವಿ, ಕತ್ತರಿಸ್ತೀವಿ, ಹಾಗೆ ಕಾಯಿಸ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಬಡಿತೀವಿ. ಈ 4 ಹಂತಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಆತನ ತ್ಯಾಗ, ಗುಣ, ಚಾರಿತ್ರ, ಸದ್ಗುಣ ಮತ್ತು ಆತ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಕೆಲಸಗಳು, ಅದರ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಿ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಹಾಗೆ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ ನಾಯಕತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ನೇಮಕಾತಿ ಮತ್ತು ತಂಡದ ಮೌಲ್ಯಮಾಪನ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಕೇವಲ ಅಂಕಪಟ್ಟಿಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡದೆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯ ನೈತಿಕತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕೆಲಸದ ಬದ್ಧತೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸಬೇಕು. ಇನ್ನು ಉಪಸಂಹಾರ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಸಪ್ತಾಂಗ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಸಪ್ತಾಂಗ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತಗಳು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ಅಮಾತ್ಯ, ಜನಪದ, ಕೋಶ, ದಂಡ, ಮಿತ್ರ, ಈ 7 ಅಂಗಗಳು ಅಥವಾ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಗಳು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದು ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಒಂದು ಅಸ್ತಿತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಮೂಲಾಧಾರ. ಇವುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದಾದರೂ ಒಂದರ ಕೊರತೆ ಆದರೂ ಸಹ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಆಡಳಿತ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ದುರ್ಬಲಗೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆಯಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಹೇಳುವುದಾದರೆ ಚಾಣಕ್ಯ ನೀತಿ ಕೇವಲ ಗೆಲ್ಲುವುದನ್ನು ಮಾತ್ರ ಕಲಿಸಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಧರ್ಮದ ಹಾದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗೆಲ್ಲುವುದನ್ನು ಕಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ ನಾಯಕತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವುದು ಕೇವಲ ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕ ಕೌಶಲಗಳು ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬದಲಿಗೆ ಚಾಣಕ್ಯ ಬೋಧಿಸಿದಂತಹ ದೂರದೃಷ್ಟಿ, ನೈತಿಕತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅಚಲವಾದಂತಹ ಶಿಸ್ತು, ಈ ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಅಳವಡಿಸಿಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಒಬ್ಬ ನಾಯಕ ಸುಸ್ಥಿರವಾದಂತಹ ಸಾಮ್ರಾಜ್ಯವನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ. ಈ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ ಜಗತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಯಕತ್ವ ಎಂದರೆ ಕೇವಲ ಆದೇಶ ನೀಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯ ಒಂದು ಸಂಕೇತ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬಹುದು. ಆಧುನಿಕ ಯುಗದ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ಪುರಾತನ ಯುಗದ ಚಾಣಕ್ಯ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆ ಇವೆರಡೂ ಸಹ ಸಮಾಗಮವಾದಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ಒಬ್ಬ ಅಪ್ರತಿಮ ನಾಯಕ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥವನು ಹೊರಹೊಮ್ಮೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ. ಚಾಣಕ್ಯನ ಈ ತತ್ವಗಳನ್ನು ಅಳವಡಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಕೇವಲ ಪ್ರಬಂಧ ಮಂಡನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸೀಮಿತವಾಗದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಡಳಿತದ ಮೂಲ ಮಂತ್ರವಾಗಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ನೈತಿಕತೆ, ಧೈರ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರೇಮ ಹೊಂದಿರುವ ನಾಯಕತ್ವ ಒಂದೇ ಈ ಜಗತ್ತನ್ನು ಉತ್ತಮ ಹಾದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮುನ್ನಡೆಸಬಲ್ಲದು. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಅವಕಾಶಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಬಂಧ ಮಂಡನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ ಪ್ರಭಾ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈಗ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಈಶ್ವರ್ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಬಂಧ ಮಂಡನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
Namassabhabhya Sabhapatibhyascha. A very rare opportunity I got here to speak on this platform. 30 years back, maybe the same March month, I presented here as a student one paper, that is our class seminar. So after 30 years, now I am presenting again as a paper presenter in one seminar in the same room. And in front of the then teachers, that is Professor G.N. Bhat, who is a third batch MA student, and Professor Nagaraj and Dr. Padmanabh Marathe, who is a first batch student. And I too have the Madam Yashwanti Madam, who was my degree teacher and who asked me at that time, I don't know whether she remembers or not, what you are going to do after your BSc. I had given two options. One is either MSc in botany or Samskrita MA, and later I came here when I am unable to do the same at Konaji. So this was the initial platform to go further in Samskrita field as a Master of Arts in Samskrita, and later completed PhD and other things, and later able to write so many articles based on Samskrita literature. So it was a very pleasant time to have here. Now I come back to my paper, which is on in Kannada. I had written ಆಧುನಿಕ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಷ್ಣು ಶರ್ಮನ ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರ ಅಪರೀಕ್ಷಿತಕಾರಕ ನೀತಿ ಕಥೆಗಳ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತತೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರ ಎಂಬುದನ್ನು ವಿಷ್ಣು ಶರ್ಮ ಬಹಳ ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀತಾನೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂತಂದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಮಂದಿ ರಾಜಪುತ್ರರು, ಮೂರ್ಖ ರಾಜಪುತ್ರರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಅನ್ನೋದು ತಲೆಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಅನ್ನೋದು ತಲೆಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದಿರುವಾಗ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ನೀಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬಹಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ರಾಜ ವಿಷ್ಣು ಶರ್ಮನನ್ನು ನೇಮಿಸಿರ್ತಾನೆ. ವಿಷ್ಣು ಶರ್ಮ ಈ ಕಥೆಗಳ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಸಂಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನೀತಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಇದೆ. ರಾಜನೀತಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಂಥ ತಂತ್ರಗಾರಿಕೆಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ನಮಗೆ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಜಗತ್ತಿಗೂ ಪೂರಕ, ಆಗಿನ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೂ ಪೂರಕ ಅನ್ನುವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವುದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಶಿಸ್ತು, ಸಂಯಮ ಮತ್ತು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಎನ್ನುವಂಥ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕುದೃಷ್ಟಂ ಕುಪರಿಜ್ಞಾತಂ ಕುಶ್ರುತಂ ಕುಪರೀಕ್ಷಿತಂ ತನ್ನರೇಣ ನ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯಂ ನಾಪಿತೇನಾತ್ರ ಯತ್ಕೃತಂ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಏನಿದೆ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಅಪರೀಕ್ಷಣ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯಂ ಸುಪರೀಕ್ಷಿತಂ ಪಶ್ಚಾದ್ಭೂತ ಸಂತಾಪೋ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣ್ಯ ನಕುಲೇಯಥ ಅಂತೇಳಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಪರೀಕ್ಷಿಸಿ ಕೆಲಸಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊದಲ ನೀತಿ ಈ ಅಪರೀಕ್ಷಿತ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಇದು ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತವಾಗಿ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಈಗ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಜಗತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅದರ ಅನ್ವಯವನ್ನು ಗಮನಿಸ್ತಾ ಹೋದರೆ ಒಂದು 4 ಏರಿಯಾಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಗಮನಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಒಂದು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಏನು AI ಮತ್ತು ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಏನಿದೆ, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆಯ ನಾಯಕತ್ವ ಮತ್ತು ಕಾರ್ಯತಂತ್ರ ಎಂಬುದೇನಿದೆ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ವರ್ತನೆಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ಅರಿವಿನ ನರವಿಜ್ಞಾನ, ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ನಮ್ಮ BEd ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಬರ್ತದೆ ಕೆಲವು ಇದು ವಿಚಾರಗಳು, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಮತ್ತು ವರ್ತನೆ ಮನೋವಿಜ್ಞಾನ, ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರಲ್ ಸೈಕಾಲಜಿ. ಸೊ ಈ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನು ಕಥಾರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವನು ಯಾರು ವಿಷ್ಣು ಶರ್ಮ ಅಂದಿನ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಏನು ಈ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಹೇಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮನದಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಅವನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆ ಮೂರ್ಖ ರಾಜಪುತ್ರರಿಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವರನ್ನು ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತರನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿರೋದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಇದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಡುಬರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂತಹ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶ. ಬಹಳ ಸಂಕೀರ್ಣವಾದಂಥ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಮತ್ತು ಭಾವನಾತ್ಮಕ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಕಲಿಸಲು ನೀತಿ ಕಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಆಟಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಆ್ಯನಿಮೇಷನ್ಗಳು ಸೇರಿದಂತೆ ಸಂವಾದಾತ್ಮಕ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಸ್ವರೂಪಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಳವಡಿಸುವುದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೇವೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಕೂಡ ಕಾರ್ಟೂನ್ನ ಬಹಳ ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ಆಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದರ ಮೂಲಕ ಅವರು ನೀತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಕಲಿತಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀತಿ ಕಥೆಗಳು ಇದ್ದಾಗ, ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರದ ಕಥೆಗಳಿದ್ದಾಗ. ಸೊ ಇದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಪರಿಹಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಬಿಕ್ಕಟ್ಟು ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರದ ಕಥೆಗಳು ಬಹಳ ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ಅನ್ವಯವಾಗ್ತವೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಈ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸವನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸುವುದು, ವಂಚನೆಯನ್ನು ಗುರುತಿಸುವಂತಹ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಗಳನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಂತೆ ಸಂಕೀರ್ಣ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಹಕ್ಕಿನ ಪರಿಸರಗಳನ್ನು ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಅರ್ಥೈಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರದ ಕಥೆಗಳು ವಿವಿಧ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂಥ ತಂತ್ರಗಳನ್ನು ಗಮನಿಸ್ತವೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಸಭಶ್ರಗಾಲ ಕಥಾ ಅಂತಿದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕತ್ತೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಅದು ಮೂರ್ಖತನದಿಂದ ಆ ನರಿ ಹೇಳಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ತದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸಿಂಹಕ್ಕೆ ಆಹಾರ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ವಂಚನೆಗೆ ಒಳಗಾಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಬಹಳ ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿರೋದನ್ನು ಗಮನಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರದ ನಿರೂಪಣಾ ರಚನೆ ಸಹಾನುಭೂತಿ, ಸ್ವಯಂ ಅರಿವು ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಕೀರ್ಣ ಮಾನವ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಲ್ಲಿ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಮನೋವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಗುರುತಿಸ್ತದೆ. ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರದ ಕಥೆಗಳು ಮೆದುಳಿನ ಭಾವನಾತ್ಮಕ ಮತ್ತು ತಾರ್ಕಿಕ ಕೇಂದ್ರಗಳನ್ನು ತೊಡಗಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ತದೆ. ಇದು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ವಾಸ್ತವಿಕ ವಿವರಣಾತ್ಮಕ ವಸ್ತುಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಲಿಸಿದರೆ ಸ್ಮರಣಶಕ್ತಿ ಧಾರಣೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕಲಿಕೆಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿ ಸಾಧನಗಳನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂತಂದರೆ ಇದು ತುಂಬ ನಮಗೆ ಪರಿಣಾಮವನ್ನು ಬೀರುವುದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಇನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಮಾಡರ್ನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಂಪ್ರದಾಯಿಕ ಕಲಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿರಾಸಕ್ತಿ ಹೊಂದಿರುವಂತಹ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಸಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಕಥೆಗಳು ಬಹಳ ಸಾಕು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಬಹಳ ಬೇಗ ಅವರು ಆಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಕಥೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಬೇಗ ಆಕರ್ಷಣೀಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಮತ್ತು ನಾವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದನ್ನು ಅವರು ಬಹಳ ಬೇಗನೆ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅರ್ಥೈಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ ಕೂಡ. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಕಥೆಗಳು ಈಗ ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಯಾವುದು ಆರಂಭಿಕ ಶ್ಲೋಕಗಳೇನಿದೆ, ಕೋದೃಷ್ಟಂ ಕುಪರಿಜ್ಞಾತಂ ಕುಷ್ಟತಂ ಕುಪರೀಕ್ಷಿತಂ ತನ್ನರೇಣ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯಂ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಅಪರೀಕ್ಷಣ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯಂ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯಂ ಸುಪರೀಕ್ಷಣ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮದ್ದು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ರೋಗಿಯನ್ನು ಪರೀಕ್ಷಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಇತರರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಯಾವುದೇ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು. ಸೊ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಬಹಳ ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿಯಾದಂಥ ನೀತಿಗಳು ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತವಾಗಿರುವುದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಅತಿಲೋಭೋ ನ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯೋ ಲೋಭಂ ನೈವ ಪರಿತ್ಯಜೇತ್ ಅತಿಲೋಭಾವಿಭೂತಸ್ಯ ಚಕ್ರಂ ಭ್ರಮತಿ ಮಸ್ತಕೆ ಅಂತಿದೆ. ಅತಿಲೋಭ ನ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ, ಅತಿಯಾಗಿ ಲೋಭವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು. ಅದು ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಲಿಮಿಟ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಆ ಲಿಮಿಟ್ ಮೀರಿ ಹೋದಾಗ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಚಕ್ರಧರ ಕಥೆ ಎನ್ನುವಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಮಂದಿ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, 4 ಮಂದಿ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ. ಅವರು ನಿಧಿಯನ್ನು ಹುಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬನಿಗೆ ರಜತ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ, ಒಬ್ಬನಿಗೆ ತಾಮ್ರ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬನಿಗೆ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ. ಕೊನೆಯವನು ಇನ್ನೂ ಮುತ್ತು ರತ್ನ ಅಥವಾ ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠವಾದ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಸಿಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂದರೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅವನ ಗ್ರಹಚಾರ ಕೆಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೋ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಏನೂ ಸಿಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವನಿಗೆ ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಚಕ್ರ ತಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸುತ್ತಕೊಳ್ತದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅತಿಲೋಭವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಈಗ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಚಿನ್ನ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಸಾಕಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತೋ ಏನೋ, ಅವನು ಅಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ತೃಪ್ತಿ ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆಯಿಂದ ಹೋದ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಇದು ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ, ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಲಿಮಿಟ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಕೆಲವು ಸರ್ತಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಗ್ರಹಚಾರ ಕೆಟ್ಟಾಗ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಆಗಿರಲೂಬಹುದು. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ವರಂ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ನಸಾ ವಿದ್ಯಾ ವಿದ್ಯೆಯ ಬುದ್ಧಿರುತ್ತಮ ಬುದ್ಧಿಹೀನ ವಿನಶ್ಯಂತಿ ಯಥಾತೆ ಸಿಂಹಕಾರಕ ಎನ್ನುವಲ್ಲಿ 4 ಮಂದಿ ಮೂರ್ಖ ರಾಜಪುತ್ರರು ಸಿಂಹದ ಒಂದನ್ನು ರಚನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅವರು ಕಲಿತ ವಿದ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲಾಗಿ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಆ ಸಿಂಹ ರಚನೆ ತಮ್ಮನ್ನೇ ಕೊಲ್ತದೆ ಎನ್ನುವಂಥ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ರಿಪರ್ಕಷನ್ನ ಅರ್ಥೈಸಿಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ನಿರ್ಧಾರಗಳನ್ನು ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಈ ನೀತಿಯ ಪ್ರಮುಖ ಸಾರ. ಇದು ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಲಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಅನ್ವಯಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ. ಸೊ ಈ ಶತಮಾನದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ವಿಷಯಗಳು ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹಲವಾರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀತಿಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಅಪಿ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರೇಷು ಕುಶಲ ಲೋಕಾಚಾರ ವಿವರ್ಜಿತ ಸರ್ವೇತೆ ಹಾಸಿತಾಂ ಯಾಂತಿ ಯಥಾತೆ ಮೂರ್ಖ ಪಂಡಿತಾ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರವನ್ನೇ ಯಥಾವತ್ ಆಚರಿಸ್ತಾ ಹೋದರೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಅರ್ಥೈಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡದೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಅದು ಮೂರ್ಖತನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊಂತದೆ ಎಂಬುದಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಒಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಇಡೀ ಅಪರೀಕ್ಷಿತ ಕಾರಕ ಎನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಬಹಳ ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಆಗುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ನೀತಿ ಕಥೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಈ ಲಘು ಪ್ರಬಂಧವನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಸಮಯ ಕೂಡ ಮುಗಿತಾ ಬಂದು. ಧನ್ಯವಾದ.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಈಶ್ವರ್ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅವರೇ. ಇವಾಗ ನಾನು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನಂದಾ ಜೆ ಪೈ ಅವರಿಗೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತೇನೆ.
ಸಭಾಪತಿಗೂ ಸಭಿಕರಿಗೂ ವಂದನೆಗಳು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಬಂಧ ಮಂಡನೆ ಮಾಡುವ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಹಳೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ನಾನು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ವಯಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲೂ ಕಲಿತಿರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಮಹಾಭಾರತ, ರಾಮಾಯಣ, ಭೀಷ್ಮ ನೀತಿ, ವಿದುರ ನೀತಿ, ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರ, ಶುಕನಾಸೋಪದೇಶ ಮತ್ತು ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ವೈದ್ಯಳಾಗಿ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯಾಸ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಸಾಂಖ್ಯಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ, ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಇವಾಲ್ವ್ ಆಗಿರೋದು ಸಾಂಖ್ಯಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ, ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಓದ್ತಿರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಈವನ್ ಕೌಟಿಲ್ಯನ ಅರ್ಥಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ನನಗೆಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಿತ್ತು ಮನಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೀಗೆ ಬರೀ ನಾವು ಏನು ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಭಾಷೆ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಮಾಡುವವರಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸೀಮಿತವಾಗಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸುಸಂದರ್ಭಗಳು ಒದಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇವೆ. ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ವಿಕ್ರಮ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ರೋಹಿತ್ ಚಕ್ರತೀರ್ಥ ಅವರಿರಬೇಕು, ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಣ್ಣ ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ಉಪಮೇಯ, ಉಪಮಾನ ಇಂಥವುಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಥರದ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳು, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ನೀತಿಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳು, ನೀತಿಶಾಸ್ತ್ರವನ್ನು ತುಂಬ ಎಳವೆಯಿಂದ ಶಾಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಕಲಿಸುವ ಏರ್ಪಾಟಾದರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಮುಂದಿನ ಜನಾಂಗಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕೊಡುಗೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಹಾಗೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಇವತ್ತಿನ 3 ದಿನದಿಂದ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರುವ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರದ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್, ನೀತಿಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಏನು ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಸಮಾಜವನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು. ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಅನ್ನುವಾಗ ರಾಮರಾಜ್ಯ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಣ್ಣೆದುರಿಗೆ ಬರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಇವತ್ತು ಆಗ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಚರ್ಚೆ ನಡೀತು. ನನ್ನ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದಾದರೆ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಬೇಕು, ಆದರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಬೊಕ್ಕಸವನ್ನು ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳು ಉಪಯೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಬೊಕ್ಕಸ ಖಾಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಜನರ ಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಅಂಥದ್ದು ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವೈದ್ಯಳಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ IT BT ಉದ್ಯೋಗಗಳು, ಉದ್ಯೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆ, ಒತ್ತಡ ಯುವ ಜನತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಅವರ ಆಹಾರ ಪದ್ಧತಿಗಳು ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಯುವಜನತೆಯ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ತುಂಬ ಕೆಟ್ಟದಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ರಾಮರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಸಣ್ಣ ಪ್ರಾಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಯ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ವಂತೆ, ವೃದ್ಧಾಪ್ಯ ಆಗಿ ಸಹಜ ಸಾವು ವೃದ್ಧಾಪ್ಯದಿಂದಾಗಿ. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ನ ಲಕ್ಷಣ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದು. ನಮ್ಮ ನೀತಿಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಗಳು ಅಧಿಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿರುವವರಿಗೆ ಏನನ್ನು ಬೋಧಿಸ್ತವೆ, ಅವರು ಈ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಗಮನ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಕಳಕಳಿಯ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಟ್ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಏನು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇವೆ, ಆದರೆ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಟ್ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ಸ್ಗಳಿಂದ ಜನರಿಗೇನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಲಾಭ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಜೇಬಿಗೆ ಕತ್ರಿ ಬೀಳೋದೇ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ. ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಮುಂಚಿನ ಒಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರು ಸರಳವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಶುಲ್ಕ ತಗೊಂಡು ಏನು ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಅಂಥವುಗಳು ಕೂಡ ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ನ ಒಂದು ಭಾಗವೇ. ನಂತರ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ನಾನು ಗಮನಿಸಿರೋದು ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ತಪ್ಪೋ ಸರಿಯೋ ನನಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೂ ನನ್ನ ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿರೋದು ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ರಿಫಾರ್ಮ್ಸ್, ಭೂ ಸುಧಾರಣಾ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಅಂತ ಏನು ಬಂತು, ಅದರಿಂದ ವ್ಯವಸಾಯ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಲಿ, ಕೃಷಿಕರು ಕೃಷಿಯನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಭೂಮಿಯ ಒಡೆತನ ತಗೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನು ಕೃಷಿಯೇ ಮಾಡಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು ಸರ್ಕಾರದ್ದು. ಕೃಷಿ ಭೂಮಿ ಹಂಚಿ ಹೋಯಿತು, ಭೂಮಾಲೀಕರಿಂದ ಕೃಷಿ ಭೂಮಿ ಕೃಷಿಕರಿಗೆ ಬಂತು. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತೇನಾಗಿದೆ, ಇಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟರ್ನ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ರಿಯಲ್ ಎಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್. ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೃಷಿ ಭೂಮಿ ಉಳಿದಿದೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೃಷಿಕರು ಉಳಿದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇಂಥ ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಣ್ಣ ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ಸ್ ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿರೋಂಥದ್ದು. ಇದು ಬಹುಶಃ ನಾನು ಸಣ್ಣದಾಗಿ ನನಗೆ ಕಂಡ ಉದಾಹರಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ತುಂಬ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಆಯೋಜಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗಂತೂ ತುಂಬ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಒಂದು ಭಾಗ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಣ್ಣದಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಮಂಡಿಸಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅವಕಾಶ ನೀಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಗುರುಗಳಾದ ಪದ್ಮನಾಭ ಮರಾಠಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ, GN ಭಟ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ತಾವು ತಮ್ಮ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷೀಯ ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ. ನನ್ನ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಎಲ್ಲ. ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎ ಕ್ವಶನ್? ಎಸ್ ಸರ್, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣಮೂರ್ತಿ ಸರ್, ಎಸ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಶಾರ್ಟ್, ಎ ಕ್ವಿಕ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎ ಕ್ವಿಕ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ Any other questions or clarifications, please? Okay. सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्परां. सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बके गौरी नारायणी नमोस्तुते. मूकं करोति वाचालं पङ्गुं लङ्घयते गिरिं यत्कृपातमहं वन्दे परमानन्द माधवं. नमः सभायै. At the outset, our presenters, initially commencing with Srinivasa has covered the sovereignty, Purushartha, the difference of governance in the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, as well as the individual responsibility and ethos in an excellent way, and also he has given the historical, philosophical dimensions of in his paper as reflected by the Acharyas. Dr. Shrutikirti ಅವರು ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರದ ನೀತಿಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾ ಬುದ್ಧಿ, ಚಾತುರ್ಯ, ಸ್ನೇಹ, ನಂಬಿಕೆ, ರಾಜನೀತಿ ಪಾಠ, ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ, ತಟಸ್ಥ ವಿದೇಶಾಂಗ ನೀತಿ, ನಾವು ಇವಾಗೇನು ಈ ದೇಶ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವೋ ಅದು, ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಟಜಿಕ್ ರ್ಯಾಷನಲಿಸಮ್, ಐ ಲೈಕ್ ದಿಸ್ ಟೈಟಲ್, ಸ್ವನಿಯಂತ್ರಣ, ವಿವೇಕದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾಗಿ ಸೋದಾಹರಣವಾಗಿ ವಿವರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪ್ರಭಾ SN ಅವರು ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ ನಾಯಕತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಚಾಣಕ್ಯ ನೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಯಕತ್ವ ಹೇಗೆ ದಾರಿ ತೋರಿಸುತ್ತೆ, ತಪಸ್ಸು, ಅದು ಒಂದು ತಪಸ್ಸು, ಸಭೆ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆ, ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲಗಳ ಕ್ರೋಢೀಕರಣ, ಇಂದ್ರಿಯ ನಿಗ್ರಹ, ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ಷಮತೆ, ನೈತಿಕತೆ, ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕತೆ, ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಟ್ ಗವರ್ನೆನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಗೆ ಈ ನೀತಿಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಳವಡಿಸಲ್ಪಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಈಶ್ವರ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅವರು ನನ್ನ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಕಲೀಗವರು ಯೋಗ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾಗ ಅಪರೀಕ್ಷಿತ ಕಾರಿಕ ಹೇಗೆ ವಿವೇಕವನ್ನು ಪ್ರದರ್ಶಿಸುತ್ತೆ, AI ಮತ್ತು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೇಗೆ ಈ ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರದ 74 ಕಥೆಗಳು, 69 ಉಪಕಥೆಗಳು, 4 ಪ್ರಮುಖ ಕಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಹಿತೋಪದೇಶದ 45 ಕಥೆಗಳು, ಅದರಿಂದ 25 ಕಥೆಗಳು ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರದಿಂದ ಬಂದಿರೋದು. ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಅಳವಡಿಸಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನು ಆಕರ್ಷಕವಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರು ಬರೀ ಹ್ಯಾರಿ ಪಾಟರು ಅಥವಾ ಇನ್ಯಾವುದೋ ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ನೋಡೋದಲ್ಲ, ಇದನ್ನು ನೋಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವತಾರ್ ಫಿಲಮ್ಮು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾಗಿ ತಿಳಿಸಿ, ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಪರ್ಸನಲ್, ಎಜುಕೇಷನಲ್, ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರಲ್ ಸೈಕಾಲಜಿ, how it has been represented in the Panchatantra through these stories, and also the various tantras. Tantra means method, it means also an expedient or a upaya, he has elaborated. Dr. Nandapai ಅವರು ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಅಲುಮ್ನೈ ಆಗಿ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕ ಗ್ರಂಥಗಳಾದಂಥ ರಾಮಾಯಣ, ಮಹಾಭಾರತ, ನೀತಿಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಗ್ರಂಥಗಳು, ವಿದುರ ನೀತಿ ಮುಂತಾದವು ಹೇಗೆ ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ಸ್ನ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ, ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಐ ಟಿ ಯುಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಟರ್ನ್ ಆನ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಪಿಂಕ್ ಸ್ಲಿಪ್ಗಳ ಹಾವಳಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಹೇಗೆ ಆರೋಗ್ಯವನ್ನು ಐ ಟಿ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಕಾಪಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ರೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಎ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಬೈ ದಿ Harvard Medical Journal where the highest rate of heart attacks is within the 40 years because of the IT, BT, CT, etc. And youngsters are falling prey and collapsing. So ಅಂಥ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಆರೋಗ್ಯವನ್ನು, and also back pain and obesity also, because 12 hours they are sitting before the 12-inch computers, including my son purpose, yeah, purpose of corporate hospitals, the real, is it ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಡ್ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಭೂ ಸುಧಾರಣಾ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ತೊಂದರೆ ತಂತು ಅಂತ ದೇವರಾಜ್ ಅರಸ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದದು. ಇಂದಿರಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ, ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ದೇವರಾಜ್ ಅರಸ್ ತಂದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನು ಆಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದವರು ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನು ಒಡೆತನವನ್ನು ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ತುಂಬ ವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಕಸಿನ್ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಚೀಫ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟರ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೆಕ್ಕನ್ ಹೆರಾಲ್ಡ್ GS ಕೃಷ್ಣಮೂರ್ತಿಯವರು ಇತ್ತೀಚಿನ ನಾವೆಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಓದಬೇಕು. ದ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಿನ್ ರಾಬರಿ, ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ಪುಸ್ತಕ, ನಾವೆಲ್. ಸೊ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾಗಿ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಗಮನಿಸಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ತುಂಬ ಹಾರ್ದಿಕವಾದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸಮರ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದಾಗ 1 ಗಂಟೆಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಆ ಪೇಪರ್ನ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮೈ ಟೈಮ್ ಬಿಗಿನ್ಸ್ ನೌ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಮಯ ಇದೆ ಸರ್ ನನಗೆ? ಹೌ ಮೆನಿ ಮಿನಿಟ್ಸ್? ನನಗೆ ಈಗ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್, ನೌ ಇಟ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ಸ್. ಹಾಂ, 20. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಐ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ದ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್, ಸರ್? Please go to the slide, but I will not concentrate on that. This presentation is quickly based on 3 things. Initially, for Doordarshan, myself and Dr. Y.S. Gayatri gave 8 episodes on Vidura Niti, which was well received by across the length and breadth of Karnataka. Later, that was translated to all regional languages in India and were shown in BC centers of Doordarshan all over India. That was one part. The second part is my guru and my colleague Dr. B.S. Ramkrishna Rao translated the entire Vidura Niti into Kannada, consisting of 607 verses. I went through that before making the presentation in Doordarshan. Thirdly, see, till recently, 6 weeks ago, I was the chief and I was the head and mentor of the Department of Languages of the Jain University. The Chancellor Chanraj Roychand ji and also the Registrar and the Acting Vice Chancellor Dr. Vidura Mishra ji requested me to develop 2 credit course on the same title, that is Public Governance as reflected in Vidura Niti and Bhartruhari's Neethishtram. So based on that, I have prepared that and gave the 2 credit course to the student. Till it is not offered, it is approved by the Academic Council. But now that I have come out, it can be offered by anybody, anywhere in the world, as I am the author and I am the script person who has done it. And here I am going to present the salient features and how the ancient public governance as reflected in Vidura Niti can also be implemented in the modern outlook, keeping the mapping of the Bloom's taxonomy 1 to 6 points, as well as that of keeping the outcome based education. So based on this, I am going to make a very quick presentation. I am not going to elaborate. I am going to give you just the bullet points of that. Next slide, sir. So I don't want to explain on the public governance because you all know this is the definition. Please go on to the next. Governance, you know what is governance, what is public governance, so I will not elaborate on these things. And this is also based on the, Dr. Shikarabir Krishnamurti and Dr. G.N. Bhat were always talking about management in the Bhagavad Gita and management in Kautilya's Artha Shastra. I am a student of science, so I thought, why can't I make a maiden attempt in doing something about the management? It is based on that. So, sir, please go to the previous slide, quickly. See, what are the components of public governance? It is accountability, transparency, participation, equity, policy formulation. All these are reflected in Vidura Niti. It can be implemented now. Next slide. So, example of public governance, I will give you one based on the previous slide. See, now Bangalore city is planning a new metro line, transportation system, public governance and involve. What does it involve? Gathering input from residents through surveys and public meetings, they have done that. Ensuring that the decision making process is open and publicly accessible through global tenders. allocating funds transparently to prevent corruption. It will never happen. 1,000 crores increases to 2,000 crores. Metro, they want to complete by 2030, but it will go to 2035, etc., etc. Yes? Yes. No, that's what. Ensuring these things with the previous slide, I am in consonance with the previous slide I am showing. Please show the previous slide, sir. It should contain accountability, transparency, participation, equity, policy formulation. All these govern the public governance whenever we engage in public activity, public enterprise. Next slide, the last one. Ensuring equitable access to the transportation system for all members of the community, irrespective of caste, culture, creed, race, nation, etc. So next slide. So in the Mahabharata, we find the Vidura Niti in the Prajagara Parva of the Udyoga Parva. Actually, before the actual war began, actually Dhritarashtra wanted to avoid the fratricidal war or the brotherly war, so he deputed Sanjaya. Go to the next slide, sir. He deputed Sanjaya. Please go, next one. Please go and talk to Pandavas that whether war can be stopped or not. It comes in Udyoga Parva. But he went, Sanjay returned, late in the evening, never spoke, he kept quiet. So Dhritarashtra got upset and his mind was thrown into shambles. So he said, why Sanjaya behaved like this? He should have come and reported to me as a reporter, he never did. So saying so, he called Vidura and asked, I am disturbed, please give me some royal advice. So the whole night, Vidura spoke about this Vidura Niti, elegantly translated by Dr. B.S. Ramakrishna Rao, all 607 verses. I have chosen 150 verses out of that. Finally, I will show, I have no time to read all those verses, but I will leave these slides. References are there, you can go through. So, this is a part of the Upaparva called Prajagara Upaparva. Prakarsha Jagara Upaparva. Complete awakening, waking, attentive. It is the form of a dialogical verses between King Dhritarashtra and Vidura, where Dhritarashtra asks questions, Vidura tells answering. Next slide, please. So, context I have already mentioned. Next slide, please. So, what do we find in this? I have branched into 6-7 types. Ethical foundation of governance. Already elaborated since yesterday morning, starting from G.N. Bhat to Ramasubramaniam, the concept of dharma. Dharma, I don't translate as religion, it is righteousness. Dharana dharma ityahu dharmena viduta prajaha etc. Sarvata sarvada sarvabhutanam anabidroha yagnivalkya ahimsa paramartha ahimsartha paramadharmaha Mahabharata etc. etc. So dharma stands for absolute righteousness. 32 meanings are there. Please see the V.S. Opted dictionary. So not merely on power or expediency, adhikara or upaya, no. A ruler who abandons dharma, righteousness, will lose legitimacy and ultimately the trust of the people. Justice and fairness should guide all state decision. This is what Vidura says. Next slide, please. So ethics, I don't want to elaborate on that. This is a word. Ethics means Neethishastram in Sanskrit. It's a Greek word derived from the word ethika or ethos, means customs or habits that are approved by a certain culture. So Indian ethics is different from the Western ethics, Western culture. One of my students right now is doing his PhD on Indian ethics and Western ethics. He has already completed the PhD thesis. Next, so more important are morals and values. Morals relate to human action, conduct and behavior or demeanor. Values and morals are passed from one generation to another. Content of a value when objectified. Objectification is a very important word used in the West all the time. I've been hearing number of times. Objectification becomes a virtue. Example, truth is a value, satya. Satya is a value, satyam vada dharmanchara. Leading to veracity means virtue, virtus. Life action leads to desire, desire leads to purpose of life leads to judgment of value leads to sense of obligation leads to moral term and moral process. Just as there are 7 steps to success according to Dale Carnegie of the Harvard Business School, there are 7 steps for the downfall elaborated by Krishna already in the Bhagavad Gita, 2nd chapter, 62, 69, 3, Dhyayato Vishyan Pumsa, etc., etc. I don't want to elaborate on that. There are 7 steps for the downfall. Next slide, please. So, then what are the qualities of a good king according to Vidura? He says he must be self-disciplined, Atma Sayyama, truthful, Satyavan, compassionate, Karuna, and impartial. What is the definition of Karuna? Swami Vivekananda gives a wonderful definition in his Raja Yoga. Compassion is that feeling which is aroused in us when we can put ourselves in the position of a sufferer and feel it in the same way. Should avoid arrogance, darpa, anger, kopa, greed, lobha, and attachment, lobha papasya karanam, in the entire Panchatantra. Should listen to wise counselors like Vidura and others and avoid sycophants, samaya sadhakaro, selfish people. Leadership by example is emphasized as elaborated by Dr. Shrutakirti and Prasad and Srinivasa. Emphasize, a king's personal conduct shapes the conduct of his subject. Raja Prakriti Ranjanat is also there, but Raja is the ideal king. We should have philosophical kings like what Dr. S. Radhakrishnan said. He was the first and the last philosopher king of India, followed by Modi ji now. Next slide, please. Duties towards the people. What is the duty he asks? Dhritarashtra asks, Vidura replies. For each of these questions, you have 20 to 100 verses. Totally 607 verses divided into 8 chapters. I have all the references here. Finally, I will show them. The king's foremost duty is protection of citizens. Praja should be protected. Praja should be entertained. For example, Dileepa, when he goes to the rural countryside to offer his obeisance to Vasishtha, Hayyanga Veena Madaya, the villagers came with Agtane Kadida Benne Tandu, offer Madadante. They were so affectionate to Dileepa. Although they had not seen Dileepa all these years, they saw for the first time. But they heard about Dileepa because Punya Kirti. Ensure equitable taxation. The entire Raghuvamsha 4th canto, 5th canto elaborates upon that, how Dileepa, Raghu, others collected taxes in order to give back to the people and the citizens, not exploitative as the previous governments were doing, but sufficient to sustain governance. Sustenance was spoken by the previous economists, G.V. Joshi and our Honorable Shettigaru sir. Promote welfare and prosperity. This is very, very important. Welfare state, not in the dimensions of a communist, but in the democratic way. Food, livelihood, education, peace. These should be the priority sector of all the rulers. Uphold law and justice without bias toward rich, poor, friends or enemies. This is very, very important. Next slide. 4th, administration and statecraft, how it has to be done. Appoint competent, honest and loyal ministers, as is elaborated by Kautilya in his Artha Shastra, Naukadhyaksha, Kupadhyaksha, Panyadhyaksha, so many Adhyakshas. Avoid corrupt or selfish officials. But on the contrary, in the Ramayana we find, in the Uttarakanda, a corrupt official was made the head of the state by Rama so that he stopped doing corruption. Efficient management of treasury and resources. Kosha, Danda, very, very important. Wastefulness and extravagance weaken the state. Today you see so many public gatherings, public assemblies, crores and crores money are spent. Proper use of intelligence and spies to ensure internal security as elaborated by Chanakya in his Kautilya, Chanakya or Kautilya in his Artha Shastra. The elaborate spy network that has been implemented by all over the world by people including India. Next one. 5th, public morality and social order. A ruler should encourage virtue, virtus, guna, valle guna, charity, dana, truthfulness, satya, education in society, shikshana, very important. Discourage vices such as gambling, because there are the 6 vices among the people and especially among the kings. Alcoholism. And the government goes on appreciating and encouraging the second sales of liquor so that they get a lot of money. And exploitation. social harmony must be maintained across classes and communities. You know, I remember I was just reviewing the 250 commissions were established in India after independence because of the Hindu-Muslim clash. And it was by one-man judge or two-man judge, two judges of the Supreme Court, High Court, Sessions Judge and so on. And they gave wonderful report to how to prevent these clashes among the communities in India perpetrated by politicians, selfish sycophants and others. None of the commission, none of the recommendations of the commissions have been implemented as of now. Next slide. Foreign policy and defense. Maintain, see, Vidura tells this. The date of the Mahabharata war, you know, 3106 1 BCE. Mahabharata later, Jaya, Bharat Samhita, Mahabharata was written in 400 BCE, coming up to 400 CE. Now, 1000 years it was written. Look at how foreign policy was developed. Maintain preparedness for war, but pursue peace as the highest goal. I remember with my colleague when I was just started this profession, who was a political science professor, Dr. Shivram Reddy, he asked me to read International Relations by Palmer and Palkins. I read around 45 years ago, 600 pages. I remember the last line, last two lines. It says, be prepared for the war completely, totally, and speak of peace. And finally he says, in this modern world, the soul has left the man and has run away. So that's what has happened with this successive wars. According to Roy Buljan, who studies about the wars, which I commented in my paper on the effect of the Mahabharata war published, in the last 100 years, there were hundreds of wars. 90 million people have been officially killed. And we don't know about the prisoners of war, the wounded wars, the wounded people and so on. Look at the war, it brings misery to the entire world. Apart from loss, a lot of loss to the national exchequer and to the state exchequer, including what we are going to suffer with the LPG next month. Treat allies with respect and honor treaties. Honor treaty is very, very important. Well, I don't know what happened to the NPT, National Nuclear Proliferation Treaty, started by Brezhnev, Indira Gandhi and others. I don't know, it has been given a goodbye, by Trump and his team. Diplomacy, very important. Conciliation and alliances are preferred before resorting to force. Force is the last one. Last is danda, not the other one. Although dandam dasagunam bhavet, it is the last one, we have to do it. That's what Vidura says. Next one. Personal conduct of the king. It's already explained. Practice self-restraint. Avoid indulgence in luxury, excessive pleasure, or favoritism to some people, like Shala, the brother-in-law of King Dushyanta. So we should avoid such things. Must be accessible to subjects and hear their grievances all the time, having sat in the Dharmasana as done by Dushyanta in the 5th act of the Abhignana Shakuntala. A ruler who listens only to flatterers meets disaster. Once a ruler gets power and money, number of flatterers will come, start praising, and they should not be encouraged by the king or the ministers. He should have that wisdom to check who is a flatterer, who is a real advisor. Next slide, please. Consequences of misrule, and misrule of how it happens. Rulers who exploit subjects, like I feel, these Navanandas in those days said they collected 99 crore gold coins and amassed in their treasury. So it was, I think I'm coming to the end. It was therefore, Chandragupta had to wage a war against the Navanandas. So that should be avoided. Now 25 lakh crore has been deposited in Swiss bank. I don't know how we are going to bring it back. All are, double too money. Neglect having exploited citizens of this country. Neglect justice or act unrighteously, bring ruin to themselves, their families and their kingdom. The fall of unjust kings is certain, even if delayed, like what was elaborated by Kalidasa while elaborating about the life of the solar kings, starting with Vaivasvatamanu, ending with Agnivarna, the 21st king of the generation. He stops there because he was a despotic ruler. Next one. So Vidura Niti, what do we find in summary? It advocates people-centric, very, very important. Although it was royal dynasty, royal king, he was the supreme, still it was people-centric. Dharma-based governance model where the rule acts as the guardian and servant of the people, upholding justice, fairness and welfare. It combines ethical principles with practical statecrafts, Rajaniti, making it one of the earliest articulations of good governance in Indian thought. Next slide. So, based on this, I have quickly given the sub-themes with textual references, chapters, verses, characteristic of scholars, characteristics of dull-witted people, advice to king, act of forgiving, nature of cultured people, nature of noble and ignoble people, control of sense organs, control of speech, subtlety of dharma, untruth, effect of untruth or false statement, sinners and their acts, 8 noble qualities. Next one, characteristic of meritorious and demeritorious people, effect of harsh speech, words, ignoble people, characteristics of noble, ignoble families, attributes of noble people, qualities of a good friend, characteristics of good and bad relatives, unity is strength, maintenance of servants, characteristics of dharma, types of power, eco-balance, what we call now eco, I have coined a new word for my monograph on animals in Indian ecology and tradition, published already. Eco-friendly coexistence. This is the word I coined for the first time. So, eco-balance. Next one, royal administration, business profit and loss, animal ethics, qualities of good and bad, friendship, wealth protection, how it has to be done, and student nature. If the organizers give me 1 minute, at least I will quote 1 or 2 verses. The reason is, without quoting Vidura Niti, how I can speak? Perhaps, sir, please go to that, the last 3, go to that list I gave. At least 1 or 2 I will quote. For example, previous ones. Yeah, here. Previous. First one. Yeah. Characteristics, because we are all scholars, let us see what is the characteristic of scholar. Chapter 1, 21 to 37, but I will recite only 1 verse. See, Atmajnanam Samarambha, Titiksha Dharma Nityata. I will quote 8 verses, 8 chapters. Yamarthan Apakarshanti, Savai Pandita Uchyate. One who knows himself very well, one who has work or industry, one who has patience, one who has stability, resoluteness in doing dharma or righteousness, and one who is not driven away by the 4-fold values of life, dharma, artha, kama, moksha, is considered a real pandita. Pandaha asya asti iti panditaha. Next. Then we'll go to the second chapter. Previous one, sir. Keep the previous one only. Control of the, control of speech. Please go to that. Chapter 2, 77-83. Just in. Give me 1 minute, sir. Yeah, but I have to open up that second chapter. One sample. The control of speech, second chapter, 77. Yes. Nangu bekadu ivaga. 77. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Vaksanyamo hi nripate sudushkara tamo mataha artavaccha vichitrancha nashakyam bahubhashitum. O king, we know that it is, and my personal opinion, I am translating it to English across the table, my personal opinion is that it is very difficult to have the self-control over the speech. However, it is very difficult to speak in a very essential way, in a way of essence, and in a very captivating, attractive way. Next. Third one, is there a third chapter? Or we will go for subtlety of dharma. First 54. One reference. Ekameva dvitiyam tat yat rajan namabuddhyase satyam swargasya sopanam paravarasya nauriva. O king, just as there is a boat to cross over the ocean, there is only one ladder to rise up to the heaven and to success, which is absolute truth. And there is nothing more than this, and you are not understanding this truth. This is what Vidura is telling. Chapter 3. Okay. Sinners and their acts we will take down. Chapter 3, 56. Yes, sinners, 56. Otherwise we will do injustice to Vidura. 56. Yes. Madhyapanam kalaham pugavairam bharyapatyorantaram jnativedam rajadvishtam stripumsayor vivadam varjanyahu yaschapantaha pradushtaha. Alcohol, drinking alcohol, always engaging in fighting or squabbles, engaging in communal clashes. See, he has already spoken about that. Creating trouble among husband and wife and creating trouble among relatives, royal cheating, all these are path of sinners and others. I think I will stop there because bhubukshitaihi vyakaranam naruchyate. So I offer my grateful thanks to the authorities of the Shree Durgaparameshwari Temple Trust as well as the college, Dr. Padmanabh Marathe, the secretary of the Akhila Karnataka Sanskrit Parishat, as well as to Dr. G.N. Bhat, the president of the Samshodhana, Dr. Shikaripur Krishnamurti. I'll come back to you after 30 seconds. So then, yeah, Dr. M.G. Hegde, Sumitra Bhat and others who are the Shishyas and Prashishyas of D.N. Shanbhag, and also I become a Prashishya of Shanbhag, although I was a student of Pandurangi. D.N. Shanbhag was the student of K.T. Pandurangi. So that way I am an indirect Shishya of D.N. Shanbhag, and to all the authorities for giving me this rare opportunity to give a presentation at this seminar. Repeatedly I am coming. Perhaps I will develop into a full paper which can be offered as a 2-credit course transferred all over India, which can be done. Next month I start speaking about the videos on this, so that this is very important and relevant. Special thanks to all the members giving this opportunity for sharing this, and especially to my long time well-wishers, Dr. Shikaripur Krishnamurti, your attention, Dr. G.N. Bhat and others who have run this organization for 25 years, not a joke, and also who gave me the opportunity 40 years ago when I returned from my deadly Silent Valley track. They organized lectures in Canara College and Mangalore, and I continue to be engaged in all these outward bound activity also. Thank you very much for your kind patience. Namaskar. Dhanyavad.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಒಂದೇ ವಾಕ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಸಮರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ.
इदानीं भोजन विरामः. द्विवादने अत्र पुनः गोष्ठी भविष्यति.
वाग्देवतेयं विलसतु वदने सर्वदा सुप्रसन्ना सर्वेभ्यो नमः अध्यक्षರು ಅವರು ಮಧ್ಯ संस्कृतसाहित्ये नीतिशास्त्रं तस्य सामयिकप्रस्तुतता च इति विषयमधिकृत्य दिनद्वयव्यापिनी अत्र परिषत् प्रचलति। अत्र द्वितीये दिने अद्य अधुना अन्तिमं सत्रम् अधुना वर्तते। अन्तिमे सत्रे पञ्चमे अन्तिमे च सत्रे भवतां सर्वेषां हार्दं स्वागतं व्याहरामि। सत्रे अस्मिन् अध्यक्षरूपेण विराजन्ते डॉक्टर आशीष बर्वे महोदयाः। एते रत्नगिरितः समागताः। रत्नगिरि विधि महाविद्यालये प्राचार्यरूपेण एते विराजन्ते। तेषाम् अत्र स्वागतं व्याहरामि। अन्ये च पत्रप्रस्तोतारः अत्र विराजन्ते। डॉक्टर तिरुमल भट्ट महोदयाः बेङ्गलूरुतः समागताः सन्ति। एवञ्च डॉक्टर गाळिमने विनायक भट्ट महोदयाः आಳ್ವಾಸ್ मूडबिद्रे महाविद्यालयतः अत्र समागताः सन्ति। एवञ्च डॉक्टर सुरेश आर् महोदयाः समागताः सन्ति। एवं छात्राः केबी प्रगति रोहित किशोर एंड प्रियांका सर्वेभ्यः स्वागतं व्याहरामि। एतेषां सर्वेषामपि परिचयं विधातुम् अहं श्राव्याम् अत्र आह्वये।
Respected dignitaries, faculty members and participants, a very good afternoon to one and all. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the 6th session of open discussion of the National Seminar on Neethishastram in Sanskrit Literature and its present relevance, jointly organized by Shree Durgaparameshwari Temple First Grade College Kateel, Samskrita Shodha Samsthana Sirsi and Akhila Karnataka Sanskrit Parishat Mangalore. At the outset, I extend my grateful welcome to our Chairperson, Dr. Ashish Bharve. He has an outstanding academic background, having completed his Bachelor of Legal Science and Bachelor of Laws, followed by an LLM in Corporate Law with the gold medal and another LLM in Criminal Law. He has also earned his PhD in Intellectual Property Rights and Alternative Dispute Resolution Laws. Currently, he is serving as the principal of SB Keer Law College, Ratnagiri, Maharashtra. We are truly honored to have you among us today. I welcome you, sir. I would also like to welcome today's honorable guest, Sri M. Narasimha Bhat. He is a well-known Pandit in Mangalore and he is also a senior student of our Sanskrit MA section. We welcome you, sir. I would also like to welcome Dr. Suresh R. He studied Krishna Yajurveda and served at Veda Vidnana Gurukula, Bangalore. He completed his Sanskrit PhD under the guidance of G.N. Bhat. He is currently working in Central Sanskrit University in Indian Knowledge System Education and Development Center in Deccan College, Pune as an assistant professor. We are grateful to have you as a paper presenter. We welcome you, sir. I also welcome Dr. Galimane Vinayak Bhat, HOD of Sanskrit Department of Alvas College, Mudabidre. He completed his PhD in Bhagavad Gita under the guidance of G.N. Bhat. He has mastered total 18 chapters of the Bhagavad Gita. We are glad to have you as a paper presenter. We welcome you, sir. I would also like to welcome Dr. Tirumala Bangalore. He completed his PhD in Sanskrit under the guidance of JRK at Tirupati. He won 4 Best Paper Awards such as Guru Shri and Guru Kritadna Awards. He has 18 years of teaching experience in Surana College, Autonomous, Bangalore. We are happy to have you as a paper presenter. We welcome you, sir. I also welcome Rohit, Pragati, Kishore, Priyanka, students of BBA at Surana College, Autonomous, Bangalore, who are here for the paper presentation. Welcome you all. Once again, I welcome each and everyone present here. Thank you.
सत्रे अस्मिन् गौरव उपस्थितिः अस्ति नरसिंहभट्ट महोदयस्य, तस्यापि हार्दं स्वागतं व्याहरामि सर्वेषां पक्षतः। साक्षात् इदानीं प्रस्तुतीकरणस्य आरम्भः भवतु। अत्र आदौ प्रस्तौति डॉक्टर तिरुमल बेङ्गळूरु। एतस्य महोदयस्य पत्रमस्ति कामन्दकीय नीतिसारः तस्य सामयिक प्रस्तुतता च इति। कृपया 10 निमेषाभ्यन्तरे एव पत्रं समापनीयमिति निवेदनं वर्तते।
वागर्थाविव सम्पृक्तौ वागर्थप्रतिपत्तये जगतः पितरौ वन्दे पार्वती परमेश्वरौ नमः सभायै सभापतिभ्यश्च। शुभमध्याह्नः। कामन्दकीय नीतिसारस्य परिचयः प्रासङ्गिकता च कथमिति यथामति दत्तावकाशे संक्षिप्ततया प्रस्तूयते अत्र मया। आचार्य कौटिल्येन कृतस्य बृहद् अर्थरूपशास्त्रस्य संक्षेपतः 20 सर्गेषु संकलितो भवति ग्रन्थोऽयं कामन्दकीय नीतिसारः। आचार्य कामन्दकप्रणीतस्य ग्रन्थस्य आरम्भः इन्द्रियजयप्रकरणेन अजायत। प्रथमतः नन्दवंशं समूलम् उन्मूल्य श्री चन्द्रगुप्तमौर्यं राजपदे अभिषिक्तस्य आचार्यस्य कौटिल्यस्य परिचयः प्रदत्तः। प्रथमं सः प्रतिग्रहस्य अग्रहीता। कौटिल्यशब्दस्य अर्थः कुटिलमतिः इति नास्ति, अपितु कुटिलत्वात् घटः उच्यते। तं धान्यभूतं लान्ति सङ्गृह्णन्ति। प्रातःसमये होमार्थं न अधिकं तु ब्राह्मणानुद्दिश्य सद्यः प्रक्षालयन्ति इति कुटिलाः कुम्भीधान्याः इति प्रसिद्धाः। आचार्य कौटिल्यस्य पूर्वजाः अग्रहीतारः आसन्। केवलं स्वीयकुटुम्बस्य भरणार्थम् अथ च अतिथीनां सेवार्थमेव भिक्षावृत्तिं कुर्वन्ति स्म। अनेन ज्ञायते यत् त्यागेन तपसा च विनाशास्त्रं राज्ञाम् उन्मूलनं भवितुं शक्यते। राज्ञो विषये आचार्यः कामन्दको ब्रूते न्यायेन अर्जनम् अर्थस्य रक्षणं वर्धनं तथा सत्पात्र प्रतिष्ठ राजवृत्तं चतुर्विधम्। प्रजापालनं राजा कथं कुर्यात् तत्र चतुर्विध उपायः प्रदर्शितो विद्यते। यथा शास्त्रोक्तविधिना धनोपार्जनं, रक्षणं, प्रजायाः पालनं, वर्धनं नाम कोशाभिवृद्धिकरणं, वर्धितस्य सत्पात्रेषु निक्षेपः। सत्पात्राणि त्रिविधानि यथा धर्मपात्राणि। एकक्षणं महोदय, एतत् तत्र स्थापयितुं शक्यते वा? त्यजतु, चिन्ता नास्ति। धर्मपात्राणि अनुष्ठातारः तपस्विनः ब्राह्मणाश्च। अर्थपात्राणि मन्त्रिणः कर्षकारः पशुपालितारश्च। एतेषां यथायोग्यं सहयोगं कुर्यात्। कामपात्राणि सौन्दर्यसम्पन्नाः सुशीलाः स्त्रियः। एतेषां त्रयाणां सम्यक् प्रतिपादनार्थं राज्ञः चतुर्विधं वृत्तं भवति। राजा स्वयम् इन्द्रियजये भूत्वा पश्चात् मन्त्री, कोश, राज्य, दुर्ग, मित्र, बलि इति बलमिति षडङ्गान् सदाचार सम्पन्नान् कुर्यात्। इन्द्रियजये कारणभूतानां विद्यावृद्धानां संयोगः कार्यः। तथा च उक्तं वृद्धोपसेवी नृपतिः सतां भवति सम्पतः। धर्मार्थाय विद्यासु वृद्धानाम् आचार्याणां सेवनं कुर्यात्। गुरोपासकानां विद्या विना अर्थशास्त्रस्य सम्यक् बोधो न भवितुम् अर्हति। उक्तमस्ति कामन्दकीये शास्त्राय गुरुसंयोगः शास्त्रं विनयवृद्धये। विद्याविनीतो नृपतिः न कृच्छ्रेषु अवसीदति। शास्त्राय गुरो द्वितीय सर्गे आन्वीक्षकी त्रयी वार्ता दण्डनीतिश्चेति चतस्रणां विद्यानां विषये संक्षेपतः निरूपणं क्रियते। समस्त विद्या विचाराणां करणभूतासु विद्यासु प्रधानतमा अन्वीक्षकी वर्तते। ततः प्रधानत्वात् धर्मस्य व्यवस्थापनार्थं त्रयी विद्या अस्ति। जीवनं यदा व्यवस्थितं भवति जीवनस्य पालनार्थम् अन्नपानादि सम्पूर्त्यर्थं वार्तां विद्या यत्र कृषिपशुपालनव्यापाराणां माध्यमेन जीवनं सुखमयं भवितुम् अर्हति। प्रजानां राज्यस्य च सर्वथा सङ्कटनिवारणार्थं दण्डनीतिविद्या आवश्यकी एव भवति। यया विना मात्स्यन्याय अभिभूतासु प्रजासु विद्रोहः सम्भाव्यते। यथा दीर्घमत्स्यः लघुमत्स्यम् अश्नाति तद्वत् बलवान् निर्बलं बाधेत। चतुर्विद्या सम्पन्नो राजा एव सुव्यवस्थितं सुखसमृद्धियुक्तं राज्यं पालयितुं समर्थो भवति। तदनन्तरम् आचार्य व्यवस्थापनमाध्यमेन सर्वेभ्यः सुखं प्रदातुं स्वयं सदाचार सम्पन्नो भूत्वा सुखमयं जीवनं यापयेत् राजा। सदाचारस्य आत्मसात्कर्ता लोकः कदापि न विभिद्यते। तथा सद्गुणैर्युक्तो राजा कदाचिदपि कस्माच्चिदपि राष्ट्रात् पराजितो न भवति। कदाचित् वियुक्तोपि पुनः संघटितो भवति। प्रकृति संपत् प्रकरणमाध्यमेन राज्यस्य पूर्णतां वर्णयति कामन्दकः। उक्तमस्ति तत्र परस्परोपकारीदं सप्ताङ्गं राज्यम् उच्यते। राज्ञः आरभ्य सुहृत्पर्यन्तं सप्त प्रकृतिः परस्परं यथाशक्ति सहयोगस्य विधानात् सुख समृद्धं भवति। अनन्तरं स्वामी अनुजीवन वृत्त प्रकरणेन भृत्यराज्ञोः सम्बन्धे वर्णनम् अभूत्। राजा च अभिगामिक गुणसम्पन्नः नाम कुलशीलादिगुणैः सम्पन्नो कोशरहितोऽपि राजा सेवकैः सेव्यः। कोशादिसम्पन्नः सदाचारविहीनः राजा कदापि न सेव्यो भवति लोके। आचार्य कामन्दकेन भणितम् एतत् अनात्मवान् नयद्वेषी वर्धयन् अरिसम्पदः प्राप्यापि महदैश्वर्यं सः तेन विनश्यति। अविवेकी नीतिविरुद्धः बहुशत्रुः मित्रसम्पद्रहितः राजा ऐश्वर्यसम्पन्नोऽपि विनश्यति लोके। अत एव कदापि न सेवनीयो भवति एतादृशराजो राजा। तात्पर्यमस्ति यद् अनीतिमार्गेण उपार्जितं धनं चिरं न तिष्ठति अपितु समूलं विनश्यति। अथ च सन्मार्गेण उपार्जितं धनं स्थायित्वम् अधिगच्छति। दृश्यते यथा वास्तविकञ्च धीसत्व उद्योगयुक्तानां किं दुरापं महात्मनां। शुश्रूषा श्रवण ग्रहण धारण विज्ञान ऊहापोहतत्व निवेशादिगुणैः सम्पन्ना बुद्धिः सत्वम् अर्थात् व्यसने अभ्युदये च यो विकारं न प्राप्नोति उद्योगः उद्यम सम्पन्नः उच्यते। उद्योगिनं पुरुषसिंहमुपैति लक्ष्मीः। उद्यम सम्पन्नः पुरुषः राजलक्ष्मीम् उपभुङ्क्ते इत्यर्थः। एतादृशानां पुरुषाणां किमपि दुस्साध्यं नास्ति। ईदृशः राजा सदा सर्वदा सर्वैः सर्वत्र सेवितव्यो भवति। कण्टकशोधनेन बाह्याभ्यन्तरशत्रुभ्यो राष्ट्रं रक्षेत् राजा। यतो हि राज्ञः परमकर्तव्यं प्रजापालनम् एव अस्ति। तथा च राज्ञः संरक्षणं प्रजा संरक्षणमेव धर्मो न अन्यः। आचार्यः कौटिल्यश्च ब्रूते राजकार्यमपि यज्ञः एव इति। राजो हि व्रतमुत्थानं यज्ञः कार्यानुशासनं दक्षिणा वृत्तिसाम्यं च दीक्षा तस्य अभिषेचनं। राज्ञः उन्नतिः व्रतमस्ति। कार्यानुशासनं यज्ञः वृत्तिसाम्यं दक्षिणा एवं राष्ट्रस्य अभिषेकः एव दीक्षा। एतादृशस्य राज्ञः धर्मस्य शरीरम् एव साधनं भवति। कालिदासोक्तिश्च शरीरमाद्यं खलु धर्मसाधनं। धार्मिको राजा स्वशरीरं यत्नेन रक्षेत्। राष्ट्रसंरक्षणकाले चौरादिनिग्रह एव धर्मः। पापात्मनां शिक्षा हिंसा वा दोषावः नास्ति। प्रजापालनकाले राज्ञा यथार्ह दण्ड एव प्रयोक्तव्यः। स्वल्प अपराधे अधिकदण्डेन प्राणाघाते स्वल्पदण्डेन प्रजासु असन्तोषो जायते। अतः राज्ञा शास्त्रेषु विहितायाः दण्डव्यवस्थायाः परिपालनं कर्तव्यम् एवं कृते सति उत्तरोत्तरं वृद्धिम् अधिगच्छति राजा। राज्ञः पुत्रादिभिः कथं रक्षेत् राष्ट्रम्? राजपुत्र संरक्षण प्रकरण माध्यमेन वर्णयति कामन्दकः कामन्दकीय नीतिसारे। राज्ञः परिजनः असंस्कृताः यदि तर्हि राज्ये भीतिः स्यात्, प्रजासु दुष्परिणामश्च। असमञ्ज दुर्योधनादयः नैकानि उदाहरणानि मिलन्ति यत् दुश्चरित्रेण पुत्रेण स्वकीयं पितरं राजानं विनाश्य स्वयं सत्तासीनो अभवत्। अतः सर्वप्रथमं राजा स्वकुलं विनयसम्पन्नं कारयेत्। एतत् केवलं राज्ञा न, अस्माभिरपि। विनयोपग्रहान् भूत्यै कुर्वीत नृपतिः सुतान्, अविनीतकुमारं हि कुलम् आशु विशीर्यते। कामन्दकनीतिः। राज्ञो विनयः द्विविधो भवति, कृतकः सहजश्च। सहजः स्वाभाविको विनयः अनेकैः जन्मैः समुपार्जितैः पुण्यैः सहजो प्राप्यते। विनयसम्पन्नानां मनीषीणां संयोगेन विनयी भवेत् स कृतकः। शास्त्रेषु वर्णितस्य काले विहितः संस्कारः कारयेत्। अनन्तरं सदाचारसम्पन्नानाम् आचार्याणां निर्देशेन राजपुत्राः सुशिक्षिताः भवेयुः। एतादृशैः राजपुत्रैः परिजनैर्वा देशः समृद्धिम् अधिगच्छति। अस्मात् आत्मरक्षण प्रकरणे सुरक्षा व्यवस्थायां संवृतानां कर्मिणां कीदृशः व्यवहारः करणीयः, कथं विहरेत्, कथं शयीत, प्रजायाः रक्षा शत्रुभ्यः कथं विदध्यात्, विषपरीक्षणं कथं कर्तव्यं, राजमार्गे राज्ञो गमनागमनयोः काले कीदृशी रक्षा व्यवस्था स्यात्, एवं विधाः सर्वे पक्षाः विचारिताः कामन्दकीय नीतिसारे। अथ एवं शास्त्रेषु वर्णिता राष्ट्रधानस्य सुरक्षा व्यवस्था भवेत्, तर्हि कदाचिदपि शत्रुभिः पराजयो न भवितुं शक्यते। संक्षेपतः ग्रन्थसारांशः प्रस्तुतो मया। सामयिका प्रस्तुतता च किमर्थमित्युक्ते अवसरेऽस्मिन् कामन्दिक नीतिसारस्य परिशीलनं किमर्थमिति जिज्ञासायां समाधत्ते मनीषा एवं मम आधुनिकजीवन शिक्षणपद्धतौ ज्ञानप्रधाना भारतीया अध्ययनशैली सनातना विस्मृतप्राया। जागतिकरणव्याजेन जीवराशयः आपदि संकुलिताः जीवन्ति असन्तुष्टाः मार्गात्यस्ताः मनुष्यरहितत्वमानवाश्च। आधुनिक शिक्षणे प्रवर्तितः तत्त्वनिष्ठ व्यवहार दूरंगतः परार्थ संबंध प्रीति तात्विक वैचारिक बुद्धिरहितः शठे निष्ठः समाजे स्वार्थपरः डोलायमानः जीवति मानवः। राजानः अधिकारिणः अधिकारमत्ताः प्रजाः पीडयन्ति राष्ट्रं नाशयन्ति। प्रजाप्रभुत्वे वञ्चनं पश्यन्तः किं कर्तव्य विमूढाः प्रजाः तूष्णीकाः जीवन्ति। रामराज्य दुःस्वप्नं काङ्क्षन्तः कुत्रचित् कदाचित् प्रजानां हितकारे राज्य राष्ट्रं प्रशासयति अपि अधिकारिणां चयने निर्वहणे प्रजारक्षणे कष्टम् अनुभवति। स्वानन्दमपि न अवाप्नोति स्वहस्तदत्त दण्ड आतपत्रमिव इति कालिदासोक्तिरिव राजकार्यं शमसाध्यमपि राजा कदापि स्वधर्मं न त्यजेत्। स्वधर्मचारी इह परयोः कल्याणं प्राप्नोति इति कौटिल्यः। तस्मात् स्वधर्मं भूतानां राजा च व्यभिचारयेत्। एवञ्च कामन्दकः दण्डनीतिः प्रजापालनं तद्वारा अर्थाभिवृद्धिः राष्ट्रोन्नतिश्च कथं भवेदिति प्रतिपादयति नीतिसारे। अतः आधुनिकजगति कामन्दिकया नीतिसारस्य प्रासङ्गिकता वर्तत एव इति सर्वेभ्यः धन्यवादाः।
समीचीनं पत्रं प्रस्तुतवते तिरुमल महोदयाय धन्यवादाः। अग्रिमं पत्रमस्ति डॉक्टर गाळिमने विनायकभट्ट महोदयस्य। तस्य विषयः अस्ति रेलेवेन्स् आफ् विदुरनीति इति। 10 निमेषाभ्यन्तरे कृपया।
अयि भो मान्याः सर्वेभ्यः भूयांसि नमांसि। विदुरनीतेः आधुनिकप्रस्तुतिः अथवा वर्तमानकालीन प्रस्तुतिः अस्मिन् विषये यथामति वक्तुकामोऽस्मि। समयः इदानीमेव निर्बन्धितः अस्ति, समयेनापि निर्बन्धितोऽस्मि। अतः श्लोकद्वयमेव अत्र विवृण्वन् अग्रे गच्छामि। प्रथमः श्लोकः प्रसिद्धः वर्तते। षड्पर्वणि अस्य उपपर्वणि अस्य प्रसक्तिः यदि चिन्तयामः, एतद् धृतराष्ट्रस्य कृते इति सर्वैः अस्माभिः ज्ञायते एव। तत्र धृतराष्ट्रः कथम् अस्ति अथवा कथम् आसीत् इति चिन्तयामश्चेत्, सः राष्ट्रं तेन राष्ट्रं धृतं वर्तते, परन्तु सः जात्यन्धः वर्तते। अस्य रूपकभाषायां यदि वयं चिन्तयामः, ये सर्वे जात्यन्धाः अन्धरूपेण राष्ट्रं धृतवन्तः सन्ति, तेभ्यः एतादृशनीतेः आवश्यकता अति अगत्या अवश्या च वर्तते इति ज्ञातुं शक्यते। अस्य शब्दानां पुनः पुनरुक्ति भयेन, यतः डॉक्टर एम् के श्रीधर महाभागाः पूर्वाह्णे एव अस्य विषये बहु विस्तृतेन संक्षेपेण च अस्य विषयं विवृतवन्तः सन्ति। अतः अस्य पुनरुक्ति भयात् पुनः अस्य विवरणं न क्रियते। द्वितीयः श्लोकः मया वक्तव्यः वर्तते। एकया द्वे विनिश्चित्य त्रीन् चतुर्भिः वशे कुरु, पञ्च जित्वा विदित्वा षट्, सप्त हित्वा सुखी भव। बहु संकेतरूपेण अस्य विवरणं, संकेतरूपेण विदुरेण उक्तम्, अस्य विवरणं यथामति वक्तुकामोऽस्मि। एकया नाम अस्य विवरणे बुद्ध्या सर्वं चिन्तयेत् इति तत्र दत्तं वर्तते। बुद्धिः सर्वत्र बुद्धेः उपयोगिता सर्वत्र भवेत् इति अस्य आशयः वर्तते। द्वे विनिश्चित्य इति कृतं वर्तते, तत्र दत्तम् अस्ति। द्वे नाम तत्र द्वयोः प्राधान्यं दत्तं वर्तते, कर्तव्यस्य अकर्तव्यस्य च, सदसद्विवेकः इति अस्य आशयः। त्रीन् चतुर्भिः वशे कुर्यात् इति वर्तते। ते त्रयः के इति चेत् तत्र उक्तं मित्रं, शत्रुः, पुनः ताटस्थ्येन यः वर्तते सः, अथवा ये वर्तन्ते ते। सर्वान् तत्र त्रीन् चतुर्भिः वशे कुर्यात् इति। एते त्रयः ये सन्ति, तान् साम दान दण्ड पुनः भेद चतुरोपायैः एतेषां वशीकरणं भवेत् इति अस्य आशयः। पञ्च जित्वा, सर्वे वयं जानीमः एव, पञ्च शब्देन बहु प्रपञ्चिताः, बहुप्रपञ्चः पञ्चशब्दे वर्तते। अत्र पञ्चेन्द्रियाणां विषये तैः निरूपितम् अस्ति। पञ्चेन्द्रियाणां जयः महाभारतस्य आशयः वयं जानीमः। धर्मादर्थश्च कामश्च इत्यादि विषये धर्मार्थकाममोक्षाणाम् इत्यादि श्लोकेषु अस्य प्रसक्तिः, अस्य विवरणञ्च ज्ञायते एव। पुनः तत्र राजनीतेः सन्धिविग्रहादि षट् कर्तव्यानि प्रोक्तानि सन्ति। तान् अत्र ज्ञात्वा इति षड्, पञ्च जित्वा विदित्वा षट्, ते षट् विचाराः ज्ञातव्याः राज्ञा इति उक्तं वर्तते, राजभिः इति उक्तं वर्तते। अन्तिमः वर्तते सप्त हित्वा सुखी भवेत् इति। सप्त, तत्र राज्याङ्गानि सप्त बहु प्रसिद्धाः वयं जानीमः। तत्र राष्ट्र, दुर्ग, बल, कोश इत्यादि वदामः। पुनः सप्त व्यसनानि प्रसिद्धानि सन्ति। तान् सप्त जित्वा अथवा विजित्य राजा सुखी भवेत्। यत्र राजा सुखेन तिष्ठति, सः तद् राज्यमपि सुखेन भवति इति वयं जानीमः। एतदुक्त्वा विरमामि। 10 निमेषाभ्यन्तरे मया समापितमिति मन्ये। धन्यवादाः।
There is a beautiful shloka here. न गणस्य अग्रतो गच्छेत् सिद्धे कार्ये समं फलं यदि कार्य विपत्ति स्यात् मुखरः तत्र हन्यते इति प्रसिद्धः अयं श्लोकः. So if there is any success, it should be shared. Everyone, even in cricket and other areas, we can see that not only the captain who is responsible, but he shares the success with all the members. But when it is the failure, then the captain will be held responsible for it. So that is the negative side, lopside of the leadership. Here I would like to bring a small difference between leader and the Raja. In most of the cases, we tend to see that Raja is the leader. Leadership is part of the king's profile. Leader has got a limited role. As far as Raja is concerned, he has got management, governance and so on. So leader is, as far as leadership content is concerned, particularly in Neethishastram, we can see such contents which are equally mentioned as Raja as well as leader. So one must have the prudence to identify what are the characteristics of a good leader and where the Raja's role has been defined. Point number 2, Neethishastram. As far as Neethishastram is concerned, in fact in Indian knowledge system, IKS, there is no such Shastram at all. In all the Neethi Vakyam are spread across the literature. So we don't see any specific Shastram like only which is talking only about Neethi and other things. So there is a list of works which we can refer to. For example, Chaturvedah Puranani Sarvopanishadatha Ramayanam Bharatancha Gita Sabdarshanancha Jainagamaha Tripitakaha Guru Grantha Satangiraha Eshaha Jnana Nithi Shreshtaha Shraddheyo Hridi Sarvada. These two shlokas summarize where we can see the Neethishastra which is spread in all these literature. So coming to the part of leadership, previous speakers have given the Indian perspective. Let me give the other side, the Western perspective, on which Krishnamurti ji and others have worked for several decades. Just a bird eye view here. Goldman has stated there are 6 kinds of leaders. One is commanding leader, one who dictates orders, gives the order, for which we can find some references. For example, Manasa Chintitam Karyam Vacha Naiva Prakashayet Mantrena Rakshet Gudham Karye Chapi Vinodayet. So he doesn't give any explanation, do what I say. That is one line statement of commanding leadership. And second is coaching leadership. It will have a ripple effect. For example, one person coaches the team and the team coaches the rest of the people. So here in any corporate governance we can see such coaching leadership pattern. And third one is democratic leadership or participatory leadership, which has been spoken very widely in Kautilya Artha Shastra. And here it is open for creativity and the leader is more of a facilitator. He doesn't claim to be a leader. One more point, incidentally I would like to state here. A leader is not a position. It is an attitude, it is a responsibility or a kind of character or the role one plays on demanding situation. For example, before 2014, there was a public unrest about corruption and so on. So at that point of time, there were some leaders emerged. So there is a possibility that leaders try to emerge because of demanding situation. So this is democratic. And fourth one is affiliative leadership, where the leader tries to build a personal relationship with the followers or team members. Followers is not a good word, team members. So the team member tries to feel that he is closely associated with the leader. So such kind of personal relationship is built in the affiliative leadership. We can see beautiful examples of Sugriva leading the entire team, and Rama's leadership. So all these are some examples. And fifth one is pace setting leadership, where he leads by examples. So in pace setting leadership, he doesn't give directions, he doesn't confine himself to giving motivational speech and so on, but rather he leads from the front. He, being an ideal in that field, he tries to establish himself as the role model so that people can walk in that path. The sixth one is quite interesting. It is called visionary leadership. We can see that there are certain leaders who have created great effects on the humanity. Whether we accept it or not, such leaders in the field of religion, particularly in the field of commerce and business, there are such leaders who have created long-lasting effects. So these are visionary leadership. And before I conclude, I would like to bring a few shlokas to your kind attention. One is Neethihi Shastrena Vartanam. So Neethishastra is all about how one can lead the life being a model. And on contrast to the Western model of leadership, Indian model tries to bring out some three important values. One is Vidvatta, he must be knowledgeable, skillful, and so on. Neetimatta, he must follow the principles that he preaches. And the third one is Shasana Kshamata, he must have the ability to administer. So as far as Western model of leadership is concerned, one can see the breadth of Neetimatta. They don't see the Neeti, that is personal principles, personal life, as necessarily be the quality of a good leader. So Indian model proposes this very strongly. So this brings the fundamental difference between Indian and Western model, wherein I don't demean the Western model because it is growing, evolving, and we need to evolve our own principles based on the text which are available. And here Mukta Sango Anamvadi Dhrityutsaha Samanvitaha Siddhya Siddhyoho Nirvikaraha Neta Satvika Uchyate iti Parivartayitum Shakyate. So Tatra ye gunaha apekshitaha tesham gunanam atra sangraha asmabhi drashtum shakyate. Atisangaha dosham utpadayati. As far as Chanakya Neeti is concerned, there are two aspects, Chanakya Sutra and Chanakya Neeti. And fortunately I get to read some of the interesting shlokas during the preparation. In Raghuvamsha also we can see there are 16 characters in the beginning of Raghuvamsha. Sohama Janmashuddhanam, Apalodaya Karmanam, Asamudrakshiteshanam, Anakaratvartmanam, and so on. Along with that, there are two important points that he makes. One is Bhimakantaihi Nripagunaihi Sababhuva Upajivinam Adrishyascha Abhigamyascha Yado Ratni Rivarnavaha. So this shloka silently speaks about two qualities of a good leader. What are those two qualities? Adrishya Gunaha and Abhigamya Gunaha. Adrishya Guna is some leaders are not approachable. We would like to see the leader at a distance. He Duratah Parvato Ramyaha iti shlokaha yata asti saha Duratah Ramyaha bhavati. Some leaders are very much approachable. So here the poet says these two qualities are equally important in a good leader. How? Because if a leader is approachable, people will feel very happy to approach the leader for good reasons, for valid reasons. If there are some issues in the community or in any locality, they would feel free to bring those issues to the leader. And Adrishya Gunaha makes him very strict so that he feel leader is not accessible for any undue reasons. So Adrishya Gunaha and Abhigamya Gunaha, these things are to be further, it can be explored as far as leadership is concerned. So at the end I would like to conclude my presentation with one shloka, the last shloka of Bhagavad Gita, which is, what is the last shloka of Bhagavad Gita? Sarvadharman Parityajya Tatah Purvam Arjunasya Krishnasya cha Sanyogaha ekasmin shloka. Yatra Yogeshwarah Krishnaha Yatra Partho Dhanurdharaha Tatra Shraihi Vijayo Bhutihi Dhruvanitir Matirmama. So Tatra Neethi Shabdaha api vartate. So there are two things required. One is Yatra Yogeshwara Krishnatvam, that is, one should be strategic, one should think, one should apply his mind because of considering various situations. Yatra Partho Dhanurdharaha, one should be proactive. Just thinking will not lead to any success. So proactiveness is also quite important. Thanks for patiently listening. Dhanyavad.
धन्यवादः सुरेश महोदयाय सर्वाण्यपि उत्तमानि पत्राणि वस्तुतः प्रस्तुतीकरणार्थं समयः अपेक्षते तथापि समयाभावात् अत्र अस्माभिः निर्बन्धः कल्पितः तदर्थं क्षमां याचे अधुना महोदयस्य तिरुमलभट्टस्य छात्राः अपि प्रस्तुतीकरणार्थम् अत्र उत्सुकाः सन्ति तेभ्यः अपि 5 मिनिट्स् ओके तर्हि प्रस्तोतारः सन्ति केबी प्रगति and Rohit. Please come on to the dais. So their topic is Wisdom of Ages, Management Principles from Classical Indian Texts. So KB Pragati and Rohit are felicitated by Krishnamurti ji. कुर्वन्ति बहु समीचीनम् एतस्य सम्मेलनस्य पुनः संशोधन इत्यस्य उद्देश्येषु महोदय उक्तवान् एतदपि अस्ति छात्राणां समर्थनं छात्राणां प्रस्तुतीकरणं पुनः तत्र यदि दोषाः भवन्ति चेत् तस्य समीकरणम् इति उद्देश्येषु अन्यतम उद्देशं वर्तते KB Pragati and Rohit. Bunny. अस्रण्ण महाशयाः अपि समागताः तेभ्यः अपि अत्र सम्मेलनपक्षतः हार्दं स्वागतं व्याहरामि सर्वेषां पक्षतः संस्कृत शोध संस्थान शिरसी परतः अस्रण्णवर्याणाम् अत्र स्वागतं प्रवर्तते वयं सर्वे शेषवस्त्रेण मानिताः स्मः इदानीं तस्य विशेषकृपा तेषां वर्तते इति अहं मन्ये यतः यत्र अत्र प्रचलित यक्षगानसप्ताहेषु अपि सर्वेषाम् एतत् शेषवस्त्रं दीयते भगवत्याः प्रसादरूपेण प्रसादवस्त्रमित्यपि अस्य नाम वर्तते अतः इदं न केवलं शेषवस्त्रं विशेषवस्त्रमपि भवति इति अस्माकम् ಈಗ ಮಕ್ಕಳದ್ದು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್
सरस्वती नमस्तुभ्यं वरदे कामरूपिणी विद्यारम्भं करिष्यामि सिद्धिर्भवतु मे सदा सर्वेभ्यं शुभमध्याह्नः Good afternoon to everyone. Myself Rohit.
Myself Pragati.
We are students from Surana College, Southern Campus from Bangalore. We are here to present our paper on Wisdom of Ages, Management Principles from Classic Indian Texts. Neethi literature refers to ancient Indian texts that offer systematic guidance on ethics, moral conduct, leadership, administration and governance. The term Neethi signifies righteous behavior, sound policy and the correct way of living. These writings are intended to guide rulers, administrators, and citizens in ensuring justice, prosperity, and social balance. Long before the emergence of modern management theories, Indian scholars developed advanced ideas related to governance and administration. Classic works such as Chanakya Shastra, Thiruvalluvar's Thirukural, and the Panchatantras containing enduring principles that remain relevant in contemporary leadership and management. This paper discusses how Neethi literature contributes to effective management practices and good governance. Meaning and importance of Neethi literature as follows: ethical and moral leadership, responsibilities of ruler, justice and legal order, welfare of the public, administration and diplomacy. Principle personal discipline and compassionate. In present day terms, Neethi literature can be compared to modern works on management, public administration and political science. Major texts of Neethi literature are as follows. First one, Artha Shastra. The Artha Shastra is written by Chanakya. Is a foundational text on governance, economics and statecraft. Key concepts includes king's duties to safeguard citizens, well-organized administrative systems, sound taxation policies, use of intelligence and security networks, diplomacy and foreign relation. Chanakya strongly believed that welfare of the people is foremost responsibility of the ruler.
प्रजासुखे सुखं राज्ञः प्रजानां च हिते हितं नात्मप्रियं हितं राज्ञः प्रजानां तु प्रियं हितम्.
Management insights, strategic decision making, effective use of resources, risk evaluation, long-term planning.
वस्त्रभ्रंशे यथा हस्तः धावत्येव सहायकृत् तथैव मित्रं मित्राणां दुःखं हर्तुं प्रधावति.
The second Neethishastram, Thirukural. The Thirukural is a collection of concise couplets dealing with virtue, wealth and human relationships. Governance related teachings includes justice and impartiality, moral leadership, importance of education and teamwork, condemnation of corruption, kindness towards citizen management lessons, integrity and honesty in leadership, respect for employees, social and ethical responsibility. Third one, Panchatantra. The Panchatantra uses stories involving animals to communicate wisdom, political wisdom and practical life lessons. Core teachings includes intelligence is more powerful than physical strength, importance of unity and teamwork, consequences of poor judgment, effective communication, management lessons.
सुख दुःखे समे कृत्वा लाभालाभो जयाजयो ततो युद्ध्वा युत थाय युज्यस्व नैव पापमवाप्यसि.
Negotiation and diplomacy, principles of good governance in Neethi literature. Welfare of the people. Ancient text emphasizes that the success of a ruler depends on the well-being and satisfaction of citizens. Modern relevance, welfare-oriented government policies and social development initiatives. Ethical leadership are expected to maintain honesty, discipline and self-reliance. Modern relevance, ethical leadership in public institutions and corporate organizations. Fourth one, efficient administration. Proper delegation of responsibilities, accountability and organized administration are strongly emphasized. Modern relevance, bureaucratic efficiency and professional management structures. Management concepts in Neethi literature. Leadership and effective leader should be motivative and inspired people, take informed decisions, safeguard resources, promote cooperation. Chanakya viewed leadership as a blend of knowledge, courage and discipline. Strategic planning. Neethi texts stress the importance of planning before execution. Leaders are advised to assess strength, weakness, opportunities and threats, similar to the modern SWOT analysis. Human resource management. Ancient texts such as leaders should be like appoint capable officials, reward merit, punish disconduct, provide training and guidance, financial management, balanced taxation, and prudent expenditure are considered necessary for economic stability and growth. Relevance in the modern world, even today, Neethi literature remains applicable in government administration, business and corporate management, leadership development programs, personal character building.
सुखस्य मूलं धर्मः, धर्मस्य मूलम् अर्थः, अर्थस्य मूलं राज्यम्.
Modern organization continues to follow similar principles such as ethical behavior, transparency, accountability, strategic planning. Comparison with the modern management theories, Neethi literature, modern management, ethical leadership, corporate ethics, public welfare, social responsibilities, strategic planning, business strategy, efficient administration, organizational management challenges in applying Neethi principles today. Rapid social changes, technological advancement, globalization, complex political and economic system. Despite these challenges, core values like honesty, justice and responsibility remain universally relevant. Conclusion: Neethi literature is such a rich source of ancient wisdom on governance and management. This text highlights that the true leadership is based not on power but on service to society. Principles such as ethical conduct, justice, careful planning, and compassion are essential for effective administration. The teachings of scholars like Chanakya and Thiruvalluvar continue to guide modern leaders and managers. By studying Neethi literature, we gain valuable insights to building responsible governments and effective organizations. Thus, Neethi literature successfully connects ancient knowledge with the modern management, proving that the sound principles are timeless. Dhanyavadaha. And one more, I want to just convey my gratitude to my mentor, Dr. Thirumal sir and Chandrika ma'am, who has given me this wonderful opportunity in front of you teachers and scholars for this opportunity. I'm really showing my gratitude to my sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Kishore and Priyanka. The next presentation is by अस्तु अधुना अत्र सभायाम् आदरणीयाः हरिहसरण्ण महोदयाः उपस्थिताः सन्ति. ते सम्प्रार्थ्यन्ते अत्र आशीर्वचनं प्रदातुम्.
दुर्गे स्मृता हरसि भीतिमशेषजन्तोः स्वस्थैः स्मृता मतिमतीव शुभां ददासि दारिद्र्यदुःखभयहारिणी का त्वदन्या सर्वोपकारकरणाय सदार्द्रचित्त. नमः सर्वेभ्यः. अहं कर्णाटकभाषा एव वच्मि. अनभ्यासे विषं विद्या इति वर्तते किल. ನಮ್ಮ ಉಡುಪಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟ ಮೇಲೆ ನಮಗೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದ ಸಂಬಂಧವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಈ ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕನಾಗಿ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು ವ್ಯಾಕರಣ ಹೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ನನ್ನ ಕೈ ನೋವಿನಿಂದ ಅದು ನಿಂತೋಯ್ತು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅದು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಆಯಿತು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈಗ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನದ ಆಡಳಿತ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅರ್ಚಕನಾಗಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸೀಮಿತನಾಗಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ ನಾನು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾತನಾಡುವುದು ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಮಾತನಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಕೆಲವು ತಪ್ಪುಗಳು ಬರ್ಬೋದು. ಆ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ನೀತಿ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಬಂಧವನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸುವಾಗ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ವಿಷಯ ನನಗೆ ಹೊಳೆದತ್ತು ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಬೇರೇನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೂ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಎರಡು ಶಬ್ದ ಇದೆ, ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಶಾಸನ ಅಂತ. ಎರಡಕ್ಕೂ ಮೇಲ್ನೋಟಕ್ಕೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಒಂದೇ. ಶಾಸ್ಯತೆ ಅನೇನ ಇತಿ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಂ, ಶಾಸ್ಯತೆ ಅನೇನ ಇತಿ ಶಾಸನಂ. ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಎರಡು ಅರ್ಥ ಇದೆ. ಒಂದು ಭಾವಾರ್ಥದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಕರಣಾರ್ಥದಲ್ಲಿ. ಶಾಸನ ಎನ್ನುವಲ್ಲಿ ಕರಣಾರ್ಥದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ರೂಪ ಸಿದ್ಧ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಎನ್ನುವಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾವಾರ್ಥದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿದ್ಧ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಆ ಕುರಿತಾದಂತಹ ಭಾವನೆ ಅವನಲ್ಲಿ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದರೆ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೀಗೆ ಹೇಳಲ್ಪಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಎನ್ನುವನು ಹೀಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಎನ್ನುವ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದಾಗಿಯೇ ಅವ ಆಚರಿಸ್ತಾನೆ. ಯಾರ ಬಲಾತ್ಕಾರವೂ ಬೇಡ. ಹಾಗಿದ್ದರೆ ಅದು ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ. ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿದ್ಧನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಿದ್ದರೆ ಆಗ ಅವನನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಸಲೇಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಆಗ ದಂಡಧರ ಎನ್ನುವ ಒಬ್ಬ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಅವನಿಂದ ಆಗುವಂಥದ್ದು ಶಾಸನ. ಹಿಂದೆ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರವೇ ಶಾಸನಕ್ಕೆ ಮೂಲ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣ, ಕ್ಷತ್ರಿಯ, ವೈಶ್ಯ, ಶೂದ್ರ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ 4 ವರ್ಣಗಳಿಗೆ ಅನುಸಾರವಾಗಿ ಅದರ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ರಾಜನ ಆಡಳಿತ ನಡೆಯಲ್ಪಡ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಈಗ ರಾಮನದ್ದು ನೋಡಿದರು, ಕೃಷ್ಣ ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಆಗೆಲ್ಲ ಆದದ್ದು ಹಾಗೆ. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಕೇಸರೀಕರಣ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ದೂರ ಮಾಡುವ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಏನು ನಮ್ಮದಾದಂತಹ ಆಡಳಿತ ಇದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸುವಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮದೇನಾದರೂ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೂ ಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ಉಕ್ತಿಗಳಿವೆಯೋ ಅಂತ ಹುಡುಕಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯತೆ ಈಗುಂಟು. ಯಾಕೆಳಿದರೆ ಈಗಿನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ ಅದನ್ನು ವಿಷಯ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದರೆ ನೀವು ಹಿಂದೂ ಧರ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಸಹ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣರಿಗೆ ಹೊಂದಾಣಿಕೆ ಆಗುವ ಹಾಗೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ಈಗ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಶಬ್ದ ಕೇಸರೀಕರಣ ಎನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಅಪವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೋ ಅದು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ಬರದೇ ಇರುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಪೂರ್ವಾಗ್ರಹ ಪೀಡಿತರಾದವರು ಮತ್ತೊಬ್ಬರನ್ನು ಪೂರ್ವಾಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅಂತಹ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾತ್ಮಕ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಈ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣವನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಿಜವಾಗಿ 2 ದಿವಸವೂ ನಾನಿಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕಿತ್ತು, ಆದರೆ ನಾಡಿದ್ದು ಕಟೀಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ರಕ್ತೇಶ್ವರಿಯ ಒಂದು ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಕಲಶಾಭಿಷೇಕ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇದ್ದದರಿಂದ ಇನ್ನು 13 ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಟೀಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ವಾರ್ಷಿಕೋತ್ಸವ ಆರಂಭ ಆಗೋದರಿಂದ ಒಂದಾದ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಆ ಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಳುಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ ನಾನು. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೇ ನಷ್ಟ, ಎಲ್ಲರಲ್ಲೂ ಕ್ಷಮಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಡೆಯಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹಾರೈಸ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಜಗದಂಬ.
ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮೂಲ ಕಾರಣ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ವೇದಮೂರ್ತಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಶ್ರೀಹರಿನಾರಾಯಣದಾಸ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಜ್ಞರು. ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಏನು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವುದಾದರೂ ನಾವು ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನಪೂರ್ಣೆಯೂ ಹೌದು, ಅನ್ನಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತಹ ಊಟ ಉಪಚಾರಗಳ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ವಸತಿ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು, ಈ ಶೇಷಪ್ರಸಾದ ಎಲ್ಲ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಶ್ರೀದೇವಳದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕಾರ್ತಜ್ಞ ಕುಸುಮಾಂಜಲಿಗಳ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದಂತಹ ಶ್ರೀತರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ತಜ್ಞ ಕುಸುಮಾಂಜಲಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸಮರ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
ವೇದಮೂರ್ತಯः ಶ್ರೀಮन्तः ಹರಿನಾರಾಯಣ असृण्णमहोदयाः वस्तुतः सम्यक् अत्र आशीर्वचनम् अस्मभ्यं प्रदत्तवन्तः इति तेभ्यः भूरिशः धन्यवादाः. वस्तुतः समारोप आशीर्वादः तेषाम् अस्माभिः प्राप्तः इति अहम् अत्र मन्ये. इतः परं छात्राणाम् अनुवर्तते. The next presentation is by by Kishore and Priyanka. Kishore, please come on to the dais. अनुग्रह वस्तुतः छात्रैः देव्याः अनुग्रहः प्राप्तः. वस्तुतः असृण्णवर्याणां हस्ताभ्याम् अत्र करकमलाभ्यां तेषां सत्कारः भवति इति अत्र अत्यन्तं प्रमोदस्य विषयः, गौरवस्य विषयः वर्तते. अतः आमामाम् छात्राः अपि वस्तुतः धन्यताम् अनुभवन्ति. छात्राणां मार्गदर्शकः तिरुमलभट्टमहोदयः अपि धन्यताभावम् अत्र अनुभवति. वस्तुतः स एव आनीतवान् छात्रान्. तस्य मनसि एवं स्फुरितं स्वयमेव केवलं न गन्तव्यं, छात्रैः सह गन्तव्यमिति सः उत्तमः तस्य विचारः. अतः दुर्गापरमेश्वर्याः आशीर्वादः तेषाम् उपरि भवतु इति अत्र प्रार्थना. Please try to conclude in 5 to 7 minutes. Yeah.
सरस्वती नमस्तुभ्यं वरादे कामरूपिणी विद्यारंभं करिष्यामि सिद्धिर्भवतु मे सदा. Good afternoon to one and all present here. Yeah, due to lack of time, we would like to complete our presentation quite early, and to start with all the blessings of Ma Durga and blessings of our Sir Thirumal, Dr. Thirumal Sir, we were able to come here and present ourselves in front of you, and this is our first time presenting a paper. So thank you so much, sir. With your blessings and encouragement only, we were able to come up to stage and talk in front of great scholars. Thank you so much, sir. And the title we are about to present is called Timeless Teachings When Animals Teach Kings That Traveled from Courtrooms to Classrooms. To start with, as we know, Sanskrit literature represents one of the oldest and the richest literature tradition in the world. Amongst its various branches, Neethi literature occupies a distinct position, became its focusing on the practical aspect of moral conduct and wise living. The word Neethi literally means guidance, ethical conduct, or the policy that directs individual towards righteous behavior. Unlike purely philosophical text, Neethi literature aims to provide practical instructions for everyday life, governance, and social relationship for everybody who lives in this world. Ancient Indian thinkers believe that knowledge without proper conduct could lead to a harmonious society. Therefore, several texts were composed to guide rulers, students, and ordinary individuals in matters of ethicals and wisdom. A well verse reflects the importance of moral conduct states,
Dharmo Rakshita Rakshitaha. This statement empathizes that righteousness protects those who protect it, indicating that ethical conduct ultimately safeguards both individuals and society.
And another verse that quotes the ethical teachings is
Satyam Vada Dharmachara. This instruction highlights the fundamental principle of speaking truth and practicing righteousness as essential virtues.
Like we all know, Neethi literature developed as a mean of communication these moral principles in an accessible and memorable form. Through stories, aphorisms, and poetic verses, these texts provide guidance on leadership, friendship, diplomacy, and social behavior. Amongst the most important works belong to this traditions are, as we know, Panchatantra, Hitopadesha, and Chanakya Neeti. These texts not only represent these literary excellence of Sanskrit, but also reveals deep insights into the human psychology and social dynamics. When we go to history and historic developments of Neethi, we see a lot of developments in Neethi literature that can be tracked through early ages of India, that appears in the Vedic text and later became more elaborate in epic literature. The discussion of moral duty and right governance found in the epic laid foundation to the later Neethi literature. One of the famous verse emphasizing the importance of ethic behavior state, Nahi Jnanena Sadarsham Pavitramiha Vidyate. This verse highlights the purity and value of the knowledge in the guidance of human life. And there are like many of this related to. And during this classic period, ethical teaching began to organize into specialized texts. Scholars and teachers realized that moral instruction could be effectively conveyed through stories and conceived verses. So this led to the emerging of narrative-based Neethi literature, where moral lessons were embedded within entertainment stories, as we know, which is Panchatantras. These works were not merely literary composition, but also educational tools designed to train young princes and students in an art of governance and practical wisdoms. When we come to Panchatantra and its ethical version, amongst the most celebrated work in Neethi literature is the Panchatantra, traditionally attributed to scholar Vishnu Sharma. This work was composed as a guide to educate prince in the political wisdom and practical intelligence. The title Panchatantra literally means 5 treatises, referring to its 5 sensations dealing with the different aspects of human behavior and political strategies. A verse illustrating the importance of wisdom in difficulties, Vidya Mitram Prashashishu Bharya Mitram Graheshu Chaha. This verse explains the knowledge becomes a compassion during travels, emphasizing its value to in another life. The popularity of Panchatantra spread beyond India. It was translated into several other languages that include Persian, Arabic, Greek, and that even influenced many other later collections to take influence from the Panchatantra. Even now, where we see children's learning storybooks where everything from influence from Panchatantra, not just in India, you go to any other countries in the globe, there will be having a storybooks to children. So that was originated from Panchatantra. And when we come to Hitopadesha and moral instruction, the Hitopadesha is another significant text belonging to the Neethi tradition. It means beneficial advice that compose the intention of providing practical guidance in ethical living. The verse express the idea and narrow-minded people divided into mine and others, while noble individuals see the entire world as one in the family. Through such teachings, Hitopadesha promoted various other ethical relationship and social harmony. In the Hitopadesha, there are many other factors that says the work emphasizes values such as friendship, loyalty, wise decision making, and many others, and has become well-known moral saying in Indian cultures. And when it comes to Chanakya Neethis, which is one of my favorite, is the Chanakya Neethis tradition is also famous scholar, and to which most of them don't know is, unlike modern books, Chanakya Neethi is also a collection of verses like mini shlokas compiled over a one time, which means, okay sir, to conclude, thus Neethi literature continues to inspire individuals to cultivate wisdom, ethical conduct, and responsible leaders. So its timeless teaching remains valuable for guiding human society towards harmony and moral integrity. Yeah, this is the conclusion. And at end, if we have made any mistakes, with big heart, please forgive us, because this is the first time and this is the first year I am learning Sanskrit. So thank you so much.
आयोजकानां पक्षतः सर्वेभ्यः छात्रेभ्यः अपि भूरि अभिनन्दनानि समर्प्यन्ते। मार्गदर्शकाय तिरुमल महोदयाय अपि भूरि अभिनन्दनानि। अनुकरणीयः अयं प्रयोगः वर्तते नितरां, ततः धन्यवादाः। इतः परम् अत्र गौरव उपस्थितिः वर्तते श्री नरसिंहभट्टवर्यस्य। नरसिंहभट्टमहोदयमहं सम्प्रार्थये अत्र विषयमुद्दिश्य भवतः विचारान् प्रकटयतु इति। आम् आम्।
ಹರಿಗುರುಭ್ಯೋ ನಮಃ. ನಮಃ ಸರ್ವೇಭ್ಯಃ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳುತ್ತಂತ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂತಹ ಈ 2 ದಿನದ ಸತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಒಂದು ದಿನ ಬಂದುಕೊಂಡು ನಿಮ್ಮೊಂದಿಗೆ ಸೇರಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಒದಗಿ ಬಂದದ್ದು. ಇದು ನನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಅದೃಷ್ಟವೇ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ 2 ದಿನದ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂತಹ ಧರ್ಮ ಹಾಗೂ ನೀತಿಗಳ ವಿಚಾರ ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತದ ಇದ್ದಂತಹ ಧರ್ಮಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಕ್ತವಾದಂತಹ ನೀತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಧರ್ಮಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದ ಅವಲೋಕನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಾಲಯ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಜರುಗಿದೆ. ಧರ್ಮವನ್ನು ವಿವರಿಸುವುದು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಕಷ್ಟ. ಧರ್ಮವನ್ನು ಬಹಳವಾಗಿ ನಿರೂಪಣೆಯಾಗಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಆಚಾರ್ಯರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾದರೂ ಧರ್ಮವನ್ನು ಇದಮಿತ್ತಂ ಅಂತ ಹಾಗೆ ನಿರೂಪಣೆ ಮಾಡುವುದು ತುಂಬ ಕಷ್ಟ. ಆದರೆ ಧರ್ಮ ಎಂಬುದು ಏನು, ಯಾವುದರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಹಿಂಸೆ, ಅಪಮಾನ, ದುಃಖ ಇತ್ಯಾದಿಗಳು ಆಗ್ತದೋ ಅಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಬೇರೆಯವರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡದೇ ಇರುವುದೇ ಧರ್ಮ. ಇದು ಮಾನವ ಧರ್ಮ. ಮನ ಏವ ಮನುಷ್ಯಾಣಾಂ ಕಾರಣಂ ಬಂಧಮೋಕ್ಷಯೋ. ಮನಸ್ಸು ಇದ್ದಂತಹ ಮನುಷ್ಯರು ನಾವು, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಮನುಷ್ಯರು ಅಂತ ಕರೆಸಿಕೊಳ್ತೇವೆ. ಈ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆವೃತ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನು, ಅಂದರೆ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದು ಹುಟ್ಟಿನಿಂದಲೇ ಒಂದು ಮನುಷ್ಯನಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಜನ್ಮಾದಿ ಯಸ್ಯ ಯತಃ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಸೂತ್ರಗಳನ್ನು ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ನಿರೂಪಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತದೋ ಆ ಜನ್ಮದ ಆದಿಯಲ್ಲೇ, ಅಂದರೆ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದಂಥ ಮಗುವಿನಲ್ಲೇ ಒಂದು ಮನಸ್ಸು ಪ್ರವರ್ತನೆ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಮನಸ್ಸು ಯಾವುದ್ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಇಚ್ಛಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಕಾಮ, ಕ್ರೋಧ, ಲೋಭ, ಮದಮತ್ಸರಾದಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಅವನಲ್ಲಿ ಆವೃತವಾಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಇದರಿಂದಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವನ ಪ್ರವೃತ್ತಿಗಳು ಜಗತ್ತಿನ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನ ಪ್ರವೃತ್ತಿಗಳಿಂದ ಈ ಜಗತ್ತು ನಡೆಯುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಆ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನ ಪ್ರವೃತ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನು ತಿದ್ದಿ ತೀಡಿ ಒಂದು ಸಮನ್ವಯಕ್ಕೆ ತರುವಂಥದ್ದೇ ನೀತಿ ಎಂಬುದಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ. ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಧರ್ಮದ ವಿಚಾರವಾಗಿ ತುಂಬ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ಸಮಯವನ್ನು ತುಂಬ ರಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ರಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಒಂದು ನೋಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ, ನಾವು ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳಂತೂ ನೋಡ್ತೇವೆ, ಆದರೆ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಆಗಿ ನೋಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದಂಥ ವಿಷಯ, ಅಯೋಗ್ಯ ಪುರುಷೋ ನಾಸ್ತಿ ಯೋಜಕಸ್ತತ್ರ ದುರ್ಲಭ. ನಮ್ಮ ತಿರುಮಲ ಇವರು ಗುರೂಜಿಯವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಛಾತ್ರರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಬಂದುಕೊಂಡು ಅವರಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಂತಹ ಆ ಗುಣ ವಿಶೇಷತೆಗಳನ್ನು ದೃಷ್ಟಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಅವರಿಂದಾಗಿ ಈ ನೀತಿಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆಯೋ ಧರ್ಮದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ 2 ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿಸಿದ್ದು. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಗುರುಧರ್ಮ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಮಗೆ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಕ್ಷವಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಮಾತ್ರವಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯಾಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಪಾಠವನ್ನು ಕಲಿತವನು. ನಮ್ಮ ಗುರುಗಳಾದಂಥ ಮರಾಠೆಯವರಾಗಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಗರಾಜ ಗುರೂಜಿಯವರಾಗಲಿ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಒಂದು ನೆನಪಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಸ್ಮರಣೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ, 2 ದಿನದ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಒಂದು ಲಾಭಾಂಶವನ್ನು ಪಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರನೂ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು, ನನ್ನ ಗುರುಗಳಿಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ 2 ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ದೇವರ ಚರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮರ್ಪಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಕೃಷ್ಣಾರ್ಪಣಮಸ್ತು.
श्रीमान् नरसिंहभट्टवर्याय धन्यवादाः. इतः परं स्वीयं पत्रं प्रस्तोतुं तथा अध्यक्षीयञ्च कर्तुम् आशीष बर्वे महोदयाः सम्प्रार्थ्यन्ते अत्र.
Namaste. My humble pranam to all the dignitaries present over here. First of all, I will just speak about the papers we heard within 1 or 2 minutes. There were total 5 papers, Kamandakiya Niti Saraha and its relevance. It was the first. Then relevance of Vidura Niti. Third was classical leadership model on basis of Neethishastram. And he had given reference to Western world practices as well, which was quite interesting. Then there was some students who presented their papers. 4 students presented 2 papers, and I feel really happy for them that they got Shubhashirvadaha as well. It's really august gathering, and presenting in front of them is honorable thing. So I congratulate all the paper presenters in this session. Now I will just in 10 or 15 minutes would try to put up my subject, that is Chanakya Neeti and the foundations of legal governance, relevance to modern law. First of all, let me be very honest that I am not a scholar of Sanskrit, but I am a scholar of law, and I am trying to relate Sanskrit or Neethishastram with law or modern law. So, next please. If we see the Neethishastram principles given by the Arya Chanakya and the modern law system, there are certain similarities, there is a relevance, but there are certain things which are not closely linked, or there is a gap between these two. So I have tried to identify the gaps along with the relevance of two or connections of two. So everyone knows the Neethishastram serves as a bridge between the ideals of Dharma Shastra and the pragmatic realities of statecrafts or Artha Shastra. So if moral things are there, if we lead with a morality, we can connect the bridge between the Artha Shastra and Dharma Shastra. Even in Dharma Shastra, there are many legal principles. We know about Vyavaharas. But we need Neeti at the foundation of all these things. Next, please. So, in Western world, they say law is above all. In India, the Neethishastram says, Nyayo hi shashvataha dharmaha. When we refer our dharma, it becomes subjective up to certain limits. But if we understand this verse from Neethishastram, that Nyayo hi shashvataha dharmaha, then we get connected to the legal system law, because to serve the justice we need laws, and our dharma is guiding us in various manners in a way how to live a life. Isn't it a law? Yes, but we call it natural law or natural justice. Next please. So when I learn law and a bit of Neethishastram, I found that the Neethishastram principles given by Chanakya are quite act like organism, or they are organic, they are not static. But the Western law or the law right now in force within our country is treating itself as a machine, as if press this particular thing and you will get this result. Even the offenses are defined in particular manner. We lawyers call it codification of laws, codified structures. For instance, IPC has certain sections. Few of the paper presenters quoted few sections, like section 300 refers to murder, or 302 speaks about punishment for murder, and it goes on. But in Dharma Shastra, in Neeti Shastra, the codification is not so static, but you can infer many things out of it. Next please. Now, next. Everyone knows this shloka. Yadadhitya yatha shastram naro jati janati sattamah dharmopadesha vikyatam karya karyam shubha shubham. In Indian tradition or Neeti Shastra, we say to gain a knowledge is our moral responsibility, moral duty. We should learn these sciences or shastras. If we learn them, we get to know what to do, what not to do, shubha ashubha, what is prohibited and what is permitted. How should I lead my life? Which things I can do and which things are prohibited. If we see law, it reflects in same manner what should be done or what is allowed and what is not allowed. Next please. In law, there is one Latin maxim we usually refer to, that is ignorantia juris non excusat. That means ignorance of law is no excuse. Everyone must know the law. Ignorance of fact may be excused, But ignorance of law will not be excused. You hit a person walking on the street with your car and say, I had no idea about the law. I have not read it. How many of you have read the Motor Vehicles Act while driving two-wheelers or four-wheelers? Nobody. Even I have not gone through whole Motor Vehicles Act. Why? Why? Because this is common sense. I usually start my lecture of law, to law students of course, with definition of law. What is law? Can anyone answer? Not a technical definition, generalized. What is law? It is codified common sense. Nothing else. As I given one example, while before driving we don't know the Motor Vehicles Act. But I know how to drive. How to drive safely. Where does it come from? It is not from Motor Vehicles Act, but it is with my conscience, my satsad viveka buddhi. And how to develop it? There are shastras to develop it. There is Neethishastram as well to develop it. And if we have a Neethi, we can obey laws in better manner. But the Western world says ignorance of law is no excuse, and they use it as if it is a punitive tool. There are very complex laws. For example, taxation laws, when you will get the, what we can say, remedy, or when you can put lesser tax and all those things. So we need expert from those areas. Even in field of law, why do we need lawyers? All the laws are available to everyone. All the laws are available on the websites of the government of India. But why do we need lawyers? Because nowadays procedure is so complex that a layman needs a lawyer who will understand the procedure of the court, who will understand how to interpret the particular same section in different cases. That's the only role we lawyers play in court of law. Otherwise, even you can read the law. Then why can't you represent yourself? Yes, you can represent yourself, but not in a manner or not in a proper manner. Next, please. In Neethishastram, knowledge of the law is transformative process aimed at refining the conduct of a person. It is not a punitive tool as that of Western world or Western law principles. They try to transform the person itself. When we start about teaching about the disputes, even you can think for a minute, what is the main required condition or main required thing for a dispute to happen? What do we need to dispute to happen? Difference of opinion, but at least two persons. Right? To create a dispute, what is the foundation? Two persons. My opinion, he rightly said, difference of opinion. But myself and some other person will be there, we will have different opinions, and then the dispute may arise. This is the foundation of dispute. But our Neethi Shastras don't require two persons to get a dispute, because it is a transformative process for the conduct of a person itself. My dispute should be myself, whether my conduct is correct or not, whether I should do this or not. I don't need any other person who will have a dispute with me. I have to use my satsad viveka buddhi, my conscience. Next, please. Next. Everyone has referred this shloka, so I will just move forward. Praja sukhe sukham radnya. Everyone knows it. The Western world or Western law uses the same principle as that of welfare state. In welfare of people at large, the king has its interest. Next, please. Yes. Now I will take 5 minutes on this one table just to tell you what are the similarities in law and Neethishastram and what are the differences. First is the focus of Neethishastram is on the internal conscience and a conduct, how one should behave and what are the moral values. This is the focus of Neethishastra. And what is focus of modern law? The external statute. If Motor Vehicles Act is not there, will we drive our car at the speed of 120 kilometers per hour with this road? Of course not. But the procedure says so. You can drive. Getting my point? The law explains the procedure and not the conduct. And secondly, foundation. The foundation of Neethishastra is dharma and ethics. These are two main pillars of Neethishastra, dharma and morality or ethics. On the other hand, the modern law speaks about constitution, statutes. I repeat, there is nothing wrong in statutes or constitution or a codified law. It is about how to deal with it, how to use it in proper and better manner. That is the question. If we live morally, if we focus on our own conduct, our moralities, our ethical values, and then try to indulge the law, the constitution, the constitutional principles, all the other laws, then it will be a better society to live on. If we don't have moral values and only focus on constitution and statutes, then we will find the ways to bend the law. And we will get, instead of getting the convictions, we will get acquittals. Even when the criminal has committed the offense. And that's the reason we need Neethi beyond everything. Then the authority. Authority in context of Neethishastra is also moral and political authority. As I referred earlier shloka. Two things, moral values or morality and political authority. Both these things are very important in Neethishastra as well, because Chanakya has given Arthashasthra as well, where he says how should king behave, what are the qualities of a good king, and it goes on. Even in Neethishastra there is some context of reference to conduct of a king as well, how he should behave. So political and moral things are the authorities in Neethishastra. On the other hand, in modern law, the authorities are legal and institutional. For instance, we get elections and after that we get our elected members. Now we have created the authority which is legal. Okay, I can't say that I am the leader from now onwards. No, because I have to follow the procedure. I have to follow the legal and institutional values and procedures, and then after the elections, if I get majority, I may say that, okay, now I am the leader. This is the process in modern law. And lastly, justice. The term justice is also very subjective, you know. Of course, in modern law theory, not in Neethishastra. Justice, nyaya. There are two kinds of justice. One is moral justice and another is legal justice. Neethishastra focuses on moral justice and modern law focuses on legal justice. I will give one small example. Suppose there is one lady who is selling the flowers and she is sitting near the temple somewhere. One day the municipal authority makes a law, proper codified law or order, that there should not be any person standing here and selling flowers. A law is in force now. Then people came, authorities came and get her flowers confiscated. Now that lady has to follow the recourse of the legal procedure. Those flowers are kept in the custody of the municipal authorities. When she goes to them, they say, represent yourself in front of so and so authority, and if they permit, we will return your flowers to you and then you can sell. She goes to the authority adjourns and gives a date after 2 days. I will hear you after 2 days. Legal process is correctly followed. There is nothing wrong in it. They are giving her opportunity for the representation. So after 3 days, first day, her flowers are gone. After 2 days, now she is having the hearing in front of the authority. Will she go there and claim for the flowers which were taken away 3 days ago? And even if the authority gives decision in her favor that no, you were right, the earlier notice was not given and they directly confiscated your flowers, so it is wrong. Now I will order them to return the flowers to you. Now, what is use of those flowers to that lady? It is a perishable material, perishable goods. Within 2 days, everything will be gone. Now, in modern law, the legal justice is served. Legal justice is done here, nothing wrong. Why? All the procedures of law are properly conducted. And even the final judgment is in favor of that lady. But if we think morally, or even we apply the common sense to this case, forget about Neethishastram, a basic common sense. Everyone will know this is not a justice. But modern law says this is legal justice and legal justice is served here. But Neethishastram, that is the reason we have to emphasize the Neethi principles. In all the spheres of society, the Neethishastram will focus on moral justice, substantive righteousness. And that is the relevance between modern law and Neethishastram. Even if every person tries to do legal justice, what we can do regarding my particular paper and seminar as well, you may find this relative. To reform modern law, we must look beyond the amendment of statutes and towards the cultivation of the conduct that ensures law remains a servant of justice and not its master. Yes, law is above all, but I think Neethishastram or a person's conduct embedded with Neethishastram should be there. This could be the conclusion for a better world. So, here I sum up my paper and I thank all the authorities and all the dignitaries for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. आशीष बर्वे महोदयाय धन्यवादाः. सम्यक्तया समारोपभाषणमिव तेन अत्र प्रस्तुतीकरणं कृतमस्ति. यदि प्रश्नाः सन्ति चेत् प्रष्टुमर्हन्ति.
Judges, while delivering the judgment, they refer to
एतेन एतत् सत्रम् अधुना समाप्तमस्ति। एकेनैव वाक्येन सर्वेभ्यः धन्यवादान् वितनोमि, विरमामि च। धन्यवादः।
अस्याः गोष्ठ्याः निर्वाहकः दिनकरमराठे न केवलं गोष्ठ्याः निर्वाहकः, सः आर्गनैसिङ्ग् कमिटी मध्ये अपि तत्र सेण्ट्रल् संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी मध्ये सम्पर्कं कृत्वा सर्वान् अपि विषयान् अत्र संयोजयितुम् उपकारं कृतवान्। तस्य कृते भगवत्याः आशीर्वादरूपेण तत्र विशेषवस्त्रम् एवञ्च स्मरणिका प्रदानमपि क्रियते। विशेषतः रत्नागिरितः आगताः ते इदानीमपि उत्सुकाः, तत्रैव एकं तत्र न्यायसंहिताविषये कुर्मः इति इदानीमेव उक्तवन्तः। इम्प्लिमेण्टेशन् रूपेण एव ते कार्यं कुर्वन्ति। अधुना समारोपसमारम्भः निमेषेण एव प्रारभ्यते।
शोध संस्थानं शिरसि तथा अखिल कर्नाटक संस्कृत परिषत् मंगळूरु एतेषां संयोजकत्वेन प्रवृत्तायाः दिनद्वयस्य राष्ट्रीय कार्यशालायाः समापन समारोह कार्यक्रमे वयं सम्मिलिताः स्मः। अस्य कार्यक्रमस्य अध्यक्षस्थानम् अलङ्कुर्वन्ति डॉक्टर जी.एन्. भट् महोदयः। तथैव अन्ये सन्ति के.एस्. जगन्नाथ महोदयः तथा एम्.जी. हेगडे महोदयाः, डॉक्टर आशीष बर्वे महोदयाः अपि कार्यक्रमस्य संयोजकाः डॉक्टर पद्मनाभ मराठेवर्याः। कार्यक्रमस्य आदौ निर्विघ्नतया परिसमाप्त्यर्थं विघ्ननिवारकं गणपतिं मनसा स्मरन्ति इदानीं स्वागतं व्याहरामि। अस्माकं मध्ये सन्ति अद्यतन कार्यशालायाः समारोहसत्रस्य अध्यक्षपदम् अलङ्कृतवन्तः सन्ति डॉक्टर जी.एन्. भट् महोदयाः। तेषां कृते सर्वेषां पक्षतः हार्दं स्वागतं व्याहरामि। वेदिकायाम् उपस्थिताः सन्ति एम्.जी. हेगडे महोदयाः, शिरसि संस्कृत संशोधन संस्थायाः उपाध्यक्षाः। एतेषां कृते स्वागतं व्याहरामि।
अन्ये डाक्टर् आशिष् बर्वे महोदयाः तेषां कृते स्वागतं व्याहरामि। कार्यक्रमस्य सञ्चालकाः डाक्टर् पद्मनाभमराठे महोदयाः एतेषां कृते अपि स्वागतं व्याहरामि। वेदिकायाः पुरतः उपस्थितेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः एवं के.एस्. जगन्नाथ महोदयाः सन्ति तेषां कृते स्वागतं व्याहरामि। अधुना अभिप्रायकथनं श्रीशकुमारवर्याः स्वाभिप्रायं कथयन्ति।
Now I will take the control of this as president. See, we have invited some senior members as special invitees. And we had told that you should be here.
Hello.
It was the order by our founder president Dr. Dayanand Shanbhag. Seniors must be here from scheduled time till the end of valedictory address and vote of thanks. He was sitting here regularly. If 9 starts, 3 minutes before he will be there, and he will never go outside. And after valedictory and vote of thanks only, he will go. Before that, this informal instructions, interactions, all these things will be after 6. That was a system we had followed. But now we have to review, reconsider and reschedule everything. For that purpose, we have invited to involve the seniors, including our seniors most Professor Shrikant Joshi. Though he is not so much well versed in all these organs, but he will be physically present in every, with his wife, in every session also. So, Professor Shrikant Joshi and Dr. Shreesh, Dr. Professor Jagannath, Dr. Shikaripura Krishnamurthy, and of course M.K. Shridhar, Professor M.K. Shridhar already was here. Special invitees list is also there. Prabhakarji didn't come. Narayan Shevre, he was here till 3 o'clock. and Dr. T.S. Ramesh is here. Dr. N.V. Kamath could not come because of the health issues. And Shri Avinash yesterday he had come, but I didn't see his face. He's a old student of our PG studies also. So we have selected three or four special observers. Dr. Jagannath from Bangalore and Professor Krishnamurthy from Mangalore. They will come and spontaneously, if somebody wants, Dr. Vignesh has come just half an hour before, but in these proceedings he cannot, if he want to express something, he can express for 2-3 minutes also. So regarding seminar, the first thing is I just request the observers two things. 6 special lectures were held. This is the first time attempt from our side. Only 2 special lectures we were conducting on application of Mimamsa and application of Neethishastram for the modern society. But now another 3 we have added here. So economists had come, 3 economists had come, and their special lectures were also there. And regarding pedagogy, yesterday it was there from Dr. Chandrakant Sringeri, very good presentation was there regarding because he belongs to Shiksha Shastri department there. So there was a very useful discussion also. I will just read out those who were not present here. For this observation it is very much important why we have classified and distinguished. Regarding the principal's retired judge, Sri Devaraj was there, and special lecturer Chandrakant Sringeri, and before that Professor B.M. Kumaraswamy, Neethi based Bharatiya development, whatever conclusion we have planned, discussed in the meeting, evening meeting also, that also I will place before you as our remarks, presidential remarks. And Dr. G.V. Joshi and Dr. Srinivasa Jammalamadaka from Hyderabad. Jammalamadaka, Hyderabad, Srinivasa, it was on Neethishastram, special lecture we conduct usually. Additional was Dr. G.V. Joshi's on Kautilya's Arthashasthra. And Dr. Shettigar, we specially invited him to become the chairperson. He was here. And Dr. Pratap could not come. So instead of that, Shettigar presented, and Dr. M.K. Shridhar, very good presentation was there from Professor Shridhar in the 5th session. And these were conclusions, and more than 11 papers, including 2 papers from students. Where are the students? See, this is the problem. For them, I am here. This is the problem for us. They would have told you, just 5 minutes. No, we can't entertain such things. See, even youngsters maybe, at least 3 hours if they are not there, why we have to listen to them? That is the problem here. It is against the ethics of our Samshodhana. That is the problem we discussed last time also. See, immediately they go, 77 years people, the 80 people, of course, they may go. This is the thing. Okay, that in the conclusory remark, I am going to tell how we will review and reconsider all these things. Otherwise, it's useless. We should not be misused. Okay, now I request with these, because for your observation, I am just telling all these things.
Namastasyai, 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 namo namah. ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ, ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿರಿಯರೇ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಾತಃಪ್ರಭೃತಿ ಸಾಯಾಂತಂ, ನಿನ್ನೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗಿನಿಂದ ಸಂಜೆಯವರೆಗೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗಿನಿಂದ ಸಂಜೆಯವರೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯ ಅಧ್ಯಯನದ ಕುತೂಹಲ ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರೇ, ನಾನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಮನುಷ್ಯ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಸಹಜ ವಿರೋಧಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಇರ್ತವೆ, ಅದು ಲೋಕಧರ್ಮ ಕೂಡ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಕೆಲವು ವಿಚಾರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ತುಂಬ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಕೆಲವನ್ನು ನನಗೆ ಯಾಕೋ ಅದು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನೊಳಗೆ ನನಗೆ ನಾನೇ ಗುರುಗುರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನೀತಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಪದವನ್ನು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ನಿನ್ನೆಯಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತಿನವರೆಗೆ ಜೂರಿಸ್ಪ್ರೂಡೆನ್ಸ್, ಎಥಿಕ್ಸ್, ಮಾರಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಆಲೋಚನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಸಲ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದೇ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಯೋಗ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನೀವು ಗಮನಿಸಿದರೆ ಏನು, ಇಡೀ ಆಲೋಚನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಭೀಷ್ಮ ಯಾಕೆ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇದೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ವಿದುರ ನೀತಿಗಿಂತಲೂ ನಂತರ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಆದಂತಹ ನೀತಿಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರತಿಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಿದವ ಭೀಷ್ಮ. ಶಾಂತಿ ಪರ್ವದ ಆಲೋಚನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಅನುಶಾಸನದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ನೋ ಅವನು ಯಾಕೆ ನಮ್ಮೆದುರು ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕೆ ಬರಬಾರ್ದಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ನನ್ನೊಳಗೆ ಕಾಡ್ತದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಮುಂದಿನ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ಗಳ ಇಂಥ ಆಲೋಚನೆಗಳು ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾವು ಎತ್ತಿಕೊಳ್ಳದೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಮಹಾಭಾರತಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ ಭೀಷ್ಮನಿಗೆ ಅವಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಆಗ್ತದೋ ಏನೋ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸಿತು. ವೇದಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಇದೆ. ಕಿತವ ಸೂಕ್ತ ಇರುವುದೇ ಒಂದರ್ಥದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಥಿಕ್ಸಿನ ಆಲೋಚನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಕ್ಷಯೀ ಮಾದಿವ್ಯ ಕೃಷಿಮಿತ್ ಕೃಷಸ್ವ, ಇದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಚಂದದ ನಾನು ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದರ ಇಡೀ ಮಂತ್ರಗಳ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಹೋದರೆ ಯತ್ರ ಜಾಯ ಕಿತವ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ. ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗ್ತಾಳೆ, ಅಮ್ಮ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗ್ತಾಳೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಇವತ್ತು ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವ ಗ್ಯಾಂಬ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಹೋದರೆ, ನಾವು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕಿತವ ಸೂಕ್ತವನ್ನು ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡದೆ ಹೋದರೆ ನಾವು ಸೋಲ್ತೇವೋ ಏನೋ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಇದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ಕಿತವ ಸೂಕ್ತ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಆಲೋಚನೆಗಳಿಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಲೆಕ್ಕಾಚಾರ ಇಸ್ಪೀಟೆ. ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಥದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಹೀಗೆ ರಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡು ಮೊಬೈಲಲ್ಲಿ, ಹೀಗೆ ಒತ್ತು 3 ಒತ್ತಾರು ಸುತ್ತಿ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ನೀನೆಲ್ಲ ಕಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಉಂಟಲ್ವ, ಗ್ಯಾಮ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೈತಿಕವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಿತ್ತೋ ಏನು. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ BM ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ಬೈ ನೇಮ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತ ತಪ್ಪು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಡಿ, ಸ್ವದೇಶಿ ಆಂದೋಲನ ಮಂಚಿನ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮನುಷ್ಯ. ಆದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಕೆಲವು ವಿಷಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಅವರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ನಿನ್ನೆ ನನಗೆ ಸಾಮೂಹಿಕವಾಗಿ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಇವತ್ತಿದ್ದರೆ ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ 2 ವಿಷಯ ಇದೆ, ಒಂದು ದೇಶಿ ವಿಷ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವಿದೇಶಿ ವಿಷ ಅಂತ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಏನು, ಕೊಕೋ ಕೋಲಾ, ಪೆಪ್ಸಿ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ವಿಷ. ಅದೇ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಥಮ್ಸಪ್ಪು ಅಥವಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥ ಯಾವುದೋ ಬೌನ್ಸರೋ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ದೇಸಿ ವಿಷ. ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಎಳ್ನೀರು ಕುಡೀರಿ, ಮಜ್ಜಿಗೆ ಕುಡೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಸ್ವದೇಶಿ ಆಂದೋಲನ ಅಂತ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ಆ ಬಾಟ್ಲ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಈ ಬಾಟ್ಲ್ ಕುಡಿಯಿರಿ ಅಂತ. ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಆಂದೋಲನ ಆಗ್ತದೆ? ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ವರ್ಕೌಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಇಡೀ ರೈತರು ಎಳ್ನೀರಿಗೆ ಬೆಲೆ ಇಲ್ಲದಾಗ 2 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಇತ್ತು, ಇವತ್ತು 60 80. 2 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಇಡೀ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಡೇಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಎಳ್ನೀರು ಕೊಟ್ವಿ ನಾವು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅದು ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಪೂರಕವಾದಂಥ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಹೊರತು ಬೇರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಆಂದೋಲನ ಸ್ವದೇಶಿ ಆಗಲಿ ಯಾವುದಾಗಲಿ, ಅವರು ಪ್ರತಿ ಮಾತಿಗೆ ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಯಾರೋ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಇಂಪಾಸಿಬಲ್ ಅಂತ ಮೊದಲು ಹೇಳಿ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದರು. ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ ಮಾತಿಗೆ ನನಗೆ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್. ಯಾವಾಗ ನಾವು ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗ್ತೇವೋ ಆಗ ಜಗತ್ತು ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನೂ ಮುಂದೆ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ವಿಷಯ ಮತ್ತು ಭಾರತೀಯ ವಿಷಯ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮೀರಿ ನಾವು ಇರಬೇಕಾದ ಅಗತ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆ. ನನಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಆಲೋಚನೆಗಳು ಬಂದದ್ದು, ನಾನು ಇದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಕ್ಷಣ ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಾನೊಂದು ಡಯಾಬಿಟಿಕ್ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಸೆಮಿನಾರಿಗೆ ಹೋದೆ. ಇಡೀ ಎಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ನಾನು ಸಿಲ್ವರ್ ಜೂಬ್ಲಿ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನನಗೆ ಅದು ಹೊಸ್ತಲ್ವೇ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಇಡೀ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಆ ಸೆಮಿನಾರಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ ವಾಕ್ಯ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ಡಯಾಬಿಟಿಕ್ ಇದ್ದ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಚಪ್ಪಲ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳುವಾಗ ಸಂಜೆ ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಯಾರಿಗಾರು ಥ್ರಿಲ್ ಆಗುವ ಇದು ಸರ್, ಯಾರೂ ನನಗೆ ಹೇಳಲಿಲ್ಲ ಇಷ್ಟರವರೆಗೆ. 25 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಗೊತ್ತುಂಟ, ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಕಾಲು ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಆಗುವಾಗ ಸ್ವೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಬಂದಿರ್ತದೆ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನೀನು ಡಯಾಬಿಟಿಕ್ಕೋ ನೀನು ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲವೇ ಚಪ್ಪಲ್ ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನೋಡ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿದರು ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಯಾವ ನೀತಿ ಪುಸ್ತಕದಲ್ಲಿದೆ? ಇದು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ನೀತಿ. ನನಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಬದುಕಿಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಬೇಕಾದ್ದು ಕೌಟಿಲ್ಯನೂ ಬೇಕು, ಕಾಮಾಂಧಕ್ಯೂ ಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕು. ನನ್ನ ಲಾಜಿಕ್ ಇದೆ, ಓಪನ್ ಆಗಿ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇದೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮದೇನು? ಕೌಟಿಲ್ಯ ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಕಾಮಾಂಧಕ್ಯ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ವಾಟ್ ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗಿವ್ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್, ಎಸ್ ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್. ಈ ಆಲೋಚನೆಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಪೇಪರ್ಗಳು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು. ಸರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ವಿದುರ ನೀತಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅದ್ಮಾರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳ ಭಾಷಣವು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡಿದವರು ವಿದುರ ನೀತಿ, ಇಡೀ ಕೇಳ್ತೇವೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅದು ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಸರ್. ಮೋರ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಆದ ಆಲೋಚನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನೀತಿಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಭಾಷಣಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ನಕ್ಕನಿಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರಿಗೋ ಬೇರೆಯವರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಬದುಕಿಗೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅಂಥ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸ್ತದೆ. ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಆಲೋಚನೆಗಳು ಬಂತು. ನಾಡಿ ಸೋಜ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರು ನಾನೊಂದು ಸಲ ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಪೇಪರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಅವರು ಬೈದರು. ನಾಡಿ ಸೋಜ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಕಾರ. ಅವರು ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಬೈದರು, ಶ್ರೀಶ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಇಡೀ ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರ ಬರೆದದ್ದು ಅದು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಸರ್, ಗಂಭೀರವಾಗಿ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ವಿಷಯಗಳು ಅಂತಲೂ ನಾವು ನೋಡಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಸರಳವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರಿ, ಬಟ್ ಇವತ್ತು ನೀವು 3ನೇ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿನ 4ನೇ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿನ ಮಗುವಿಗೆ ಅದು ಕಥೆಯಾಗಿ ಉಳಿತದೆ ಹೊರತು ಅದರ ಒಳಗಿನ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಆಲೋಚನೆಗಳು ಏನಿವೆ ಅಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ಇಡೀ ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರ ಓದಿ ಒಂದು ಸಲ ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಶಬ್ದವನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪರ್ಯಾಯ ಪದಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರ ಅಥವಾ ಆಲೋಚನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರ. ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಉಲ್ಲೇಖ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರು ಅದನ್ನು ಈಶ್ವರ್ ಪ್ರಸಾದರು ಉಲ್ಲೇಖ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೋದರು. ಸಿಂಹದ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದರು. ನನಗನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಸಿಂಹದ ಕಥೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಸಿಂಹದ ಕಥೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಪಂಚತಂತ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೋದು. 4 ಜನ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಮೂರ್ಖರು, ಅವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇಡೀ ಊರಿನವರು ಬೈತಾರೆ. ಅವರು ನಾವೊಂದು ಹೊಸ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಕಲಿತೇವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೊರಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಇವತ್ತು AI ಹೊಸ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಕಲಿತೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೊರಗೆ ಹೋದರು. ಹೊರಗೋಗಿ ಆದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವನಿಗೊಂದು ಎಲುಬು ತುಂಡು ಸಿಕ್ಕಿತು. ಆ ಎಲುಬು ತುಂಡನ್ನು ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ ಆದ. 2ನೇ ಹುಡುಗ ಅವನಿಗೊಂದು ತುಂಡು ಚರ್ಮ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿತು, ಯಾವ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಯ ಚರ್ಮ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ ಆದ. 3ನೇವನಿಗೆ ಇಂದ್ರಿಯಗಳನ್ನು ಜೋಡಿಸುವಂತಹ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಬಂತು. 4ನೇವನಿಗೆ ಜೀವ ಕೊಡುವ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಬಂತು. ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ದು ಎಲುಬನ್ನು ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಿದವ ಗ್ರೇಟೋ, ಚರ್ಮವನ್ನು ಇಂದ್ರಿಯವನ್ನು ಅಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರಾಣವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟವನು ಮೂರ್ಖನವು. ಪ್ರಾಣ ಕೊಟ್ಟವನೇ ಮೂರ್ಖ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು AI ಬದ್ಧರಾದ ಮೇಲೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಆದದ್ದು ಹೀಗೆ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಗುರುರಾಜ್ ಕರ್ಜಲಯೋಗಿಯವರು ಮೈಸೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಷಣ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೆ ಹಠ ಮಾಡಿ. ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ 2 ಸೆಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದೆ. ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, AI ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಆದ ಅಥವಾ ಎಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ರಿ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇವತ್ತು ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಅಷ್ಟು ದಿನ ಕಳೆದ್ರೆ ಅದು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಆಳ್ತದೆ ನೋಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಆಯಿತು. ಈ ಭಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಈ ಕತೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಆದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಚಂದ ಯಾವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆಗಬೇಕಾದ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಮಿಂಗ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಡೀ ಪೇಪರ್ಸ್ಗಳು ನಮಗೆ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಆಯಿತು ಸರ್, ಒಂದು ನೀತಿ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಇಡೀ ಸೆಮಿನಾರಲ್ಲಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಿತ್ತು. ಇವತ್ತು ಕ್ಷತ್ರಿಯನಿಗಿರುವ ನೀತಿ ಅಥವಾ ಒಬ್ಬ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣನಿಗಿರುವ ನೀತಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ. ಒಬ್ಬ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣನಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ತುಳಸಿ ಗಿಡ ನೆಡುವ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ ಅಧಿಕಾರವೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡಿಕೆ ತೋಟ ಇರೋದು ಯಾರ ಹತ್ರ ಕೇಳಿ ನೀವು. ಸಿರ್ಸಿ ಹೆಗಡೆಯವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಹತ್ರ ಅಡಿಕೆ ತೋಟವೇ ಇರೋದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ವೇದಮೂರ್ತಿ ಶ್ರೀ ವಾಸುದೇವ ಆಸರಣ್ಣ ಅವರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅವರು ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನದ ಆನುವಂಶಿಕ ಆಡಳಿತ ಮುಕ್ತೇಶ್ವರರು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ನಾನು ಉಲ್ಲೇಖ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ದು ಎಂ ದೇವರಾಜ್ ಭಟ್ಟೆ ಹೇಳಿದ ಒಂದು ಜಿಜ್ಞಾಸೆ. ನೀವು ನಿನ್ನೆ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿದಿರಿ. ಒಂದು ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಕೊಡುವಾಗ ಇಂಟರ್ವ್ಯೂ ಆಗಿ ಲಿಖಿತ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂದರ್ಶನದ ಆಲೋಚನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗಳು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲವು ಸಲ ಅಪಾಯಕಾರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಚರ್ಚೆ ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಏನು ಅವ್ರೇನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಸಂದರ್ಶನ ಮತ್ತು ಲಿಖಿತ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ಲಿಖಿತ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆಯ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಇದ್ದವನಿಗೆ ಜಾಬ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಲಾಜಿಕ್ ಖಂಡಿತ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಒಬ್ಬ ವೈವ ಅಥವಾ ಮಾತುಕತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗಟ್ಟಿತನ ಇದ್ದು ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಇದ್ದ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಇದ್ದರೆ ರಿಟರ್ನ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮು ಸುಳ್ಳು ಬರೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಥವಾ ಮತ್ತೊಬ್ಬ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ವೈವದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನರೇ ಮೋಸ ಮಾಡಿರೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲದೇ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಯೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗಳ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಧರ್ಮಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದ ಆಲೋಚನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಲಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾದ್ದು ಈ ಚೋರಾತ್ ಭಯಂ ಅಂತ ಆಗ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳಾಯಿತು. ನನಗೆ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಕಂಡ ಬ್ಲಂಡರ್ಸ್ ಇದು. ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ನ ಎದುರೇ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಬೋರ್ಡು, ಕಳ್ಳರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆ, ಇದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಶೇಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ. ಪೊಲೀಸರ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಎದುರೇ ಕಳ್ಳರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆ ಅಂತ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಹಾಕಿದರೆ ಇನ್ನು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದು? ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಹೋಗಿ. ಇಂಥ ಧರ್ಮ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನೊಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೆದವ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಕಟೀಲು, ಅದರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಜಿ ಎನ್ ಭಟ್ರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು 92ರಿಂದ ಸ್ನೇಹ. ಅವರು ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೇ ಮೇಷ್ಟ್ರಾಗಿ ಬಾ ಅಂತ ಕರೆದಿದ್ದರು. ನಾನು ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲರೂ ನನ್ನ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಕರೇ ಇರೋದು. ಸಂಬಂಧಿಕರ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಅದೇ ಅವರು ನನ್ನ ಭಾವ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಕರ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ದೂರ ನಿತ್ತೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಈಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾನು ಕಟೀಲಿಗೆ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಆದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆಗಳು. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ರೀಶಕುಮಾರ್ महोदयाय धन्यवादाः. अधुना के.एस्. जगन्नाथ महोदयाः स्वाभिप्रायं कथयन्ति.
ಹಲೋ.
ಅಸ್ಮದ್ಗುರುಭ್ಯೋ ನಮಃ, ಅಸ್ಮತ್ ಪರಮಗುರುಭ್ಯೋ ನಮಃ, ಅಸ್ಮತ್ ಸರ್ವಗುರುಭ್ಯೋ ನಮಃ, ಅಸ್ಮದ್ ಆಚಾರ್ಯಪರ್ಯಂತ ಒಂದೇ ಗುರುಪರಂಪರ. ಈ 2 ದಿನಗಳ ಈ ಸತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ, ಜ್ಞಾನ ಸತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಆದಿಯಿಂದ ಅಂತ್ಯದವರೆಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋದು ಮುಖ್ಯವಲ್ಲ, ನಮಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದ ಗ್ರಹಣ ಮತ್ತು ಧಾರಣ. ನಾವು ಮೊದಲು ಗ್ರಹಿಸಬೇಕು, ಇಲ್ಲೇನು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಧಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ನಾವು. ಆಗ ತಾನಾಗೆ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ಒಂದು. ಎರಡನೇದು, ಬಹುಶಃ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೀತಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಬರೀ ಮಾರಲ್ ಅನ್ನೋ ಅರ್ಥಕ್ಕೆ ಸೀಮಿತ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿ. ಬಹುಶಃ ನೀತಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಪರಂಪರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನೀಯತೆ ಅನೇನ ಜೀವನಮಿತಿ ನೀತಿ ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ. ಅಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಜೀವನಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ನೀತಿ ಇದೆ, ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ನೀತಿ ಇದೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಲೌಕಿಕ ನೀತಿ ಇದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ತರಹ ನೀತಿಗಳು ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ನೀತಿಯೇ ಅದು. ಬಹುಶಃ ನನಗೆ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ ಈ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಹೇಗಿದ್ದರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ನೀತಿ ಇನ್ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ನೀತಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಣ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತದೆ, ಒಂದು ಅಂತಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಆವಾಗ ಏನಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಈಗ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ನೀತಿ ಇನ್ನು ಮಹಾಭಾರತ, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ನೀತಿ ಅಥವಾ ಇನ್ನು ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತಾ, ಅದು ಈ ರೀತಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ನೀತಿ ಇನ್ನು ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು. ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಒಂದೊಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವೇನು ಕಾಣ್ತೇವೆ ಅವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ನೀತಿಯ ಒಳಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರೋ ಕಾರಣ ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನು ಕೇವಲ ಒಂದು ನೀತಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾರಲ್ ನೈತಿ ಅಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಸೀಮಿತ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ಈ ಕೆಲವೆಲ್ಲ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಈ ವಿಶಾಲ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಹುಶಃ ಆವಾಗ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಥ ಅಧ್ಯಯನಕ್ಕೂ ಅನುಕೂಲವಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಈಗ ಮಹಾಭಾರತ ಒಂದೇ ತಗೊಂಡಾಗ ಮಹಾಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಪೂರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು, ಈಗ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ನೀತಿ ಮಹಾಭಾರತ ಅಂತ ತಗೊಂಡಾಗ ಆ ಮಹಾಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಅವೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು ಒಂದು. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಈ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮತ್ತು ಬಹಳ ದೂರದಿಂದ ಬಂದಿರ್ತೀವಿ ಪೇಪರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಬಂದಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಅವರಿಗೆ 10 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೋತ್ತರ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಇರಲಿ, ಒಂದು ಸೆಷನ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪೇಪರ್ 2 ಪೇಪರ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಅದು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿರಬೇಕು. ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮೊದಲೇನೆ ಅಂತಂದಾಗ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳೋರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟ ಹಾಗೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಯ್ತು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಅರ್ಥ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ಮೊದಲೇ ಪೇಪರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ನಮಗೆಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಪೇಪರ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಪೇಪರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾವು ಓದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದು ಅದೇ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೋತ್ತರ 10 ನಿಮಿಷ, ಆವಾಗ ಆ ಪೇಪರ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೋತ್ತರ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬೇಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಈ ತರಹ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಇದು ಇಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಸಾರ್ಥಕವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅಂತಹ ಶೋಧ ಪತ್ರಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಪುಸ್ತಕ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ತಂದಾಗ ಅದೊಂದು ಅಥೆಂಟಿಕೇಟಾಗಿ ಅದು ಉಳಿಯುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವಕಾಶವಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆ. ಬಹುಶಃ ತಪ್ಪಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು. ಅದು ಸರಿ. ಒಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೊಂದು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಕಾಲದ ಆಪ್ತರು ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಕಾರಣ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಇವಾಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನಾನು ಅಂದ್ರಿ. ಒಂದು ಸತ್ ಕಾಲಕ್ಷೇಪವಾಯಿತು 2 ದಿವಸ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಮುದ ನೀರಿದೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ
डॉक्टर के.एस्. जगन्नाथ महोदयेभ्यः धन्यवादाः. अधुना शिकारिपुर कृष्णमूर्ति महोदयाः स्वाभिप्रायं कथयन्ति.
ಸರ್ವೇಭ್ಯೋ ನಮಃ. ನಾನಿಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವರಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು, ಅಭಿವಂದನೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಶೋಧ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾನದ ನೇತೃತ್ವವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಡೆಸ್ತಿರುವಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಜಿ ಎನ್ ಭಟ್ರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅದ್ರ ಹಿಂದೆ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು 1 ಮ್ಯಾನ್ 1 ಮಿಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಮ್ ಜಿ ಹೆಗಡೆ ಅವರನ್ನು, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಮಿಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರನ್ನು ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಸ್ಥಾಪಕರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಜಿ ಎನ್ ಭಟ್ರು, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಅಂತ ನೀವೇನು ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ, ಅದು ಈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸಿದಂಥದ್ದು. ಅದು ಬಹಳ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಉಳಿದಿದ್ದರೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಪರಿಷತ್. ಇಲ್ಲದಿದ್ದರೆ ತಮಿಳುನಾಡ್ದು ಹಾಗೆ ಮುಚ್ಚೋಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಅದರ ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ, ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಫೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಗೆದ್ದು ಬಂದು ಇವತ್ತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತವನ್ನು ತೆಗಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗದ ಹಾಗೆ ಕಾನೂನನ್ನು ನಮಗೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಯಿತು. ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಅದು. ಆ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಜಿ ಎನ್ ಭಟ್ ಅವರು, ಜಗನ್ನಾಥ್ ಅವರು, ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಚಿಕ್ಕವರು, ಅವಾಗ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನು ಚಿಕ್ಕವರು, ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸಬೇಕು. ನಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಮೂಲಕ, ಈ ಶೋಧ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾನದ ಮೂಲಕ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಮುಂದೆ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನಿಂಗ್ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಸಂಜೆ ಒಂದು ಮೀಟಿಂಗಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯಿತು. ಇದು ಯಾರ್ಯಾರನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಅನೇಕ ಯುವಕರು ಮತ್ತು ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಜನ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಬಂದಿದ್ದರು, ಅವರನ್ನು ಸೇರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ವಿ ವುಡ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಟು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎ ಮೋರ್ ಬ್ರಾಡ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನಲ್ ಬೇಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ ಸಚ್ ಟೈಪ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ಸ್. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ನ್ಯೂ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿಯಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್, ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಅಂತ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಆದವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಹೋಲ್ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಮೆಥಡನ್ನೇ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಓರಿಯೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಾಗ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದ ನಮ್ಮ ಗುರುಗಳು ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಶಾನ್ಭಾಗ್ ಅವರು ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಈ ಶೋಧ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ವರ್ಧತಾಂ ಅಭಿವರ್ಧತಾಂ ಶೋಧ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಸ್ಯ ಇದು ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ನಮ್ಮ ನಡುವೆ ಅನೇಕ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಿದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಂಥ ಸುಮಾರು ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಮ್ ಕೆ ಶ್ರೀಧರ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದ ಬಾವುಟ ಹಾರಿಸಿ ಬಂದವರವ್ರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ವೈಸ್ ಚಾನ್ಸಲರ್ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದಂಥವರು, ಹತ್ತಿರ ಹೋಗೋರು. ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ವೈಸ್ ಚಾನ್ಸಲರೇ ಆಗಿದ್ದವರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಜಿ ಎನ್ ಭಟ್ ಅವರು. ನಾನು ಇವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೊರಗಿದ್ದ ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವರ್ ಆಗಿ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಇದು ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಸರಸ್ವತಿಯ ಸೇವೆ. ಸ್ವಂತಕ್ಕೇನು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಸರಸ್ವತಿಯ ಸೇವೆ. ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಸರಸ್ವತಿಯನ್ನು ಯಾರು ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಯೋಗ್ಯತೆಗಿಂತಲೂ ಮೀರಿದ ಫಲವನ್ನು, ಪುಣ್ಯವನ್ನು, ಪ್ರಗತಿಯನ್ನು, ಅನುಕೂಲವನ್ನು, ಸಂಪತ್ತನ್ನು ದೇವಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾಳೆ ಅನ್ನಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನೇ ಉದಾಹರಣೆ. ಭಗವಂತ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಕೊಟ್ಟೋದ. ಆ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಹಗಲು ರಾತ್ರಿ ತಿರುಗಾಡಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾಯಿತು. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ದುರ್ಗಾ ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರಿಯ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಕೃಪೆ, ಸರಸ್ವತಿ ಸ್ವರೂಪಳಾದಂಥ ದುರ್ಗಾ ಸಮರ ಸರಸ್ವತಿಯ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಕೃಪೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಥರ 3 ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಲೀಡರ್ಶಿಪ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಸಹಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಭಾಳ ಉತ್ಸಾಹ. ಈ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ, ಊಟ ತಿಂಡಿ ವಸತಿ ಭಾಳ ಎಲ್ಲ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಬೋರೇ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಶ್ರೀಕರ್ ಅವರು, ಇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಶ್ರೀಶ್ ಅವರು ಎತ್ತಿದ್ರು ಭಾಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಇಂಥ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ಗಳು ಮೋರ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಟಿವ್ ಆದರೆ, ಮೋರ್ ಇಂಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆದರೆ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒನ್ ವೇ ಆಗದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನೇ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಚಿಂತಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಈ ಥರ ಆದರೆ ಕಲೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ದಿಸ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು 10 ನಿಮಿಷದ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್, ಒಂದು 10 ನಿಮಿಷದ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್. ಇದು ಯುರೋಪಿಯನ್ ಮೆಥಡ್, ಅಮೇರಿಕನ್ ಮೆಥಡ್, ಆಧುನಿಕ ಮೆಥಡ್. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒನ್ ವೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಒನ್ ವೇ, ಇಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಮಲ್ಟಿ ವೇ. ಅಂಥ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ಗಳನ್ನು ನಡೆಸೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಇದರ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾಪಕರಿಗೆ, ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಾಪಕರಿಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಕಡೆದಾಗಿ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರನ್ನ ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸಬೇಕು. ಗಾಳಿಮನೆ ವಿನಾಯಕ್ ಭಟ್ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದಂಥ ಕ್ಯಾಲೆಂಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಫ್ರೀಯಾಗಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದರದ್ದು ಗುಣವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಗುರುತಿಸಬೇಕು. ಇದರಿಂದ 3 ತಿಂಗಳ ಶ್ರಮ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಇರುವ ಕ್ಯಾಲೆಂಡರ್ಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಕ್ರಿಶ್ಚಿಯನ್ ಕ್ಯಾಲೆಂಡರ್, ಹಿಂದೂ ಕ್ಯಾಲೆಂಡರ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಪಂಚಾಂಗ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಇವರು ಅದರ ನಡುವೆ, ಅದರ ಆರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ ಒಂದು ಸರಿ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಈಗ ಬಹಳ ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳುವಾಗ ಜನವರಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಚೈತ್ರ ಮಾಸ, ವೈಶಾಖ ಮಾಸ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಕಲಿಸೋದು ಯಾವಾಗ? ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಕೂಲಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲಿಸೋದು ಯಾವಾಗ? ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲಿಸೋದು ಯಾವಾಗ? ದೇವ್ರ ಮುಂದೆ ಕೂತಾಗ ಇವತ್ತೇನು ತಿಥಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಡೇಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ತಿಥಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ತುಂಬ ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ಶ್ರಮಪಟ್ಟು ನಾನು ಅವ್ರ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತು ಒದ್ದಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ನಾನು ಜೊತೆಗಿದ್ದೆ, ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ತುಂಬ ಹಿತಕಾರಿಯಾದಂಥ, ನಮಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಪಂಚಾಂಗವೇ ಬೇಡ, ಇವತ್ತು ಯಾವ ತಿಥಿ ಇದೆ, ಎಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿನವರೆಗಿದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಗಾಳಿಮನೆ ವಿನಾಯಕ್ ಭಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಅವರ ಈ ಶ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. So he has done it in such a beautiful way that this is going to replace our formal calendars.
ಅದೊಂದನ್ನು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ವೇದಮೂರ್ತಿ ವಾಸ್ತವ ಸೆಂಟರ್ಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಭಟ್ ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ.
ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಪರಿವಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಥರ ಭಾಳ ಇನೋವೇಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ಭಾರತೀಯತೆಯನ್ನು, ಭಾರತೀಯ ತತ್ವದ ಅಂಶಗಳನ್ನು, ಸನಾತನತೆಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರಚಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿನಾಯಕ್ ಭಟ್ರಂಥವ್ರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂತೂ ಒಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ಜನಗಳಿಗೆ ವಯಸ್ಸು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರೋ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮಗೆ ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ವಯಸ್ಸೇನಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಡೇಟ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಯಾರು ಇಷ್ಟವಾದ ಕೆಲಸದಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡಗುತ್ತಾರೆ, ದೋಸ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಹೂ ಆರ್ ಎಂಗೇಜ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ವಿಚ್ ದೇ ರಿಯಲಿ ಎಂಜಾಯ್, ವೆನ್ ಯು ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಟು ಎಂಜಾಯ್ ಯುವರ್ ಜಾಬ್, ನಮಗೆ ಏಜ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಏಜಿಂಗ್ ವಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ದೇರ್, ಅಥವಾ ಏಜಿಂಗ್ ಈಸ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಎ ಬ್ಲೆಸ್ಸಿಂಗ್. ದುರ್ಗಾ ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರಿ ಕೃಪೆಯಿಂದ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ 100 ವರ್ಷ ಆಯಸ್ಸು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಂತಾಗಲಿ. ಸರ್ವೇಭ್ಯೋ ನಮಃ.
ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಆತ್ಮೀಯರಾಗಿರುವ ಮತ್ತು ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನದ ಆಡಳಿತ ಕಮಿಟಿಯ ಆನುವಂಶಿಕ ಮಕ್ತೇಸರು ಮತ್ತು ಅರ್ಚಕರು ಆಗಿರುವ ವಾಸ್ತವ ಸೆಂಟ್ರ್ ಇರಬೇಕಿತ್ತು. ಹೋದ ಸಲ ಆಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ, ಪಾಪ ಮೇಲೆ 10 ಬಂದಿದ್ದರು ಅವರು ಅಕ್ಟೋಬರ್ದಲ್ಲಿ. ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ಬೋದನೋ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಆದರೂ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಒಂದು ಮೇಲ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ನಿರ್ಣಯವನ್ನು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ 100 ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದರು, ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ರು. ಮತ್ತು ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನದಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ನನಗೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆಯೋ ಇಲ್ಲವೋ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸಿತು. ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋದೆ. ಅವನು ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವೇನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭದ್ವೇ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೋದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅವರು ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಹೆಂಡತಿಗೂ ಕಷ್ಟ ಓಡಾಡೋದು, ಅವರಿಗೂ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆ ಥರದ್ದಿದೆ. ಕೊನೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ನೋಡಿ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆದರೆ 3:15 ಹೊತ್ತಿಗಾದರೂ ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಅವರ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಲಹೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು, ಏನು ಭಟ್ರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದ ನೀವು ಹೋಗಿ ಅಂತ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ನೋಡಿ, ಈ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಆತ್ಮೀಯತೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ಒಂದು 3:15 ನಂತರ ನೀವು ಬನ್ನಿ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆದರೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೇಳಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆ. ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಆತ್ಮೀಯತೆಯಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ನಮಗೆ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಆಶೀರ್ವಚನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮೊದಲು ಇದನ್ನಷ್ಟು ನಡೆಸಿರುವಂತಹ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಜಯ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಈ ಶೇಷವಸ್ತ್ರವನ್ನು ಒಂದು ವಿಜಯರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ.
ಸರ್ವಮಂಗಲಮಾಂಗಲ್ಯೆ ಶಿವೆ ಸರ್ವಾರ್ಥಸಾಧಿಕೆ ಶರಣ್ಯೆ ತ್ರ್ಯಂಬಕೆ ದೇವಿ ನಾರಾಯಣಿ ನಮೋಸ್ತುತೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರು ಈ ದೇವಿಯ ಸನ್ನಿಧಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ದೇವಿಯ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಅನುಗ್ರಹ ಇದ್ದದ್ರಿಂದ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಯಿತು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ತಾಯಿಯ ಸೇವೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜಿ ಎನ್ ಭಟ್ರು ಹಲವು ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಸಂಪಾದಿಸಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅವರು ಬೆನ್ನೆಲುಬಿನಲ್ಲಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಬೆನ್ನೆಲುಬಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅನುಸರಿಸ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅವರ ವಿದ್ವತ್ತಿಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾದ ನಮಗೆ ಅಂತಹ ವಿದ್ವತ್ತುಗಳೇನಿಲ್ಲ, ಕೇವಲ ದೇವರ ಸೇವಕರು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಕರೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ದೇವರ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೃಷ್ಣಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ದೇವಿ ಸರಸ್ವತಿಯ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಅನ್ನುವುದು ಸರಸ್ವತಿ ದೇವಿ ಅಂತಹ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅನುಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾಳೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಷ್ಟಾರ್ಥಗಳನ್ನು ಅನುಗ್ರಹಿಸ್ತಾಳೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನೇ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ತನ್ನ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಇದು ನಮಗೂ ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷದ ವಿಷಯ. ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನೀವು ಹೋರಾಡುವುದು ಕಂಡ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ದಿಗ್ಭ್ರಮೆಯಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕಟೀಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲದಿದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನದಿಂದ ಏನು ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಯೋ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸಾಧ್ಯವಿದ್ದಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಶಾಲೆಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಈ ಹಿಂದೆ ಪ್ರಥಮವಾಗಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಶಾಲೆ ನಡೆಯಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಸುರೇಶ್ ರಾಯರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಪಟ್ಟು ಅವರು ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಬೇರೆ ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣರಾಗಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಿದ್ದೆ, ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ. ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಶಾಲೆಯೂ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಲ್ಲದೊಂದು ತೊಂದರೆಯಿಂದ ಆ ಶಾಲೆಯು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಬೆಳಕಿಗೆ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರವಲ್ಲ, ಉಡುಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣ ಸಮುದಾಯದಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೂ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ನಾವು ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣರಾದರೂ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಪಟ್ಟು ಅದನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸುವಂತೆ ಬೆಳೆಸುವಂತೆ ಮಾಡುವ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ದೇವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆಯನ್ನು ದೇವರು ಅನುಗ್ರಹಿಸಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ದೇವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಪರಮಾನುಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
ನನಗೆ ಈ ಅಸರಣ್ಣವರ ಕುಟುಂಬದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಅವಿನಾಭಾವ ಸಂಬಂಧ. ನಾನಿಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೀಗೆ ಅಂತ ಬಂದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ನನ್ನ ಕೇವಲ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್ ಅಂತ ನೋಡಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇವರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇವರ ತಂದೆ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ ಸಣ್ರು, ನಿನ್ನೆ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀನಾರಾಯಣ ಅವರ ತಂದೆ ಗೋಪಾಲಕೃಷ್ಣ ಸರಣ್ರು, ಈಗ ಅನಂತ ಸರಣ್ರು ಬಂದರು, ಅವರ ತಮ್ಮ ಹರಿನಾರಾಯಣ ಸರಣ್ಣ ಈಗ ಆಗ ಬಂದು ಹೋದರು. ನಿನ್ನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಮಲಾ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರು ಇವರ ತಮ್ಮ ಅನಂತ ಸರಣ್ರ ತಮ್ಮ. ವೆಂಕಟರಮಣ ಸರಣ್ರಂದು ಇಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಊರಲ್ಲೇನೋ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ, ಇವರ ತಮ್ಮ ಅವರು ಹಿಂದಿನ ಸದಾನಂದ ಶರಣರು, ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಶರಣರು, ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ ಶರಣರು, ಗೋಪಾಲಕೃಷ್ಣ ಶರಣ ಸಂಗಡನೂ ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಆತ್ಮೀಯತೆಯಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಪಿತೃ ಸಮಾನವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ವಾದ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಇವರು ಕೂಡ ಅದರೊಳಗೆ ಅನಂತ ಶರಣ ಆಗ ಬಹಳ ಅವರು ಯಂಗೆಸ್ಟ್, ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ರೆವಲ್ಯೂಷನರಿ ಅನಂತ ಶರಣರು. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಗೌರವ, ಪ್ರೀತಿ, ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಡೀ ಕುಟುಂಬದ ಸಂಗಡ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇತ್ತು. ಹಾಗೆ ನಾನು ಮೊನ್ನೆಯಿಂದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ, ನೀವು ಬರದೇ ಹೋದರೆ ನೋಡಿ ಅಂತ. ನಿನ್ನೆನೂ ಹೋಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ, ಇವತ್ತೂ ಹೋಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ. ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಸಲಿಗೆ ಆತ್ಮೀಯತೆ ಇದೆ. ಇವರ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತಿತ್ತು, ಆದರೂ ಆ ಒಂದು ಆತ್ಮೀಯತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಂದು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಂದರು. ಆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಇದೆ. ವಾಸ್ತುವಾಸನರವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆ, ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ. ಅನಂತ ಶರಣರು ಈಗ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಉಳಿದ ಶರಣರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಶೋಧನದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಆಶೀರ್ವಚನ ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. ವಿನಾಯಕ ಭಟ್ರು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಹಿಂದೂ ಪಂಚಾಂಗವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
वात्सरत्नावणवसनालङ्कृते चारुहस्तैः ಶಂಕಂ ಚಕ್ರಂ ವರದಮಭಯಂ ಸಮಹಂತಿ ತನ್ನೇತ್ರೆ ಹೇಮಪ್ರಖ್ಯೆ ವನದವರದೆ ಧಾತೃಪದ್ಮಾಸನಸ್ಥೆ ಕಾರುಣ್ಯಾಬ್ಧೆ ಭಗವತಿ ಮಹಾಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಾಂ ರಕ್ಷ ನಿತ್ಯಂ ಸರ್ವಚೈತನ್ಯರೂಪಾಂತಾಂ ಆದ್ಯಾಂ ವಿದ್ಯಾಂಚ ಧೀಮಹಿ ಬುದ್ಧಿಂ ಯಾನ ಪ್ರಚೋದಯಾತ್. ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಜಿ ಎನ್ ಭಟ್ರ ಬರೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಗೋಪಾಲಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅದು ಕನಸಿನ ಕೂಸು. ಕಟೀಲು ಒಂದು ದುರ್ಗಾ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಮಾಡೋದೊಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಣ್ಣ ವಿಷಯ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ದೇವರ ಅನುಗ್ರಹ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಇತ್ತು. ನಮ್ಮ ಜಿ ಎನ್ ಭಟ್ರು ಬಂದರು. ಆ ಹೊತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ವೀರಪ್ಪ ಮೊಯ್ಲಿಯವರು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದರು. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಹೊಂದಾಣಿಕೆ ಆದ ಕಾರಣ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಟೀಲಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ MA ಆರಂಭಿಸುವಂಥ MA PhD ಕೋರ್ಸನ್ನು ಆರಂಭಿಸುವ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಯಿತು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ತುಂಬ ದಿವಸ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಅದು ಸಿಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಕೆಲ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಇದು ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣರದ್ದು ಅಂತ, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣರದ್ದು ಅಂತ. ಆ ರೀತಿಯ ತುಂಬ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ದಲಿತ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದರು, ಅವರು ತುಂಬ ತೊಂದರೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮೀರಿ ದೇವರ ಅನುಗ್ರಹದಿಂದ ಕಟೀಲಿಗೆ ವೀರಪ್ಪ ಮೊಯ್ಲಿಯವರ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಕಟೀಲಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಪ್ತಿಯಾಯಿತು. ಹಾಗೆ ಆರಂಭಗೊಂಡು ಅದು ಮುಂದುವರಿತಾ ಹೋಯಿತು. ಈಗ ಅಷ್ಟರ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನುವುದಷ್ಟೇ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಮತ್ತೇನಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗೆ ಆ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಉಳಿವಿಗಾಗಿ, ಯಾಕಂತಂದರೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಅನ್ನುವುದು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಭಾಷೆಗೂ ಮಿಗಿಲಾಗಿರತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಭಾಷೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಭಾಷೆ. ಅಂತಹ ಆ ಭಾಷೆಯ ಉಳಿವಿಗಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದು ಉಳಿಬೇಕು. ಜಿ ಎನ್ ಭಟ್ರು ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿಟರಾಪುರ ಕೃಷ್ಣಮೂರ್ತಿಯವರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಆವತ್ತಿನಿಂದಲೂ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ಬಹಳ ಖುಷಿಯ ವಿಷಯ. ಅಂತಹ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಅದೇ ಹಾಗೆ ಆ ತಾಯಿ ಅನುಗ್ರಹದಿಂದ ಅದು ಬೆಳಗಲಿ, ಉತ್ತರೋತ್ತರ ಶ್ರೇಯಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಕಾಣಲಿ ಅಂತ ತಾಯಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಜಗದಂಬ ಅರ್ಪಣಮಸ್ತು.
ಆಶೀರ್ವಚನೈः अनुगृहीतवद्भ्यः वासुदेव असरणवर्येभ्यः अनन्तपद्मनाभवर्येभ्यः अपि धन्यवादाः. अधुना MG हेगडे महोदयाः
Dear friends, I would like to announce our Samshodhana award on this regard national seminar. ಸಂಶೋಧನಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟು ಅನೇಕರು ಅವಾರ್ಡನ್ನು ಕೊಡುವುದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಿಧಿಯನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪ್ರತಿ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದಲ್ಲಿ 2 ದಿನವೂ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇದೆ. ಅಥವಾ 3 ದಿನ, ಮೊದಲು 3 ದಿನ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ, ಈಗ 2 ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಆ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಂಡಿರುವವರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಪೇಪರ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದರೂ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟು ನಿಧಿಯನ್ನು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಪ್ರೈಜನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಕೊಳಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಆದರೆ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಒಂದು ರೂಢಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಆ ಹಣವನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟವರಿಗೆ 15 ದಿನ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸೆಮಿನಾರು ಆಗಿ 15 ದಿನದೊಳಗೆ ನೋಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ಕಳೆದ 25 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈಗಲೂ ಅದನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ಒರೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಧಿ ಇಟ್ಟವರ ಹೆಸರು ಮತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನು ಅವಾರ್ಡನ್ನು ಪಡೆದವರು ಯಾರು ಎಂಬುದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸದಾಶಿವ್ ಎ ಡಾಂಗೆ ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್. ಡೋನರ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಸಿಂಧು ಎಸ್ ಡಾಂಗೆ, ಬಾಂಬೆ. To the senior most scholar participate in the national seminar. awardee Dr. B.M. Kumarswamy, Shumagga. Gangeshwar Anandji Award, Dr. Gautam Patel, donor, Ahmedabad, to a deserving candidate who presents a paper, inclusive inaugural session, keynote address, and valedictory address with a proper insight during the national seminar. Awardee Ashish Barve, Pune. Mr. R.S. Shenvi Saukar and Sons Award, donor Sri Damodar Shenvi Saukar Chandiya Karwar, to a young scholar who presents a paper inclusive of inaugural address, keynote address, valedictory address, or whose special lecture is arranged in the national seminar. Dr. Srinivasa Acharya, Manipal. B. Godamma and B. Rangacharya Memorial Award, donor Professor B. Narsimhacharyalu, Hyderabad. ಅವರು ಈಗೊಂದು ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮಿಂದ ದೂರವಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಶ್ರದ್ಧಾಂಜಲಿ. To the presenting the best paper in the national seminar, awardee R. Suresh, Pune. Srimati Kamala and Dr. C.V. Rangaswamy Award, donor Dr. R. Lakshmi, Dharwad, to a scholar presenting a keynote address in the national seminar. Awardee Dr. Rama Subramanian in Bombay. Late Shri Raghavendra G. Kulkarni Memorial Award, donor Srimati Usha Srikant Joshi, Shumagga. To the person who presents the best paper from among the women delegates during each national seminar, Maya, Tanjavur, Chennai. Srimati Kamalesh Kumari Kulshrestha Award, donor Dr. Aba Kulshrestha, Delhi, High Court, Supreme Court lawyer. Interest of the deposit cash to be awarded to a young scholar presenting a paper in the national seminar, Prabha S.N. Professor Jagdish Sahaye Kulshrestha Award, donor Dr. Sushma Kulshrestha, Delhi, Vice Chancellor of the Delhi. Interest of the deposit in cash to be awarded a young scholar presenting paper in each national seminar, Dr. Chandrakanta Sringeri. Tirupati Seminar Award, we have conducted national seminar at Tirupati. At that time, Samshodhana reserved this award. To be a deserving young scholar in the national seminar, Vandana R. Hegde, Women's Scholar. Srimati Radhabai Joshi Memorial Award, Dr. Usha Srikant Joshi, Shumagga, to be given the senior woman among the women delegates during the national seminar, Pankaja R. Chennai. Late Tarabai Pansai Memorial Lecture on Purva Mimamsa Shastra, donor Professor V.N. Jha, Pune. Shri Devraj Bhat, Bangalore. Late Arati Devi Memorial Lecture on Nyayashastra, awardee Srinivasa Jammalamadaka, Hyderabad. Thank you, one and all.
एम जी हेगडे महोदयेभ्यः धन्यवादाः. अधुना अध्यक्षभाषणं प्रस्तुवन्तु इति अहं जी एन् भट् महोदयान् प्रार्थयामि.
सर्वमंगलमांगल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यंबके गौरी नारायणि नमोस्तुते. Pranamas to Hereditary Trustee and Archak Vedamurti Vasudeva Saranna and Vedamurti Ananta Saranna, Vice President of Samshodhana Dr. M.G. Hegde, Principal of this college Dr. Vijaya, and I purposely told Dr. Ashish Barve to sit on the dais after this session also, because his address was just like valedictory address conclusion, and he has told in the conclusion also, so it is considered as valedictory address. And fortunately the assessment group also declared his presentation as a valedictory address. And all distinguished special invitees, guests, delegates and paper presenters, I will take only 10 minutes. At the outset, see, we have taken, especially I always take the observer's remarks very seriously. Yesterday also it has been discussed. Of course, both are Dr. Shikarepur Krishnamurti and Professor Jagannath. And he is not the third, actually first person, Dr. Shrish Kumar. Since 3 to 4 decades we are together, of course 5 decades we are together, and of course they have openly told all these things, but the organizers in the mind is there so many crisis management to have to manage. That is the problem. What you intend was our objective and is our objective, but we are struggling hard to put it into the structure. Do you know the simple thing I want to tell you? While organizing 3 months before we declare this, our problems we are telling. At the outset, see, just like festive, Dr. Padmanabh Marathe, with the support of management and the college authority, he started. Of course, I am not a new person here, and everybody knows these things. And selection of the topic, he just underwent with our Dr. Dinkar Marathe, who very much is with us, not only now, even previous seminars also. He thought that regarding this knowledge system, ancient knowledge system, or NEP, we can say, National Education Policy, under the framework of that National Education Policy, we have to conduct this seminar. Dr. Padmanabh Marathe declared on, of course, regarding these things. In his mind, it was that see, this Neethishastram in Indian literature. Can you just imagine? Indian literature, this Neethishastram, 2 days seminar. It is a canvas. It cannot be, and it should not be. It is not our policy, and it is not our objective. I tried to convince, and he of course accepted. I don't know whether he was convinced. He accepted, and he started telling that Samskrita Sahitya Neethishastram. That was also not in my mind, but broader statement. See, Dr. Shrish referred regarding Bhishma. No, Bhishma or Neethi was not at all in our objective of this seminar. But many are there in Samskrita Sahitya, etc. In my mind, I wanted to restrict only to 5 works. That's Artha Shastra of Chanakya, and Neethi Sutra of Chanakya, and that Neethishastram, Kamandakiya Neethishastram, Vidura Niti, especially Vidura Niti is there. Wherever Neethi is there, that work should be focused, and papers should be presented, invited on those spaces. But when this Central Sanskrit University interactions, we got feedback, and if you try to have this seminar and this subject in the framework of that objectives, then we can also assist and support, and we treat these conclusions of the seminar or deliberations of the seminar, if you give, it will be much beneficial to the central government, that means higher education through central university. So that contribution we have to give. For that purpose, little bit we have adjusted also. But unfortunately, when we called upon for the seminars papers, we didn't get any paper. See, according to our Samshodhana, Dayanand Shanbhag also specifically told what Jagannath told. It is our policy. The difference is, policy is there. We could only in 2 or 3 seminars out of these 27 years, we have conducted more than 17 seminars. Only in 3 or 4 we could get success when Shanbhag was there. And afterwards, 1 or 2 seminars somehow I managed when I was director and principal in Canara College. Very difficult. And who should be here to present? Personally, Dr. M.K. Shridhar today told us, we can change this one. That's a plenary session, 1 lecture, and we can conduct parallel discussion decisions. How many participants will be there? How many delegates will be there to listen to the paper? See, unfortunately, see the real picture we are getting here. 11 lecture paper presentations we had. Out of 11, only 4 abstract papers and papers. That too I have insisted upon. Articles we received. Dr. Pankaja and Dr. Maya, Madam Maya, they sent this one promptly. And another 1 or 2, only that much, 3 or 4 maximum. And 2 abstract had come, I have rejected that. Because it was not in the frame of these things. I gave more time, 6 to 7 days, etc. They could not respond. They were very young. So I thought, no, you can come also as participants and delegates. We will pay you. Be educated first. Then how to prepare these research papers, you can understand. See, the purpose of conducting these seminars is, our motto, our objective is interaction between the senior professors, senior scholars with the junior or young scholars. How to be presented the paper, how you have to refer the books, how you have to present in the limited time. Dr. Shanbhag was telling, let at that seminar your paper be 40 to 50 pages. We don't bother. But you have to give that paper at least 15 days well in advance to the Samshodhana. And it will be, we have distributed it also when we have conducted in Sirsi. Distribute that time this Xerox or this, all these WhatsApp group, etc. was not there. So physically we were distributing. Sometimes 25 years back, cyclo-style, such things. And 15 minutes or 20 minutes presentation, 10 minutes discussion for each and every paper. Mr. Jagannath, I don't know, you have attended. Only 1 or 2 you have attended out of 17. And it was very much fruitful. And regarding the language also, some English, etc. Yes, 2-3 English professors were there in the seminar as observation. And after conclusion of this one, these papers were sent to English professors. That language was also very much taken into care and published. Regarding, you asked to know, on the basis of the ethics only, we have conducted an Asian seminar. We don't want to repeat again on the ethics. Book is also published. All works are also published. Ethics. Ethics for modern man. More than 12 years back we have conducted Arthashasthra special lectures or seminar on Arthashasthra also, different way. Yesterday I mentioned our Rama Joyce, Justice Rama Joyce, Justice N. Kumar, others were also present here, and they have presented papers, they have presented their valuable thoughts also, shared thoughts also. There is a list. See, people may not read, etc. Every time we were giving all the titles of the seminar with EA. But this time we have not done this one. If you want, please refer. We have to start some website, etc. Modern these things we have to utilize, use, and there all these titles will be there. These proceedings are also recorded, and more than 9 books. 9 books means these volumes. After the completion of the seminar, we have prepared documents we have, and published in the form of books too. So my point is, paper presenters at that time were interested. Nowadays, we have no youngsters. Say youngsters, we say that below 40. No, that is the problem. And everybody is busy. See, for that person with my burdened heart, I told, we should not be misused. Not taken for granted. Why have to spend our time here? If youngsters are not ready to listen us, that is the problem. See, in the Neethi, active listening is most important. There is no active listening. Leave alone listening, active listening, only hearing or sounding, rebounding. These things are there. For that purpose, of course, see, our confidence will not be shattered. We are committed to our duty. We can't demand the result. We can't demand this should be done. No. We have every right to do our work. By the grace of God, our efforts also, even after 10 years, some may remember or some may feel that, oh, I have taken that word or inspiration from this seminar. At least 1 or 2 are inspired or continue with us, then it is the fruit of our seminar. For that purpose, see, youngsters and old PhD, senior PhD students, that means teachers, etc., all should come together. One thing I have mentioned, and he also received well. See, he's old. I had asked him to contact all old students. If you contact 30, let there be 10 or 5 at least. They were there here. He's PG, Sanskrit doctors, retired professors, and this Narasimha Bhat and Dinesh Bhat, they are all products of these things, and Dr. Mohan Bhat, and so many others, Sri Krishna, all were here. One or the other way, 3 or 4 practitioner doctors, they were also here. Their presence is very much important. And the link of our interaction with these seminars and the Sanskrit students, old students should be there. So, we are ready to have pleasurely time with them for 5 to 10 minutes also. But we cannot and we should not have compliances with youngsters presenting the paper and rushing out. Not possible. See, so many seniors, 70, 80 years persons were there. But politely they asked, can I go? Can I leave? A special invitees there. They started. I told him, no, half an hour you sit or 1 hour you sit. Though with so many other health concerns, issues, they cooperated. So, 6, some taking away things must be there. No, for that purpose we have added 5 more lectures. Permanently we have arranged 2 seminar, special lectures on Nyaya-Shastra and Mimamsa. That endowment thing is there. Do you know who have endowed these funds? We were paying TADA to everybody, every scholar, from Delhi, Bombay, Pune, Chennai, Ahmedabad also. Dr. Dayan Shanbag had senior colleagues within all the universities. We have, of course, could not continue. And they are very much aged also. They can't come over here also. Oh, Dr. Shanbag, you have a team of your students, even after 10, 15 years. If we contact 100, 30 will respond and 10 or 12 will come here. It was the, even in the Dr. Dayan Shanbag's regime, it was like that. But we have to contribute something. What we can contribute? They have taken the TA and DA and given back to Samshodhana. And sometimes, after 1 or 2 or 3 years, knowing this experience, they, 25 years back, 20 years back, they paid 25,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees. and 10,000 rupees. Inspired by Dr. Sri Professor Shrikant Joshi, maybe 80 now. He is also student of Dr. Dayanshan Bhat. He and his wife regularly attend seminars, and they have donated 10,000 each. See things. And they don't take TA also. On their own they will come. See, with this spirit, this Samshodhana is working. We beg, of course, but we don't compromise. We will give TA, we will give DA, and we reach such type of temple persons, and even Vastevasran. Today morning I went there. Of course, temple has given so many things, every facilities. In spite of that, very slowly with low voice he asked, GN Bhatre, am I to give something? See, more that is the full, heartful, these words. Such enough. Now it is not, no, you come, only that much is the big resource for us, I have told. That friendship, the coherence, harmony is leading this Samskrita Shodha Samsthana. And fortunately, I will tell something also. Those who have come as special experts on these fields, Dr. Sri Devaraj Bhat, District Session Judge, I discussed with him after his address here, presentation of paper. He readily agreed. He told me that he will contact at least 5 judges, reside and present, High Court and Session judges also, including Mr. Santosha Gajanana Bhat, who was dealing this Prajwal case. He told, see, he denied bail on the basis of only one sentence. At the preamble itself he told, what he said, you know, Dr. Bhat? He told, the thing is, yatra naryastu pujyante ramante tatra devataha. He disowned a woman family. So I don't want to give him. On the basis of this, he has given judgment. See these things. Very beautifully Dr. Barve presented here. The law, morals, ethics, moral and politics also. And the base is dharma. Unfortunately, this dharma, I don't want to elaborate, only one word I will put. How we are misused, misinterpreted, and all these Macaulay mind is so powerful, even Vivekananda could not do anything in these things. Do you know? I have studied his Bhagavad Gita translation and summing up also. He translated dharma as religion. That was the powerful this language, these things at that time. Now, of course, Ramakrishna Mission also will not translate this dharma as religion. Of course, at that time it was so much powerful, completely misinterpreted, misquoted, and Devaraj Bhat District Judge, so he told, even in personal discussions, presentation also. Unfortunately, 2 things are there in our judiciary. One is misinterpretation and wrong translation of these Dharma Shastras in the law, legal term. Second one is 95, not 90, 98% of the legal luminaries, not just these advocates, they don't know Sanskrit. And personally, High Court sitting judge told me with this that, see, Dr. G.N. Bhat, the problem is the Puranas have so many things. On the basis of Purana statements, we can pass upon the judgment on this basis. But the thing is, the general public feel that, oh, Purana, Adanta Kathe, has no value, has no base. Such type of mind, the thinking of mind is there in the public and even the advocates group. That should be converted, that should be changed. See, this is your forum, we are ready to come over here. See, now it is just formalizing. Do you know, when in Canara College we have conducted on base Purva Mimamsa, we have organized Purva Mimamsa and legal. Dr. Justice Rama, everybody came. Do you know, because of the protocol, district session judge came, and because of their personal, only 2 lawyers came. Personally, I contacted 100 lawyers. Out of 100, even 1 didn't appear on my request. But because of these persons, there were only first in the inauguration 17. participants. Very shameful was there. Out of 17, our own management, 7 people were there. And memo was issued by the management on their own to the staff also. Such a beautiful seminar, Virendra Hegde, everybody is known. Afterwards, of course, in the seminar next day, there were 60. These things were also there. So, after this concluded remark, what I am presenting is, see, this will not go in the air. Shri Dr. Dinakar Marathe and Padma Marathe will follow up. We will do the framing work and these contributions, objectives, what we have mentioned in the presentation, it will be taken into care when going to have a draft, whatever Rashtriya Samsthana wants, and it will be sent to the Central University Higher Education Department also, one thing. And a small workshop, Dr. Shridhar will take a lead in Sanskrit University. All these judges and lawyers will be put together on workshop. We are going to conduct resolutions and how it should be managed to be put in the syllabus. And I am told that I have not discussed with Dr. Barve, and he will take some initiatives regarding this Dharma Shastra, that means Neethishastram, Itihasa Puranabhyam Vedam Samupabramani. We have left out, actually, there is no time. I would have sent 20 minutes. One voice mail is there from Dr. Ramchandra Bhat Kotemani, Veda Vijnana Gurukulam. What you have mentioned, I don't know. Because of your Guru also, same thing referred. He told the policy has been mentioned in Bhagavad Gita at the end also. Dhruva Nitihi Mama. Yatra Yogeshwara Krishna, Yatra Partho Dhanudra. I don't want to elaborate. Yogeshwara Krishna is the spirit, universal spirit, that is there. That means Yogeshwara, Yoga, Samatva. All this is Yogeshwara. And this activity with yoga, that's Samatva, Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga and Karma Yoga. Through Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga. Yogeshwara Krishna Partho Dhanurdharaha. With books, there is Shastra for Kshatriya. For us, these volumes of books and knowledge. Tatra Shri and Vijaya, Sampat and the victory is ours. Very beautifully, Dr. Srinivasa mentioned, I was very much, of course, I have attended all the papers, listened to all the present papers. I remember always Dayan Shanbhag, and I have to sit here, no other way. If necessarily, of course, when demands come from Padma Maratha, I have to go out, only that much. On my own, I never went there. See, these two things from that Trayi, that Sampat is there, Varta, and power. That monkey mind we have to know. I don't want to tell all those things. Anyhow, monkey, drunken, what will happen? So treasure is there, Sampat is there, and power, Danda is also there. Then Vasishta will come and tell Dharma Dandyosi. For that Chakravarti, a king. No, you are not above these, not this constitutional law, but Dharma Shastra. Dharma Danda is there. Be careful. So this Dharma, and after decoration or coronation of these things, Simhasana, this is also mentioned, physically mentioned. The spirit we have to follow. And we are also Dharma Danda. We can't do with wantonness. And especially I invite Dr. Srinivasa to our team group. Very knowledgeable scholarship he has. And we have to make a team, and please give suggestions also. These persons, friends, gave suggestion, will be taken to care. And I request these observers who have given suggestions, make success with these young scholars. They have to come and present, and they have to be active listeners also. If they don't listen, see what is Neethi and Dharma Shastra? The shloka is there. Vinaya Vruddhopasevaya. Where is Vinaya? Where is Vruddhopasevaya? That hurts very much for that purpose. If I ask, no, nobody told us. Nobody told us these things. When I went yesterday, before yesterday, for prasadam in the temple, a boy and a lady, mother, they were sitting together. They started Upinakai. Immediately they start. No, the direction will come, Govinda, then only after completion of also Govinda, this is significance. What is that significance of Govinda? And I told, see, this is Annapurneshwari Prasada. They will not say Anna, Anna, Anna. What they have mentioned, Naivedya. It has been Nivedana to the goddess Durga, and we have begged her, this Prasada, this is Prasada. Simply that mother told me. Nobody told us. Who would have told? Her parents. And you have to tell to your... The boy was little bit annoyed. Hey, what this? This type of attitude is there in the youngsters. Then he started. Please do this Annapurna and Sadapurna at least. Oh, that shloka is to this. He asks. These things are there. So practically something should be followed, and that prasada, and here we have taken prasada from the temple, and the suggestions, the participation, everything will be considered as prasada to Samshodhana, and let it be shrined and developed. Thank you very much to the temple, to the organizers, to the college also. Special thanks to Dr. Padmanabha Marathe and Dr. Nagaraj. Thank you.
ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಜಿ ಎನ್ ಭಟ್ ಮಹೋದಯೇಭ್ಯ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಾः. ಈಗ ಸಂದರ್ಭೋಚಿತವಾಗಿ ಒಂದೆರಡು ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನಾಡಬೇಕು. ಈಗ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಸಮರ್ಪಣಂ ಕುರ್ವಂತಿ ಪದ್ಮನಾಭ ಮರಾಠೆ ಮಹೋದಯ.
द्विदिवसीय राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठ्याः समारोपसमारम्भे वयं स्मः. अस्य समारोपसमारम्भस्य सभाध्यक्षाः श्रीमन्तः संस्कृतशोधसंस्थानस्य च अध्यक्षाः डॉक्टर जी एन् भट् महाभागाः, तेभ्यः हार्दं धन्यवादं समर्पयामि. अस्य कार्यक्रमस्य यशस्वितायै सहकृतवद्भ्यः श्रीदेवालयस्य विश्वस्थाः आनुवंशिक मुक्तेसराः अर्चकाश्च श्रीमन्तः श्री वासुदेव आस्रण्ण महाभागाः वेदमूर्ति वासुदेव आस्रण्ण महाभागाः, तेभ्यः कार्तज्ञ कुसुमाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि. अन्याः श्री अनन्तपद्मनाभ वेदमूर्ति अनन्तपद्मनाभ आस्रण्ण महाभागाः, ते अपि इदानीमेव ताम् अहं दूरवाणीं कृत्वा कृपया आगच्छतु इति उक्तवान्. झटिति आगच्छामि इति उक्त्वा ते अत्र समुपस्थिताः. तेषां अनुग्रहेण वयं पूताः इति मत्वा तेभ्यः अहं धन्यवादान् समर्पयामि. अस्य कार्यक्रमस्य यशस्वितायै सहकृतवद्भ्यः श्रीदेवालयस्य विश्वस्थाः, विशेषतः श्री सनत्कुमार शेट्टी महाभागाः, ते प्रशासनवर्गस्य अध्यक्षाः तथा च श्रीदेवालयस्य कर्मकराश्च, विशेषतः आस्रण्ण महाभागाः सर्वे अपि अस्मद्भ्यः सहकृतवद्भ्यः, तेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः अहं प्रणामाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि. अस्माकं महाविद्यालयस्य प्राचार्याः श्री डॉक्टर विजय महाभागाः, ते तु वाणिज्यविषयप्राध्यापकाः, तथापि ते संस्कृतस्य महदुपकारं कुर्वन्तः सन्ति. तेभ्यः डॉक्टर विजय वि महोदयेभ्यः अहं धन्यवादान् समर्पये. ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿ ವರ್ಗದವರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ಅನೇಕ ರೀತಿಯ ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ನಾನು ಆಭಾರಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಏವಂಚ ಅಸ್ಯ ಯಶಸ್ವಿತಾಯೈ ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಅಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ तत्र सेंट्रल संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी नवदहेल्त्याः प्राप्तं वर्तते. तदर्थम् अहं विश्वविद्यालयस्य सर्वेभ्यः प्रशासनकर्तृभ्यः अपि धन्यवादान् समर्पये. तथा च मध्यवर्तीरूपेण सहकृतवन्तः श्री प्रसाद गोखले एवञ्च दिनकर मराठे मम अनुजः एव. सः रत्नागिरी कविकुलगुरु कालिदास विश्वविद्यालयस्य रत्नागिरिकेन्द्रे निर्देशकरूपेण कार्यं कुर्वन् अस्ति. तस्यापि अहं धन्यवादान् समर्पयामि. एवञ्च अत्र समुपस्थितेभ्यः दूरतः हैदराबादतः आगतः एवञ्च मणिपाल्तः आगतः बाम्बेतः आगतः ह्यस्तनदिने चेन्नैतः पुणेतः तथा च बेङ्गलूरुतः अपि सर्वे आगताः तेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः नमो वाकं प्रशास्महे. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಕರಿಸಿದಂತಹ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಪರೋಕ್ಷವಾಗಿ ಸಹಕರಿಸಿದಂತಹ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಸಹ, ನಮ್ಮ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಸ್ನಾತಕೋತ್ತರ ಸಹಕಾರಿ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕೇತರ ಸಹ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು ಹಾಗೂ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಮಿತ್ರರು, ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ BCom ಫೈನಲ್ ಇಯರ್ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಮಿತ್ರರು ತುಂಬ ರೀತಿಯ ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಸಮರ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದಂತಹ ಸಹಕರಿಸಿದಂತಹ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಪರೋಕ್ಷವಾಗಿ ಸಹಕರಿಸಿದಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ MA ಸ್ನಾತಕೋತ್ತರ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಕೇಂದ್ರದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿರಿಯ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಸಹ, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೂ, ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಕೇಂದ್ರದ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ಒಂದೇ ವಾಕ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮೋ ವಾಕಂ ಪ್ರಶಾಸ್ಮಹೆ ಎಂಬ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಭದ್ರಂ ಶುಭಂ ಮಂಗಲಂ. ಸರ್ವೇ ಭವಂತು ಸುಖಿನಃ ಸರ್ವೇ ಪಶ್ಯಂತು ಮಾ ಕಶ್ಚಿತ್ ದುಃಖಭಾಗ್ ಭವೇತ್. ಓಂ ಶಾಂತಿ ಶಾಂತಿ ಶಾಂತಿ. ಸರ್ವೇಭ್ಯೋ ನಮಃ.